where we have the startup track, plus the number of forums that we are having from Director Forum and Incubation Center Head Forums. Today, I would like to welcome our guest, Prashant Pitti, who's founder of EaseMyTrip, Pradeep Gupta, Chairman Cyber Media. We have Mrs. Gunjan Krishna, Commissioner of Industrial Development, and Professor Anshuman, who is professor at IIM Bangalore, with us in the morning and plenary session. But we have a long day ahead. And we, again, today, like yesterday, would be touching on various aspects. As you're aware, the way we are going about this innovation discussions here is looking at what is the content that becomes important when we look at innovation, what are the drivers for innovation, what are the engagement necessary for innovation, and then we look at some credible action. And I'm happy to state yesterday we had a number of fruitful discussions in various areas covering not only the technology aspect, the business aspect, and of course the critical topic like mental health. Today we will also touch on two aspects which are very important, and Saurabh will fill more on it. One is supercharging with AI, and we see it's very pervasive and touching all aspects of life in our work life and business life and home life. But also, we will be touching on social impact, touching the critical topics like what urban transformation is happening, what are the areas where we could empower our rural areas, what are the specific places where we could influence with technology on water, and last but not the least, on climate action activity. The second part of the day would also touch some of the areas where we would be combining the discussions coming out of the workshops. And some of these areas would be presented by the teams who had the discussion when we look at the director forums, the incubation center, and the alumni association president. And this is the first time we are able to get all these set of people together. And we do believe that something will happen by their coming together as well. So welcome once again today for people who have been there yesterday till 11 p.m. and to give an early morning start on a Saturday. With this, I would like you to make the best of it the second day at Pan IT World of Technology. Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. All right. That sounds like it. Thank you so much again for being here. Pradeep Bhargava gave us a wonderful summary of what we did yesterday. We have an amazing lineup of speakers, panelists, and experts in their subject domains with us today here, and they will be talking on different aspects. As we introduce, one main topic that we'll be covering today is AI, artificial intelligence, and the other topic is social impact, right? So quick recap from yesterday and why we have so many topics, how we have stitched this together. So for the entire conference, if you have now seen the agenda, you have seen there are 6 tracks running. We covered 4 tracks yesterday in parallel sessions. 2 was running here, 2 was running on the other side. We started with India and innovation, right? So we covered what is happening in India and how do we innovate, right? And prior to that, if you would have seen, we covered the topic where Mr. A.S. Kiran said we can innovate with less and in a resource-constrained environment. You know, we had, before that, we had Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan talking about making India a research powerhouse, right? And we had a similar entire track dedicated to what we are doing in research, and we had speakers and eminent personalities coming and talking to us on that, right? And we did talk about AI and what is the impact of generative AI going to be on humankind as well from Mr. Anton. And today we will dive deeper into the domain of AI. We have an amazing line of speakers there coming from all the big companies and small companies that you could think are working in the AI, are creating impact in AI. And when we talk about impact, it's not just about building solutions or creating impact, it's about reaching that scale as well, which is where, if you see yesterday, we had discussions on the topic of how do we use technology to create impact, but at the same time, how we use the technology to create and reach the last milestone of humankind or population or demographics that we have. India is indeed a diverse country, right? And lately, what we have is seen the impact of digital infrastructure. So the second half of the session, what we saw here was digital economy. We had people here who have built UIDI, who have built Aadhaar systems, who have been innovating from RBI, not just the policy and governance side, which most of us mostly interact with, but people who have been driving the fintech side of it, which we have seen. We saw what the impact of ONDC is going to be, and we did see what healthcare in India is going to do for all of us. What UPI and NPCI did about 10, 15 years back to payments, which you see now is almost second to nothing. We almost use it as it's ever existed. The impact of UPI, if you see, many of us have stopped using credit cards. We're not taking money on credit. We are ready to pay today because of the impact and the convenience which UPI gives us. Isn't that amazing, right? We are not a credit economy versus some other countries. Now imagine all of that digital structure, infrastructure, giving you control of your medical records. And that is what we discussed yesterday with Sri Prashant Garg, who was here from the NHA office. He's the CEO of the National Health Authority, right? So continuing on the same sequence, we have amazing line of speakers today. We'll start with two fireside chats, which I'll introduce in a bit. Going on from there, we have the AI track. We'll talk to various speakers. On the other side, we'll talk about social impact. And then towards the end of the session, we'll wrap it up with all the workshops, all the messages that have come, and we'll introduce you to what is going to happen next with the Pan IT. With that, I would like to close this session and start our fireside chat, which is the next one on the agenda. For that, I would like to introduce the panelists for our first fireside chat of the day. So the topic of this fireside chat is scaling with customer-focused approach. We all hear about why we have to be customer-centric. Everyone talks about it, but there is a difference to how it gets done actually. And for that, we have none other than Prashant Pitti. He's the co-founder of EaseMyTrip. Under his leadership, EaseMyTrip became one of the very few tech companies in the world that bootstrapped itself all the way to the IPO. So he's the co-founder, and under his leadership, EaseMyTrip became one of the first few tech companies in the world where long-term business, strategy, merger acquisitions, marketing, public relations, and investor and branding development is under him. He's also been the co-founder of a social app which crossed 63 million users worldwide. And before his entrepreneurial journey, Prashant has worked at Capital One and HSBC Bank in the US. He's done his undergrad from IIT Madras. And besides his work, he loves reading, playing chess, practice boxing. Be careful out there. Meditating and spending quality time with friends and family. In conversation with Prashant is we have none other than our very own and beloved PG, as we all know it, Mr. Pradeep Gupta. He's the chairman of Cyber Media Group, the specialty media house with brands like DataQuest, PC Quest, Voice and Data, DARE, CIOL, Global Services. He was conferred as the National Entrepreneurship Award as the best mentor by the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India. Entrepreneur Park, Delhi, and Bhubaneswar. He's the co-founder of India Angel Network, and as an angel investor, has mentored over 250 startups across various domains. He's the past president of Pan IT Alumni India and the Association of Indian Magazines. He's the recipient of Distinguished Alumni Award at IIT Delhi and IIM Calcutta, and the Helen Keller Award for working in the disability sector. He's an engineer from IIT Delhi, one of my beloved seniors as well, and an MBA from IIM Calcutta. Mr. Prashant, Mr. Pradeep, can we please have you on the stage, sir?
Okay. It's on? Yeah.
Yep, working.
Okay, good morning, and may I request everybody to move up front. There are plenty of seats here, and it will be good for us to be able to see our audience more clearly. So the more you can move up in front, the better it is for us.
And yeah, we are not stand-up comedians, so we are not going to roast you.
I know. There's an old IIT tradition of always sitting in the back, and that is why I just sort of urged everybody to come up front. Okay, that is good, and now the hall is also looking full.
They can ignore the last few chairs.
Okay, so wonderful having you here, Prashant, and IIT Madras. So why don't you just share a very brief sketch of till you started EaseMyTrip?
Till I started EaseMyTrip?
Yeah. After that,
no problem.
Move on to another segment.
Regular all Delhi boy. Wanted to be as far away as from family, so that's why I chose IIT Madras. That was the only reason. Studied there for 4 years. I was barely at IIT Madras. My then girlfriend was in Bangalore. She was 3 years senior to me. So she had a job in Bangalore. So I literally, stayed with her most of the time and would just go to campus to write exams. And then afterwards, I got a job at Capital One, directly from IIT Madras. So moved to Richmond, Virginia. Worked there for 2 years. Then switched to HSBC in Chicago. And then I was very sure that I want to go back and start something. And that's how EaseMyTrip happened.
Wonderful. So, your profs at IIT Madras, how would they describe you?
Oh, they would describe me absentee.
Okay.
In fact, I remember this. One of the professors at Physics 101, or no, not Physics 101, some other professor, but physics professor, he said that if Prashant and one more person attends the class, he would not take attendance and he would assume everybody's present.
Wonderful, wonderful. And how would your batchmates describe you?
My batchmates would describe me as a person who always was extremely big proponent of staying in India. And, almost all throughout my IIT, I would advise people to not to write GRE. And then, unfortunately, I got a job at Capital One. Almost everybody had applied for Capital One. And I was planning to not to apply for that job because I just didn't want to go out of India. And for the 4 years, this is what I've been telling my friends, that we need to be in India. We need to create jobs in India. We need to be entrepreneurs over here. And then the Capital One came in and my friend said that, Hona to hai nahi. Everybody's going to apply and they're going to take one or two. So you
Practice hi ho jayegi.
So you might as well just go and enjoy the interview process. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Why would I get it? They only usually take one or two people. So after like 20 odd rounds of interview, which happened for 2 days, and I was good enough in fooling them that I deserve that spot. And then it was too late to back out, because then everybody would just beat me to death that I got the job and I did not go. So it would be called as RG ho jati na pure college ko ki ek job kha gaya. So I had to go.
Okay. So now let's start with the EaseMyTrip part. And you are a person who has broken a lot of conventional wisdom. So let me start off by getting into the travel business, because Make My Trip was already there, right?
Make My Trip, Clear Trip, Yatra,
Clear
Ixigo,
Trip,
IBO,
Yatras,
they all existed.
Ixigo. So
Everybody
there were huge number
it.
of people already there. And one of the wisdom that is always given by investors to startups is, oh, listen, this space is now already gone. I mean, this is taken. There are so many people already there. Pick up a new area and so on. So why did you pick up?
No, it's a great question, and almost every time I get this question asked, basically, it's not that we chose the industry chose us. My two younger brothers, 100 times more brilliant than I am, while I was working in the US, they actually started a mom and pop travel agency called as Duke Travel Agency. Now, these two youngsters, one was in school and one was in college, started Duke Travel Agency, and they managed to, basically piss off some people at Air Deccan. What they did was they actually hacked Air Deccan in year 2006 and or 2007. Do you guys remember 1 rupee air ticket? Air Deccan used to do 1 rupee air ticket. So thanks to my two young brilliant brothers, we would get all that 1 rupee air ticket.
Oh, wonderful.
And then they would sell it off either on profit or they would just waste it. And people at Air Deccan got sick and tired of them just taking all the tickets. So they said that, hey, if you guys are so brilliant, why don't you take North India agency of Air Deccan? So this is how Duke Travel Agency started. And Duke Travel Agency was doing decently okay because it was the entire distributorship of North India. And I'm like, this is the perfect time to go back, and then we
But
together.
then they lost a lot of money also.
Oh
right?
yeah, I lost a lot of money. They were doing okay. So move back to India. We said, okay, let's create a 2.0 version of Duke Travel Agency and let's start EaseMyTrip, which is basically completely online, and let's serve people. And oh boy, in the second month of me coming back, we lost 26 lakh rupees. A lot of money. That was a lot of money for a bootstrap founders like us. Almost the entire saving or whatever I could save in the US. We lost 26 lakh overnight. And I'm not going to get into detail how we lost it, but we lost it. And, I almost thought that I'm going to write to my boss in the US, sorry, please take me back. But then sanity or insanity prevailed. And we said, let's give it another go. And since then, EaseMyTrip has never come to a place where we were about to shut.
So what did you do differently? You're number 2 today. So what was it?
So firstly, we didn't do much differently. Firstly, in my first trip when I came back to India was actually to Bangalore. I thought, hey, I'm like a guy, IIT, US, I may be able to raise some funds, right? So Bangalore was the Makkah and Medina to raise funds. I came to Bangalore immediately after coming to India. And I thought, oh boy, I'm going to get money very easy, right? That's what my thought was. And damn, I almost got laughed off in various investors meetings that, hey, you're too late to start this. So many people have already started this. We have picked our bets. I remember people I met in those days, and they were right. We did not realize that how many people have come in this industry and they have done so wonderfully well for themselves. And everybody had picked their bet. So we couldn't raise money. I stayed away for 3-4 days. And then I realized that there's no point even having a follow-up meeting. It's very clear and evident that this space is completely overfilled and oversubscribed. And then we went back to our business. The business at that time was not, excuse me. No, it's okay. The business at that time was not basically serving consumers, but it was actually serving travel agents. The first version of EaseMyTrip was basically a software for travel agents. Since we were a travel agent ourselves, we knew how could we serve travel agents better. That was the first version of EaseMyTrip. So I remember after 1 or 2 days of meeting investors, I just went about meeting travel agents in Bangalore and to do my business. And for the first 3 years, we basically just targeted travel agents. But I have the honor to speak to all of you because I think we went this way. We created a product we created basically a utility first, and then we moved to the product. For the first 3 years, it was a B2B company, and then we became B2C company. And that is how we were able to create our software, relationship with airlines, learn about the operations, and then become a consumer company. Right now, 97% of our business is consumer. Almost 20 million people use us on annual basis to book their flights and hotels and buses and everything. But had we started competing with MakeMyTrips or the likes of them in the beginning, there was no chance we could have survived. Right. So I actually say this often. The best way to become a product is actually to surrogate yourself into it by starting as a service first. Start as a service, surrogate yourself in, and then start competing with the products.
Right. So new wisdom number 1 is that you can enter into a crowded space also, but pick your spot beautifully. Yeah. And if you can do that, then you can really...
I can only speak from the hindsight perspective. At that time, we did not know what we were doing. Now I can connect the dots and can say that, yes, it would have worked only this way. It could not have worked any other way.
Wonderful. Okay, now conventional wisdom number 2, right? Which is that you do an angel round, then you do a series A, series B. And more important than that, you burn money. Because, until and unless you burn money, investors say, "Arey, you're not burning money. something must be wrong with you, right? That is the typical kind of a thing. But you have never burnt money after that initial stage. So, why did you think that you need to do it differently?
I mean, it's good, right? That if we could do it profitably. I mean, the thing was that we, in the first 6 years of EaseMyTrip, we had only invested 15 lakh rupees in the company. And that too, it's not like ek saath 15 lakh rupees laga diye. 5 lakh, 4 lakh, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, like that. Because we come from a humble background and that's all we could afford. So we did put a little bit amount of money, and the only thought process was that, we cannot afford to let it go. I mean, not having a plan B is a great plan A, right? So that was something which kept us going. For the first 6-7 years, we were on zero salary. It was barely breaking even for first 6-7
Yeah,
years.
but there was no temptation, at least let's say after 3-4 years, to go and do an angel round.
We tried multiple times.
Oh, okay.
Till year 2015, we tried. And I believe that people were right. We exist purely because of our hustle. Otherwise, we were written off all this while. I have read our obituary multiple times myself. Our competitors would start spreading this thing, right? Saying that, hey, EaseMyTrip paisa hi nahi unke paas, so kya jiyenge, kab tak jiyenge, right? So I must have read and heard about it from the airlines. Sir, tum to band hone wale the na? Nahi, hum hain, abhi bhi hai. So after 2015, things started changing, and we did get quite a few VCs and PEs as well who were interested in EaseMyTrip. But the business was growing at 75% annually while making profit. So, I remember this very clearly, that there was one VC who came to our office, understood everything in year 2015, and offered us $57 million check for certain equity in the company at that moment. And his advice was basically to go all out and use that money to basically promote EaseMyTrip even further. And we felt like that would make us be in red, and we have always been in green. So we said that we accept your money. Thank you so much for this check, but we are going to put this money in the FD, and you are going to get your, that's the best use we can do with your money right now. We are growing at 75% per annum. We don't feel the need to grow by 150%, 200% per annum. And that's the best we could do. And he took his check and he went back.
Okay, so new wisdom number 2 is that, there was life before the word burn rate was discovered, all right, in the mid-90s. And I think that is, again, a very, very old traditional wisdom that we should go back to. Okay, so so now EaseMyTrip is established and so on. Okay, and you do an IPO. And I think one of those rare cases of startups, I think the only example of, perhaps I can think of 1 or 2 more examples of companies which have straight away gone and done their IPO. All right. So that was yet again one break which was there. You could have taken that $17 million and so on. So, just share the IPO journey.
See, again, I'll go back in time in year 2019. We clearly understood that a private equity or, an investor money wouldn't make sense for us because we are growing and we are growing profitably. So then a couple of bankers approached us and said that, hey, I mean, you probably are very well poised to be a listed company. So why not even think about that? And the primary reason for us to go public were 2, and I could be extremely honest around it. First is that we were 100% bootstrap, right? We 3 brothers owned 100% of the shares. So we had no idea of what value have we created. There is no external money which has ever come inside. So we did not know for the last 12 years what value have we created for ourselves, for our employees, for ourselves. So that was reason number 1, why we wanted to understand what value it has been created for EaseMyTrip. And second was obviously by having large number of shareholders who are your well-wishers, who hold your shares, also promotes the company. Right now, EaseMyTrip has about 6 lakh people who hold their shares. And half the time people say they use EaseMyTrip, half the time people say they are the shareholders of the EaseMyTrip, which is a very proud feeling, right? To have so many shareholders. And I believe that they are doing a very good job in promoting EaseMyTrip right now, which is telling people that why not use EaseMyTrip instead of others, who's a homegrown company, not charging convenience fees, one of the best services, and other things. So I think that by getting listed, we did the right thing for the company.
Wonderful. And within that year, you finished the year at 8,000 crores and 130 crore profit, right?
Last year, our GMV was 8,000 crores and profit after tax was 140 crores.
140 crores. A big round of applause for a great journey that has been there. But even this year, you are growing at. Okay, so before that, a few very quickies. How would your employees describe you?
Oh, they are not over here, right? Well, depends, right? Many of my employees have seen me through various phases. And of course, I wasn't born as an entrepreneur. So I am also learning as we speak. I think the first 5 years, I was very relentless, very task oriented, very brutal at some level. I would say the first 5 years. And then I did a lot of vipassana. I did a lot of meditation uh,
Now
to
team building and all
to
those.
got better. And I found people to outsource the job, to yell at people, and I be the calmer guy.
So now you have an HR department.
Yeah.
and
So now we have other people to say things, and I just go on and say nicer things. So I think no, overall people would say that I have a very high level of expectation from myself. And since I have a very high level of expectation for myself, it keeps people on their toes by itself.
And how would your shareholders describe you?
Shareholders, I mean, yesterday this happened. I was eating pani puri before coming last night, and I wanted to see how Bangalore's pani puri is. And there was a girl next to me, and like, "You're Prashant Piti, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." Like, "I'm one of your shareholders." I'm like, "Oh wow, thank you." Like, "Thank you for making money for us." I'm like, "Great." So I guess since our share has went up by 3.5, 4 times since the listing, people have made good money, and I'm glad they did.
Good. And because there are a lot of technology people here, so a very quick question on that. What were some of the technological changes that you brought about? WhatsApp, for instance, you went and so on, which created a difference. And looking ahead with Gen AI coming and so on, what do you think are some of the changes over the next 5 to 10 years that you see technology bringing about in the travel business?
I have a very hot take of what changes we're gonna see in travel industry, and could be controversial as well. I believe that uh, hotel industry is going to be massively disrupted. The way I see 10 years from now, specifically hotel industry is going to be massively disrupted. You're going to have using quantum computers which are coming, using the AI which is happening right now. I believe that the traveling salesman problem will be solved. And I'm sure many of you would be aware of our traveling salesman problem, which is not solved yet, would be solved. And with that, we will basically start seeing a lot of pods which are self-driven. And these pods probably will have a bed, a coffee table, a coffee maker, and you just get inside that pod and it takes you from point A to point B while you're sleeping at the night. So a lot of hotels which are used for overnight stays might actually just vanish. A lot of hotels which are next to the airport probably won't exist 10 years from now. I believe that similarly, I think world is moving towards de-infrastructuralization. Earlier, we had developed nations because they had big infrastructures. Now we are going to see developing nations take the next leap, because infrastructures won't even be required. That's what I think technology is going to do in the next 10 odd years. But that's just my take. I have so many other takes as well. So I would rather be quiet because many of them are very controversial in nature. Yes.
My last set of questions, Prashant Pitti, the person. Okay, how would your father describe you?
How would I? I mean, I wish he describes me the way I want me to be described. But I think overall, our parents are decently proud of us. We come from a very humble background. And, I think he feels proud to say that we have created something. We are three brothers. We are still working together. We are still living together. Overall, I think we are three brothers. We all have taken very different aspect of our father. And I was telling this to my mother, that I realized that our father is the best of all three. What my youngest brother might have taken from my father is he's extremely hardworking. Like, He can work for 18, 20 hours non-stop, sleep for 2, 3 hours and still go back to work. Rikant, extremely, extremely hardworking. Nishant, my younger brother, he's extremely daring. Like nobody can dare to speak in front of him. He's that kind of daring person in a good way. He commands respect wherever he goes. And I think what I may have borrowed from my father is just being extremely high on integrity. I believe that I sleep better if somebody has to pay me, but I don't have to pay anyone. I keep all the accounts, everything extremely clear, and I just wish that people treat me the way I want them to be treated. So that's all.
And how would your wife describe you?
I don't think so. Any entrepreneur's wife would describe them nicely. I'm always missing. I'm not around kids. I'm not around her. Yesterday also we had a small fight where she's like, "You never listen to me." So that's probably how I know how she would describe me. I hope that she describes me better behind my back, but in front of me, this is how she describes me.
And your children.
Sorry?
And your children.
My children are 8 and 6. They are too young to know that their father has flaws. Right now, they think that their dad is a superhero. I hope that I can continue to make them think that way. But eventually, we all find flaws in our parents. So will they.
Ladies and gentlemen, Prashant Pitti.
Right. Thank you, Pradeep sir. Thank you, Prashant. Could I please request Mr. Pradeep to come and share a token of appreciation with them? Right. Thank you. We move on to our next fireside chat of the day, and this is again a very special one. We're going to talk about the role of economic development in industrial growth. Our esteemed panelist for this one is Mrs. Gunjan Krishna, IAS. She's Commissioner of Industrial Development and the Director of Industries and Commerce, Government of Karnataka. Let me allow to introduce Mrs. Gunjan. She is a 2004 batch IAS officer of the Karnataka cadre and a winner of the Subhash Dua Memorial Gold Medal for Best Performance in IAS Professional Training. In a recent stint as Principal Consultant, NEGD, Karnataka, she was instrumental in developing Mobile Governance Blueprint and successfully running the e-procurement portal. Later, as MD of KSIIDC, she was responsible for planning and development of the airport infrastructure in Karnataka. And we've seen how beautiful our Bangalore airport is. She is the first women commissioner of industries in Karnataka and guided formulation of multiple policies such as the new industrial policy 2020-2025, ESDM, new EV policy, aerospace and defense policy, data employment, and in the state that focus on developing clusters across sectors. As a result of these policies and efforts taken for the investors' outreach, Karnataka garnered 38% of the total FDI flow into the country. And I think that's a laudable. Ladies and gents, can we please have a round of applause as I invite Mrs. Gunjan Krishna on stage. Please, ma'am. A few more words as on her. During the COVID pandemic, she coordinated with BEL as the state's single point of contact to ensure manufacturing and timely delivery of 30,000 ICU ventilators. As a commissioner of industries, she was instrumental in organizing the highly successful Global Investor Meet Invest Karnataka 2022, which was inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister himself. The event saw a large participation of industry leaders and was successful in attracting 9.8 lakh crores of investments to the state, including investments in some of the new age sectors such as green hydrogen, electronics, lithium-ion cells, and e-mobility. In conversation, we have our Professor V. Rami Anshuman, He's a professor of finance and accounting and the chairperson from IIM Bangalore. Professor Ansuman's research interests cover the area of market microstructure, capital markets, corporate financial management issues in emerging markets. His publications have appeared in the Review of Financial Studies, Journal of Financial Economics, Journal of Financial Markets, and he has co-authored a book titled Valuation, Analyzing Global Investment Opportunities. In addition to his experience in academia, he has consulted with various blue chip companies. He's a member of the Certification, Formulation, and Testing Committee, CFTC, and Futures and Options, FNO Executive Committee of the National Stock Exchange, which we know as NSE. He's a PhD in finance from University of Utah, USA, and a BTech from IIT Kanpur, India. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Saurabh. Appreciate it. First of all, it's my pleasure to invite Mrs. Gunjan Krishna. She's a really accomplished person. And today, my questions to her would be 4 parts. First, I'll start with some personal things about you, if you don't mind. This is a fireside chat, and we need to have some excitement here. So I hope you'll be able to provide some tidbits about your personal life. Then I'll get on to what you have been doing in the government. And also our audience would like to know, how does the government work? Like how you started with an economics graduate, like as an economics graduate. Then you also did some law, right? But how did you end up in MSMEs? Like, do you force your way through that, or how does the process work, right? So that's the second part of my list of questions. The third part would be more about current policy initiatives which have been happening in the last few years. And the final part will be the future projections, what you have. So that's the breakup, so that everybody has an idea where we are headed. So let's start with your personal life, right from your parents, your siblings, your schooling, and how did you end up in this career?
Thank you so much, Ravi. It's a pleasure to be here. Talking about your personal journey, it's always, I feel serendipity has been a part of my life. Things happened to me, not that I planned, but they did happen. And I'm thankful for that to God that they happened well. I did my schooling. I come from a small town called Meerut. Many of you would know, very close to Delhi. And I studied in school, Sophia Girls School there. At class, when I passed out from 12th, and I was like, what should I do? My parents definitely were very interested that I get into engineering. That is the option number 1 for anybody who does science, especially PCM. But I had other plans, and I wanted to go to Delhi and do economics. And my father tried very hard not to let me go. So what he said is like, I'm not going to pay for your hostel and all. So what I did is, like, for first year of my college, I got into LSR, Lady Shri Ram College. I every day traveled in the morning by the bus and came back by the bus. So that was an interesting start of my journey. When it comes to the IES, like how did I get into this? Again, serendipity. I was thinking, I did as you mentioned correctly, I did economics and then I did law, and I was thinking of pursuing hard studies, going abroad, and I had taken my GMAT also, got a good score. And I happened to be talking to my roommate, Fatima is her name, and I was discussing that, why everybody says that this exam is the most difficult exam. I would, just try it, just a thought came to my mind. And my parents had also said that it would be nice if you take this exam, to be honest. And she got 2 forms. And she had got 2 forms, and she was planning to take the exam. And she got 2 forms, one for herself and one for her then boyfriend. And luckily for me, on that day, her boyfriend didn't turn up. So the boyfriend didn't turn up, I got the form. Otherwise, I would not have done the effort of going to the UPSC and picking up the form. So I'm internally thankful, and she doesn't, lose any chance reminding me that because of her, I'm here.
Thank her boyfriend also.
The boyfriend she's married to someone else, thankfully. So And then, of course, when I entered the IS, and before that, I had done some work in NHRC because law was my thing, and I worked on human trafficking, and some of the work that we had done on working out all the legal regime on the trafficking was published by NHRC. So it comes as a whole book, which under NHRC publication. See, IS is one such, it gives you an opportunity. It's like consultancy. Like if you go to McKinsey and BCG, you are working on different problems and you learn while, doing your work. So it's a very exciting. And right from the first posting, you are at the leadership stage. So you are actually working as a leader, whether you're leading a subdivision or you're leading a district, and then you are leading a department, and you can be put in any position. So there is nothing, I cannot plan what would be my next posting be. So I can be today working in industries, tomorrow in agriculture, or third day in some other work. So it is like it depends on our political masters.
So I have a question on that. I mean, if you look back, the civil services basically started with the British and all that. And there was a need for very generalist kind of people, right? Today's world is much more complex. So how has IAS system evolved to accommodate specialists, or do they still believe in a generalist approach? Like today you are in industries, tomorrow you could be in fisheries, day after tomorrow you can be in some other thing. So it seems like some general skills are obviously required, but to what extent has specialization come to matter? Because today's world is much more complex. All bureaucrats need to know things in much more depth. And to what extent does this trade-off work out currently?
So to my mind, there's no trade-off because when exam is taken, we have wide diversity. So you have people, somebody from economics getting into, somebody from IIT getting into, you have medical profession people getting into. So you have those skill set available when at the entry level itself. Second is we also have access to all the specialists and professionals. So it's not that we are not taking advice. But having said that, sometimes specialization does give a tunnel vision because you are deep into your field. You're not able to look into the context in which the policy has to be made. So for that context, the generalist, because the idea that we are put in one department and the totally different department gives us a wider perspective. The how the world, and the first posting which a young IS officer gets is in the rural areas, is in the Mofussil town. So you understand what is happening from the agriculture to health, and as a district collector, as a CO Zilla Parishad, you are essentially looking out after the entire development work. So you are not just looking at one particular department, you are looking at irrigation, you are looking at agriculture, you're looking at health, you're looking at everything, rural development, you're looking at self-help groups, you're looking at the financial industrial development. So you have this idea and these skill set that you acquire, the decision making becomes very, very important part. And you always, one thing I must say is that we always take record. You talked about mobile governance. I have not done, I'm not from IIT, I am not an engineer, but I was able to design the entire mobile governance framework very well, and it was recognized by the World Government Conference. Is essentially because that I consulted everybody, but I have the domain knowledge, what will work and what will not work, and that helps. Of course, and we have education in career in between. We can always go, and there are so many people who go specialize in certain areas. There are PhDs, there are people who are working.
Yeah, several civil servants continue to do a PhD. I remember Mr. Baijal, I think, in the Disinvestment Commission. He's written a book, and he did a PhD in UK.
So the present finance secretary, very few people will know, has written a book on derivatives.
Okay, who? Ajay Seth?
No, TV Somnathan.
TV Somanathan, yes, of course, yes. Okay, great. So coming back to what's happening in India right now, and I want to reserve the future part to later, but can you tell us what's happening in the last few years, let's say 5, 6, 10 years, on policy initiatives in industrial development. Because, you know, industrial development is the key to economic growth. And if you think about strategic strengths of any nation, there are two aspects to it. The defense aspect, as you know, the defense capabilities. But as the name suggests, it's all about defense. The offense comes from economic growth. Unless you have economic growth, you can't strategically position yourself in the Committee of Nations. So it's extremely important, especially for our country at the stage of growth we are, to really catch up on economic growth, because if we don't have economic growth, everything else won't matter. And for economic growth, one of the fastest ways is industrial development, right? And so, but the challenge we have right now is we need to have nuanced economic growth. It can't just be GDP growth. The developments which are happening right now, the China plus one. So we have to reposition our economic growth in such a way that we fit into the global value chains. And to that extent, what's been happening in the last few years? Can you just elaborate on that?
So, so I totally agree with you, because the might of a nation does not alone come from its defense might, but from the economic might. And that is why, if you look at it, ever since liberalization took place in 1990s and thereafter, it is where, you know, the stature of India grew on the world scenario. And right now, why India is toast of the world is essentially because of that. Because if you look at the data in the past 10 years, and I'll talk about India, and then I'll come to Karnataka, because that is where, you know, I am serving. We've been growing at a very good rate. And in the past few years, India is the only country which is growing at 6 to 7% rate of growth. Now, in this scenario, and also we have seen after COVID, there has been a shift. Now, the shift that we are seeing is in the global supply chain. One shift, we see what's happening between China and the US, and that is leading to China plus one. There are, you know, people looking at diversifying their supply chain. The other shift you see between European Union and Russia, again, that is going to weaken, and that will give opportunities to countries like India. And the third shift you see is between the ASEAN nations. In the ASEAN nations, there's a lot of increase in the trade within the ASEAN countries. So these are the dynamic shifts that we are seeing. And within that, what we are also seeing is that these companies are not just looking at cost efficiency. Cost efficiency, hitherto during the globalization time, is the cost efficiency. Lowest companies were actually running after the lowest cost places. But right now, what they're looking at resilience, because we have seen during the COVID times how the supply chains got disrupted. So here, people are looking at resilience. Now, you need to have, you know, redundancy in supply chain, and how to ensure, and there is a friendly shoring of supply chain. So in that respect, India is very well placed. We are placed geographically in a way that hitherto companies were only looking at India as a, you know, we have a huge population. So of course, look at India as the market. But what now countries are looking at, both as a market and the for export. And that ways we are very well positioned. The way we are located, we can serve both the Eastern markets and the Western markets. So that is like advantage us. And in that, what government has been doing is, if you look at Government of India, we have Gati Shakti, where we have put 1.2 trillion US dollar, you know, for developing the infrastructure. We are looking at Sagar Malas, all these road infrastructure development. Now coming to Karnataka. Karnataka, for the past 10 years, we've been growing at the rate of 12.4%. Now, 12.4% is a huge, this is higher than the average of India. And here again, the focus has been that how we become an integral part of global value chain. And we have had, you know, government has started with production linked incentives. The idea is that, you know, values which are coming from outside, we will be able to capture it. In Karnataka also, we have this industrial policy, and the whole policy focus has been how Karnataka becomes an integral part of the global value chain. And for that, we look at the factors of production, because how do you ensure that the factors of production, be it finance, be it the skilled part of the, and be it, you know, your lands availability, the technology availability, all of them are easy for the people. So that is, again, we worked out a turnover based incentive in which export is included. Important part is, of course, ease of doing business, because if we compare ourselves with countries like Vietnam, Philippines, and all, they have much more ease. And that is something that we need to have, ensure that there is truly a single window, and investors find it's very easy to invest. And if we are able to crack this, the kind of we have got the number of people who are interested in coming into India. Like you said, 38% of foreign direct investment. We are always at the top 3. Now we have to focus in how we deepen the value chain. You have got, you know, Foxconn, which is doing the EMS, you know, the value created is only 5 to 10% there. Can we get more electronic component manufacturing? Can we, in aerospace and defense, again, Karnataka is number 1. If you see all the 3 parts, whether it's aerostructures, in engine design, or you're looking at avionics, in all these 3 sectors, Karnataka is doing very well. We are the number 1 when it comes to R&D, because R&D is where the IP gets created at the maximum value. Semiconductor again. So what we have done is we have created this domain, EV policies, aerospace and defense policy, looking into account that how we can capture the maximum part of the global supply chain.
Yeah, good, interesting point, and I'll relate it to something which Mr. Prashant Bitte said just in the previous fireside chat. I mean, initially, we may not be up the value chain, we may not be doing things which are very product related, but you got to start somewhere. And so, like he pointed out, he started with services, provide a utility, and then you move to the product. Likewise, India also will get its time. So we might be doing a lot of, you know, service kind of business, like all the software business, but now we will move towards more products and more innovation which is tailored to our requirements. We have a huge market, and that market itself can take care of innovations which happen in India. So I think that focus is one of the things which Make in India and all is doing. So can you talk a little bit about the Make in India kind of stuff, and to what extent Karnataka has been at the forefront of this?
So I will interpret Make in India is essentially that we get more and more manufacturing capabilities of the complex products within the country. And Make in India also means innovate in India. So we need to have a lot more innovations coming out of India. So the focus here is that we innovate, we build products which can compete in the world market. And there are a number of people who are doing that. Having said that, we also ensure that, so I don't believe personally that we should have huge tariff structure and then we stop the other people, because then our consumers would be paying for, you know, increased tariff. What we need to ensure is that we get companies coming from outside, at the same time companies from within. And for that, what we do is that, suppose any company, say I'll just give an EMS, iPhone manufacturing companies here, then we talk to them. We ask them, who all are your vendors? Now, these are the list of the vendors. If they can come from outside, good, because our people will get trained. But having said that, there would be people within our state, within our country, who can be developed to reach to that particular level. So then we do this massive exercise of the vendor development with each and every. And as a result of it, if you look at it, when we got iPhone manufacturing, now we have companies which are going to do the casing, which is the component, you know, going deeper inside. Then we have their camera module will be made here. The packaging part is also going to be done there. Your casing for your watches and your MacBook Air would also be done here. So you just have to keep going and ensuring that we have this value chain capture along with the focus. Say, for example, when I talked about 85 plus fabless chip design companies that are located here. So R&D is something that we need to spend more and more money in. Karnataka, again, was the first one. We started with SUFFLE, where we were looking at some design-linked incentives, this to give it to our people who are coming. So that again part. Also, we need to look at which are the areas in which government can really incentivize, because there are certain areas of working in R&D where the entry barrier is very high. It becomes very difficult for a normal person to enter. Maybe, if I talk about NVIDIA's chip and the kind of designing that, maybe it's very difficult for someone, even a youngster, a brightest youngster from IIT to enter that. But there are newer technology that are coming where the entry levels are barriers are low. So let's focus on that. So R&D, definitely getting maximum number of people from abroad in all emerging technologies. So we created a framework where we say, first is we give focus to all those industries which has the highest value addition, GVA we talk. Second is those places where employment generation is the maximum. And third is never, let emerging technology go out of sight. So you always focus on emerging technology because those are the technology which will give you edge in the future. So we have these three-pronged strategy, not that one is given preference over the other, but we work on all these three in Karnataka. And the building blocks is your infrastructure, your ease of doing business, creating a skill set that is required, providing logistic ease, and of course social infrastructure, because if anybody is coming from outside would require the schools, the hospitals, the colleges, everything put together for a quality living.
Excellent points you've made. And just touching upon the fact that you would rather have outsiders come in, so there's more collaboration and we learn along the way. So what do you think about, and this is a more national level question I'm asking, is dispute resolution? Like if you want to get a lot of foreign capital in, I mean, our track record in ease of enforcing contracts is quite bad. I mean, in the set of nations, we rank about 178 out of 189 or something on ease of enforcing contracts. And there are various reasons for it. Our system works in such a way that the judiciary can interfere in the arbitration process also, if there are public policy issues involved. And then, of course, it's subject to interpretation. Judges might interpret public policy implications in different ways, and the implication sometimes is very broad, and that could lead to continuous engagement. In fact, the stats show that enforcing contracts, once you end up in some dispute, about 24 months are lost in lower courts, first instance. Another 12 months is lost at high court level, and as much as about 48 months at the Supreme Court level. So for a total of 7 years, and about 40 to 50% of the value is eroded in that process. So dispute resolution is very important. We need to have quick dispute resolution. There are constraints, but the reason I'm asking that is you pointed out that we would like to have outside capital come in, and this is a big constraining factor. And what do you think about it in general?
So the focus is not just on the outside capital. Focus is to get more and more private capital to come within. So government spends, like when we talk about government should spend more. Of course, government should spend on these common goods, public goods, which are available to all. That is the best way, for an economy to grow. Your private investments from people, from industry should come more. And of course, to grow at a higher rate, you need a lot of FDI also coming in those sectors where the growth and the multiplier effect is higher. Now, talking about, courts and the system, in ease of doing business, which Government of India in doing business, the World Bank we had this specific section which was looking after only about the legal ease. And there the idea is to create more and more commercial courts. So you have dedicated commercial courts to resolve these disputes. So that has been created in Karnataka also. We have commercial courts. So these commercial courts are there to ensure that these disputes are taken care of. Of course, depending upon the companies, you may have sometimes, that Indian courts take up things. Sometimes there are courts, in Singapore, we have a lot of arbitration happening in Singapore and London. So this is something which is constantly evolving, like ease of doing business, like we have, ease the processes of registering a company, incorporating a company. Similarly, lots of work have been identified And most of now, if you saw during the COVID times, the entire courts, they did
Online.
not come to standstill. They were doing everything online. So there are new avenues. It's a, works
Process.
in progress. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so last couple of questions. One is, to what extent do bureaucrats, top-level bureaucrats, face the kind of sword on their neck sort of thing with the CVC and all? How does it hamper decision making? Because many times in these disputes, especially, the bureaucrats are bound to contest, and if they don't contest, even though they might privately feel that the dispute, I mean, deserves some compensation or something like that, but they're hesitant to do that because of all vigilance kind of concerns and all. To what extent is that, like, from your personal experience? I keep hearing that, so maybe it's Trey, maybe it's pervasive. What do you think?
Yeah, so it is definitely true because, see, the cases like when I talk about this, the coal case, where one of
Yeah.
our very esteemed colleague, was put behind bars. Or you saw the 4G and the CAG report. Now, CAG, all notional losses. I'm not the person to speak about it because, so if, like in the entrepreneurship, now if you're doing an entrepreneurship and if you have to take 100 decisions in a day, and believe me, we take lots of decisions. It's IS or our public service is all about decision making, to be honest. And 100 decision any normal person will take, few of them will be wrong, and not wrong because they're done with intention to harm. There may be people like that also, but genuine mistakes can also happen.
Yeah,
Or your judgment, you cannot foresee the future,
Yeah.
that may also
You're
happen.
taking risks, so sometimes things may
Yeah.
not pan out.
So in hindsight, everybody is wise, but when it comes to, looking at it, you have to weigh, and then accordingly decisions have to be taken. So of course, if uh, that decision paralysis can definitely happen. And of course, nobody wants, after retirement also to be penalized for something that you have done 20 years in the genuine interest of the people. So that definitely. And one thing is, like, because, we as bureaucrats are always, it's something that we have to live. We are not supposed to be seen. We're supposed to be work. We are like nameless, faceless people now. So in that regard, people don't really appreciate the kind of, ecosystem. Any decision that we take can have ramifications, and the number of stakeholders with very varied interest. So in that ecosystem, to take a decision is, and nowadays you have a competitive politics also.
Yes.
So it is not easy,
Okay, good.
to say the least.
Okay, I appreciate your perspective. One last question before we wind up, or they throw us out. What do you think about the future? Like, where are we headed in this process of going towards this China plus one? What are the challenges we're going to face, and how do you see it?
So I feel that this, we are at the pivotal point, borrowing from the theme. And we can definitely, we are in very, very good space. Only thing is that we have to make the maximum out of it. You see, economically, we are growing well. We have young population. We will be for 30 years going to have the largest working population. The demographic dividend is in our favor. We are getting capital. We are not short on dry powder, so to speak, that we cannot make things happen. Now, in that framework, we have to ensure just 2-3 things. And if we are able to do that, there is no force that we can be stopped. One is stability of policies.
Okay.
Because that is something any investor looks for, is that, there's a predictability of the system.
Okay.
So that is one. Second, I look at it as ease of doing business. Very, very important. No, because for any business person, for any industry, time is money. So if we can compress the time, we can ensure and learn from the best practices, then we are ensuring that, more and more businesses would come. That is, and of course, improve our infrastructure and improve our so that people find it easy, because you're not wasting time moving, you're not. So these are the three things. And we cannot take it, because we are the growing population, because we have a huge market. We cannot take it given. We are facing competitions for very small nations like Vietnam when it comes to. So they are getting some things right, and we are in that path that we should get those things right. And states, many good things that you keep on hearing, Karnataka versus Tamil Nadu,
yes.
Karnataka versus Telangana. So these are the good momentum that the country is having, where each state understand that to grow, you need to have more and more investments coming in, whether from the domestic or from abroad. So I think we can definitely become one of the largest and economies. Like we are talking about, we are the fifth largest. We can definitely become the third largest. And of course, we have this 30 years time period. But for that, the window, when I was talking to aerospace and defense industry, the amount of planes that we are buying, we are doing only build to design, like build to suit. They give us the design. But now companies have started that they design and they take the whole thing, they design, they make it, and they deliver it. So every sector that I see it, electric vehicle sector, aerospace and defense sector, electronic sectors, so many good things are coming out of that. Of course, our software sectors, the AI, the robotics, and all of that, so much quantum computing, all of that is coming. Only thing is that from the government part, we have to create this ecosystem, and from the people's part, all of us have to gear it together. It's a great time for nation building.
Okay, great. On that optimistic note, I'll wind up. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Kunjan Krishna and Professor Anshuman. Could I please invite onto the stage Mr. Suresh Moni? He's Professor Emeritus NMIMS and alumni of IIT Madras, to do the honors. Thank you. With that, I would like to invite on stage Ms. Melissa De Silva, Secretary at PAN-IT, for a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Saurav. I've definitely felt the warmth of the chats, and I hope you do too. I'm very happy that I'm given this opportunity to do the vote of thanks. Thank you, Ma'am Krishna, for joining us in this pivot journey. You are truly an inspiration to us all, men and women. Thank you, Prashant, for sharing your interesting journey to success. There's many in the audience you may have inspired to achieve success like yours. A special thank you to Mr. Gupta and Professor Anshuman for kindling the fire and for steering the conversation to give the audience a very enlightening and entertainment experience. Thank you all, and we look forward to having you at the other sessions. Thank you.
With that, we wrap up the first session. We'll break the room into two parts where we will conduct the AI discussions and panel sessions. And on the other side, we'll have social impact. On the first floor, we are having the startup engagement at strategy. And alternatively, we are also having discussions with the various alumni association presidents in the agenda room. So, ladies and gents, please let's step out, have a bit of networking, and join your respective sessions. Thank you. We'll begin in 15 minutes here.
Technology is a magical thing. It allows us to solve problems we couldn't solve before, do things we couldn't do before. And while that may be daunting for some and alarming to others, we believe technology enables us to achieve more. But for that to happen, you need the right kind of people. People that can apply technology to human needs and make you excited with what technology can do now, not years from now. That's why our purpose as Hexaware is to create smiles through great people and technology. It drives the passion of our colleagues every time we take on a challenge and raise the bar together. It fuels the excitement of our clients when we drive the growth of their business and the happiness of their customers. And it sparks a feeling of joy when you experience the products we've helped build that remove friction in your life.
Okay, so seems like we'll be starting off in the next 2 to 5 minutes. Is that correct? Perfect. Do we have our speakers here? Okay. Yeah, I can see some speakers. Got it? Okay. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the day 2 of the biggest technology and innovation conference of India, Pan IIT World of Technology 2023. This is the AI track. We call it leveraging AI. So supercharging AI is the theme of the day. And this is where we bring together India's sharpest brains and the most accomplished change makers, paving the path ahead for not just India, but the entire future of this planet. You've all heard some highly accomplished speakers and networked with potential friends and partners and colleagues and academicians yesterday on day 1. And I promise that day 2 will be beating that experience further. We have a lot of eminent speakers who are coming up today, wonderful panels on topics that mean a lot for all of us who are researching, building, and developing things in AI. I wanted to share a few thoughts before we start. So if you've joined us here today, there is one thing I can say with certain. You're not just someone who likes to predict where the world is headed. You're someone who acknowledges the power and responsibility you have as a builder, as a technologist, a founder, a researcher, maybe an educator or an investor. But most importantly, you're here because you're a visionary. And you can't resist the noble pull to build the future you envision. And we all share a common goal, which is to leave an everlasting legacy. So this track, the AI track, is the perfect space to discuss this idea of future building. Some people say the genie was let out of the bottle the day ChatGPT was announced. This is when it got on the lips of everyone. We were all talking about AI. A lot of you have been in AI for more than a decade, actually. In fact, as a 30-year-old, I first interacted with AI 10 years ago myself, and I find it almost laughable that, this is the pace of technology that we have all witnessed. It's quite insane. So we're entering a new world, and the technology is now accelerating at an exponential pace, a pace that is just too hard to keep up for anyone, for you, for me, and for the whole of humanity, for that matter. And AI is a very unique technology in many ways, and we're aware of that. And what makes it special is that so far we thought intelligence was all about being human, or rather, being human was all about intelligence. That was often the understanding we had. And this movement or this progress has forced us to reflect. It has made us reconsider what it means to be human at a very deeply philosophical level. So the fact that technology is growing smarter every day holds incredible promise, and that is what we usually like to talk about. But also a lot of challenges, which I hope will also be something that we as a whole here in this room and beyond take a look at. I want us all to be aware of and exercise the choice we all collectively have today. The choice of asking the right questions and to create a conscious future. But what we know is for sure that we're witnessing the tip of the iceberg, and all the acclaimed people here, eminent speakers that we're going to have, a lot of our audience members, professors, researchers, such a wide diversity of people who are all contributing in their own special ways towards building a future with AI. It's my hope that we'll all take away valuable lessons and relationships that empower us to do all the big things that we've always dreamt of. So just a quick introduction. I'm Nivedan, your host and MC for today's event. I'm a graduate of IIT Bombay 2014 batch. If any of you are here from IIT Bombay, I'm from Hostel 3, if that makes our bond even stronger. Hostel 3! Okay. Well, so I'm now on a mission to educate and empower the next generation to adopt AI and excel at their work. I do this with an AI newsletter, which is the largest in India with 100,000 subscribers. I do a lot of AI education workshops, and now I'm building a lot of Gen AI products, especially centered around VCs and founders. It's my supreme honor to be standing here to have this opportunity and facilitate this interaction for the thinkers, leaders, and builders of tomorrow. With this, I would like to formally kick off our AI track, and I would like to invite our very first keynote speaker. The topic is how should companies plan? We can move the slide forward. How should companies plan for the disruptive AI revolution? Ladies and gentlemen, our very first speaker is a true visionary in technology and business, an IIT Kharagpur and University of Cincinnati alum, driving transformation across global giants like Invensys, SAP, and Tata in his previous stints. He's now the leader advancing Adani Group's tech innovation and international growth as Group CTO. Please join me in welcoming our remarkable opening keynote speaker, Sudipta Bhattacharya. Please take the stage, Sudipta. Thank you so much for joining us.
Appreciate it. Good morning to everybody. And it's an honor to be here, especially to be among fellow IITians. I have a couple of my colleagues with me. I got Gaurav, who's from IIT Kanpur. I got Shubham, who's from IIT Delhi. I got Somnath, who's also from IIT Delhi. And I got Vachas, not IT guy, but he worked in the best company, General Electric, for a long time. So I got my colleagues here. So our objective here is to obviously come mingle. This is the first time we are attending this conference. And clearly, we are excited about what's going on in Gen AI, but we are also even more excited about being able to get to mingle with all of you and really learn together. So what I thought I would do is really talk about how are corporates today thinking about AI. It's one thing to be able to talk about AI as a product or as a solution, as a technology, but it's forcing us, traditional companies, to really start imagining what would a future be if we are not ingrained in this whole process that seems to be more disruptive than any other past industrial revolutions that have taken place. So let me start off with a quick video to set context. And keep in mind that this video is a video about 10 years old. And let's set some context on why this is important.
Social robots are robots that are intentionally designed to mimic cues, movements, sounds, whatever, that people automatically, subconsciously associate with states of mind. And this works really well. I first got really into this topic when I bought a toy called a Pleo. It's a baby dinosaur robot that came out in 2007. So this is the Pleo. The Pleo is a very cool toy that I initially bought because it has all these cool motors and touch sensors and an infrared camera in the snout. And it mimics lifelike behavior really well. And one of the things it has is a tilt sensor. So it'll know what direction it's facing. I thought this was really cool, and I would show it off to my friends, and I would tell my friends to hold it up by the tail, because this is what happens when you hold the Pleo up by the tail. It mimics pain and distress. So I would show this off to my friends, and some of my friends held it up for a really long time and watched it squirm, and that started to make me uncomfortable. I realized I would ask people to put it back down and say, "That's enough, put him back down," and then I would pet the robot to make it stop crying. And that was really interesting because I knew exactly how the robot worked, and I still felt compelled to comfort it. So that sparked a curiosity in me. And fast forward a few years, I did a workshop with my friend Hannes Gosselt at a conference called LIFT in Geneva. We took 5 of these baby dinosaur robots. We gave them to 5 groups of people. We had each group name their robot and play with it, interact with it. We had them do a little fashion show with the robots where they dressed them up in pipe cleaners and construction paper, just so that we could personify them a little. And then after about 45 minutes to an hour, we unveiled a hammer and a hatchet and a knife, and we told them to torture and kill the robots. Now, this turned out to be pretty dramatic. We obviously wanted it to be dramatic, but it turned out to be more dramatic than we expected it to be. We had initially thought, okay, there's probably going to be a split of people in the room. Some people are going to say, oh, so what? It's just a robot. And some people are going to have more of a problem with the violence. And we wanted to ratchet up the violence and see how the split in the room changed. And instead, everyone just absolutely refused to even hit the baby dinosaur robots. We finally had to threaten to destroy all of the robots unless someone took a hatchet to one of them. And this poor guy volunteered, and we all stood in a circle around him. And he brought the hatchet down on the robot's neck, and people kind of winced and looked away. And then there was this half joking, half serious moment of silence in the room for the fallen robot.
This is a 2013 video by a professor at MIT, Dr. Kate Darling. And the reason I found it essential for us to see this is because this is the world that we are moving in. Machines and humans forming bonds like never before. And when you have AI or Gen AI, whatever levels of intelligence we talk about, this bond is only going to get stronger. Couple of more historical stories. 2013, there was a movie made called Her. In that, the hero of the movie, or the main actor there, is a gentleman by the name of Theo. Socially awkward, talks with the computer and falls in love with the machine talking back, to the extent that his wife in that movie asked him this very question: are you dating your computer? This is the world that is now far more real than we could have imagined. And it will change how companies structure themselves. It'll change how company cultures are built. It'll change how countries operate. It's going to change fundamental organization structures. And that's really what I wanted us to reflect on collectively today. So that's why I titled this, How Will Organizations Plan for what we'd call the disruptive AI revolution? It's been a year since we woke up. To set context, Facebook took a year to get to 1 million. And it was social media. So the viral effect of Facebook was far greater than you would expect a viral effect of something like a GPT engine. The GPT has grown 180 times faster than Facebook had. And we are just getting started. So if you were to ask me that, how do you ever go about building an AI team in an organization? What is the organization structure going to look like in the future? The honest answer is, we don't know. So let's quickly take a look. Where have these applications come from? And we are not even at 1% adoption. Co-pilots, everybody talks about it. We have companies obviously selling Copilot as solutions, but the fact is all of us will have this Copilot in our pocket in the days to come. Not in the years to come, in the days to come. Search and social media, $700 billion. That's a massive market, growing at double digits. What's going to happen when you start throwing a GPT engine at it? Software development, I have not coded for years. And I went and tried out how easy is it to code. And I wrote up a forecasting algorithm. What would have taken me days was done in minutes. I'm sure many of you have experienced that. And we can go on. Legal service and education, financial services, content creators are getting disrupted, customer service, agri-food. Let's talk about drug discovery. And I'll talk about drug discovery in the context of something that came out in the news today, or yesterday. For the first time, the US government approved gene therapy using CRISPR. And it's for the sickle cell disease, which really had no cure. So you have to go in, do gene editing to be able to solve it. And I was reading of what does it mean when you take CRISPR and when you take AI, and that's going to put gene therapy on steroids. When you start putting gene therapy on steroids, you start finding solutions to some of the diseases that we have so far found impossible to solve. Every single pharma company that have got existing business models will have to retool themselves. They have no option. They have just no option if they are not thinking of AI, because they will get disrupted. There are people that forecast that in the next 10 to 15 years, majority of the drugs will be gone. It's all going to go back to us being able to edit our problematic genes. In fact, some say we will be able to create super babies. What looked highly unlikely, almost impossible today, is a reality. So if I was making a bet in the stock market, I'd be thinking, which are these companies that would be of interest to me? So AI users, if I look at it today, 180 million subscribe to ChatGPT. We anticipate by 2030, that's 4 billion. So what does an Adani, other than the fact that we need to have an AI team, there are a few emerging business models at a scale that was really hard to visualize. So let me talk about what does it mean for an infrastructure company. The data center capacity that will be needed. And as a business, we are in the business of building data centers. We build it for all the hyperscalers in the world, and we build it here in India. Our order book of data center is larger than any other company in the country. So we got to be thinking, what's the future of the data centers? The data center capacity today is non-existent when we look at how will we actually run all that compute? Where will all the data be stored? So that's about, it goes from 0.03 million GPUs. It could go to as high as 3 million GPUs. Nobody even knows where will those data centers get built from. And what gets even more interesting and scary is the extent of energy that will be needed. You go from 17 gigawatts to requiring 150 gigawatts. 150 gigawatts is more than majority of the nations of the world today consume. So what happens to the power of energy? The power of energy, the cost of energy just keeps going up. So when you take energy and when you take data centers, both these businesses become massive infrastructure businesses that actually will be required if any country is to be able to capitalize on the AI revolution. Nations will start asking their data, their GPUs, their computation power to be stored within the shores of their own country, because you just cannot afford to give it up to some other nation. We saw what happened in Russia. When the war started, all the hyperscalers turned the tap off. So they had to go back to depending on a local cloud provider. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. So the impact of these AI is far, far, far greater than just what we as traditional technologists look like, get attached to. The predictions are that it will drive a revolution in terms of productivity, and any productivity revolution leads to a rise in GDP. Yes, there could be a whole different segmentations. The Gini indexes may change. The gap between the rich and poor could go up, but that's not what we are here to debate. Some nations that capitalize on this will see two big benefits. They will see this huge uptick in GDP, which means their geopolitical power will increase. The first bullet that you see here was a study that PwC had done. There was a movie, there have been several movies made on Nagasaki, Hiroshima, but if you remember in Oppenheimer, Oppenheimer goes to, and has a question. And his primary question to Einstein is, what happens once the bomb is triggered if the chain reaction doesn't stop? There's a scene, for those that have seen Oppenheimer very early on, that he goes and asks this question. And there was really no good answer that Einstein was able to give him. This is what AI revolution is. And we all realize we don't fully yet know what the end game is. But we all know that we must play, we must participate. And this is what organizations are struggling with. And we have not even started talking about quantum. I was recently talking to one of the companies that is on the forefront of quantum technology, and the discussion that we were having with them was not about quantum, it was about the energy needs. How do you cool to minus 170 degrees centigrade? What's the refrigeration needed? Where will that cooling come from? How much energy is needed? You need it as green energy. Where is that green energy going to come from? Now, we are building the world's largest hybrid renewable park in Kutch. It's over 150,000 acres, 30 gigawatts of renewable power. When we had started conceptualizing that park a few years back, we thought that was massive amount of green energy. Today, when we see the needs, we feel it'll most likely be small. So how much of the world are we going to fill up with these large solar panel farms, with these massive wind turbines, is a question that today the world doesn't have an elegant answer to, because every single incremental unit of energy generated will go to feed these data centers to be able to feed the AI revolution. And as companies, these are massive business opportunities, but in a world where we are just wrapping up COP28, and you'll see that there is this whole 3x goals that has been set up till 2030, what are people going to be concerned about? Where are we going to get all that green energy from? And every single additional electron that is produced via the green energy will go to feed this data center. So what does this really mean? So far, we spoke about the impact on people, companies, countries. So let us now really take a look at how we organize. We'll have to be vastly different. Gary Hamel, many years ago, had written a book. And he said that if there's one thing that has not changed since the time the Romans ruled the world, is organization structures. It has always been a pyramid. It's always been a hierarchy. It has always been somebody dependent on somebody. That's how it's always been built. If you take Caesar, right at the top of the pyramid, he had to depend on an army. He had to depend on people giving him information. He had to depend on a Mark Antony to be able to fight his wars. Same thing goes when Augustus came in. Same thing goes when you had the largest of the Ottoman empires come in. They all had leaders who were dependent on a number 2 or a number 3 or a number 4 leader. That's how organizations have always been built. First time what we are starting to see now is that traditional organization structures must be questioned. Because majority of these jobs an AI engine can do. And somewhere deep inside, all of us, to some extent, are fearful of this. Because we don't exactly know what will happen. And if there is one fear that drives all of us, it's the feeling of uncertainty. So every single person, be it the most supreme white-collar executives in a company, to the blue-collar worker on the shop floor, everybody is worried. Because somewhere deep inside, they know that the future organization structures will look very, very different. These conventional structures are actually dead. So what's that going to mean? Let's take a look at some roles that will lose their relevance in the years to come. Software development engineers. All of us know the biggest benefit we see is on how quickly we can code. So the pace of innovation that we see when the best of the minds actually don't have to spend time coding will dramatically increase. Because now suddenly you're not going to be spending that time coding, but the coders, the general coders, their jobs are all gone. And that's the reality. Business analyst, we've been all tried ChatGPT, and we all understand how quickly you can load a spreadsheet and how quickly you can get insights, how you can load multiple spreadsheets and ask it to make sense. Accounting. If I was accountant today, if I was in a job today, I would really be worried if I didn't have a co-pilot working with me. Marketing content. This one's already happening. I have a video where we will quickly take a look at a 30-second clip, which is completely built using an AI engine. Legal assistant. This is something which is already happening. There are companies that said that our legal departments and law firms are saying our law firms will be actually half or maybe 1/3 of the size. The AI engine can do this far more quickly, working 24/7, not missing anything than what a human can. CEOs already know what they want to say. And they will be less dependent on having a head of communications actually help them there, but they'll do it themselves. HR recruiting. We ourselves have actually built, and I'll talk a little bit about it if you don't run out of time, we ourselves have built our own internal AI engine to help us with recruiting. It's far faster. What we would take otherwise 3 months to do if we had to go out, hire an executive recruiting firm to go out and find who would be the right candidate and go through all those interviews, we have automated most of it. And we are just getting started. One particular role that we don't yet know, in a lighter vein, is what happened to Swamijis and Babajis. And I say this because a friend of mine once said, give me your birth date, give me your birth time, and let me ask the whole GPT engine to tell me, what your future is. And this is where it starts really getting interesting. So the writing is on the wall, and I just quickly want to go through this. The first one is that the robots wipe my job. It's really how the bots fired. It's a story. It's a story in the Fast company. It's how the bots fired the CEO. And at the end, I'll talk about a book that I would recommend everybody read. Some of you may have read it, but I'll come back to that. Content writers, definitely, GPT is going to take away many of their jobs. Many of you would have followed what happened with the Hollywood writers going on strike and almost having a union type of a workforce saying that we got to have our jobs protected. Law firms are recruiting more AI experts. I mentioned this. The Harvard Business Review had this really fascinating story. Can AI do strategy? So they gave a bunch of thinkers, regular traditional strategy guys to actually develop what the strategy would be. And at the same time, they also gave it to a GPT engine. And it's a fascinating read because in not all, but in several of the aspects, what the engine told them was far more insightful, far more structured than what the humans told them. And so this is why, for the first time, we are at the cusp of an industrial revolution that is straight at the white-collar workers. Every single industrial revolution otherwise, starting from the steam engine to the first one, all the way to the fourth industrial revolution, where we speak about IoT, sensorization of the plant floor. They've all been targeted towards the blue-collar worker largely. This is for the first time that the white-collar workers are thinking what happens to them. I know this is hard to read, but what we did, we went to, we used the BARD engine here, and we went, and I'll read it for you. We asked the engine, which are the most expensive jobs that AI will take away? And I'll read it out for you. It said financial, within the category of financial services, it said the hedge fund manager, investment bankers, loan underwriters. And in healthcare, it says radiologists, anesthesiologists, and surgeons. This is something that we asked the AI engine itself, which are the most expensive jobs that will go away, and this is what we hear back. And the most coveted jobs on the Wall Street, or the most coveted jobs in any healthcare business, are the surgeons, the hedge fund managers, the investment bankers. So what does this mean really for us? And when we think about our organizations of the future, the type of people that we want to hire, the type of skills that we have to build, every CEO is going to have a chief AI of staff. Is it a man? Is it a machine? Is it an engine? We don't know that yet. But the feeds into that is going to go from the CTO, COO, general counsel, everybody feeds in to the chief AI of staff. And that is what the CEOs will depend on in the years to come. Because that's where you get the most unadulterated information. I'll mention the book that I was talking about. This book is by another MIT scientist, Professor Max Tegmark. In that book is a company called Omega. The team's Omega in that company. And their job, this is a 2017 book, their job is to be able to build an AI tool that helps the company make money. And that the team that is the engine, the AI engine, that the team Omega, the AI So let's talk about some of the areas where the biggest revolutions are still to happen. And I will outline a few. Let me click through what this would be. The protein folding problem, new battery chemistry, study of climate change. Massive, massive, massive opportunities. And this has not been solved. When Google, the DeepMind, came up with for the first time on how proteins need to fold, all the scientists were shocked because there is no way they could have come up with a solution. And why is the protein folding important? Because if proteins don't fold in the right way, it impacts our immunity system. By being able to learn how proteins fold, the whole problem that humans have with allergies could potentially go away. But it's such a massive, multi-dimensional, complex problem that the compute was not available to be able to do it. You couldn't have modeled it. And this is why the protein folding problem, the solution to this was found by DeepMind. Battery chemistries. One of the things that stops the revolution of sustainability today, the limitation is batteries. So if I take the levelized cost of power using wind and solar today, it's significantly cheaper than any fossil fuel. But the problem we have is we don't know how to store it effectively because the battery chemistries don't exist. How do I maintain the life of the electrode? If I'm going to draw more power out of it, if I increase the temperature, the number of side reactions that happen in the battery, the electrodes get eaten up. How do we actually manage those chemistries so that we can lower the cost of batteries to something like $60 to $80 a kilowatt hour? If you are able to do that, now you are really accelerated the whole move towards green because you can store energy, which is the holy grail of being able to leverage solar and wind. And that's why these battery chemistries are critical. And people are hopeful that because of the ability to crunch this much data and find patterns from that data, that this solution will be found. Study of climate change. NVIDIA is a great example. They have launched their own AI engine. And microclimate change is really crucial. And from a business perspective, why it becomes essential is because we have to forecast how much power will we deliver to the grid every 15 minutes. It's really hard for us to say every 15 minutes what's going to happen. But now with the computation that is available, it is possible to be able to do this micro forecasting of weather. For a business like ours or for anybody in the energy business, leave alone the other benefits, just for all the companies in the energy business, this is a gold mine. Some other areas, material science, new drug discoveries, the human mind. Material science, let's take a look at again, let's go back to the hottest topic these days, sustainability. My ability to be able to squeeze more electrons out of every square inch or square centimeter of the solar panel is the holy grail. We used to be able to have panel efficiencies of about 14 or 15% 8-9 years back. Today, those panel efficiencies are at 25, 26, 27%. But how do we actually get more and more and more electrons out of every square unit of the solar panel, ensuring that the life of the panel doesn't decrease below that 25 years today that we guarantee? Such material science is crucial. And this is where, again, there's a lot of application that's going on using AI. New drug discoveries, we know that every single pharma company, like I said at the start, every single pharma company will have to be an AI company. If they don't retool themselves to be an AI company, perhaps they're dead in the waters over the next decade. And the human mind, we talk about downloading consciousness. We talk about how are we going to actually understand how all those neurons fire in our minds. That's, we realize that's what AI is all about. And the study of the human mind is now finally possible. So how well we can use AI is limited by the internal talent. And that's why, these meetings like this become really, really, really essential. Because the only way we can stay abreast of what's going on without seeking a perfect solution is to start at least building an organization. So if as an organization, if I don't understand that I got to take this journey despite the uncertainty of where everything's going to end, if I don't take that journey today, it's impossible for me to decide and wait and say 5 years in the future that, oh, now I got a stable market and I can start building an organization. That's not going to work. We have taken the journey. like many other companies that are now starting to take the journey. And I will be the first one to admit, when we started this journey about a year back, the way I was thinking of staffing the AI team and the way we have to staff it today is totally different. So the instability in terms of even how the AI team is going to be organized makes it harder and harder and harder. We were thinking of data engineers, data scientists, we think of people that understand large language models. We say, do we have in-house large language models? Can they do fine-tuning? We think about all these different skills. And every single skill today, it appears, is going to be available literally free. So how are we going to go about doing it is an open question. So what are we doing? AI at Adani, what are we working on? What are some of the problems that the teams that we have try and solve? Price intelligence tools. Raw material for us to build the solar panels is the solar wafer. It's made from silicon. How are we going to predict what's going to happen to the price of silicon? Majority of the solar panels today get made in China. Any little change in an excess inventory there, or a policy change in some government somewhere, or a certain incentive in some nation where they say, I'm going to actually take the tariff off from the panels that are being imported. All of this has massive impact on the price of solar panels. It's just not possible to solve it mathematically. So we have to be able to use the power of the large language models to be able to do it, and then fine-tune it using our own internal data, our own internal expertise. So that's one area where we have started seeing some success. A 2 or 3% improved forecast turns into millions and millions and millions of dollars. Anomaly detection, we talk about different types of material that we buy, fraud materials, suppliers that have actually faulted. Again, it's really, really hard to throw a human at it. This is where the AI engines kick in. Understanding documents, simple thing, complex in some ways, but massive productivity. When we are supposed to go through hundreds and hundreds and hundreds or thousands of pages of different bid documents, how are you going to study that? How are we going to find patterns there? When do I know when the deadlines are due? What have I understood from the past? This is where we have started using our AI tools. Human resources, I just said, we are trying to move to a place where every single graduate engineer trainee that we hire, we have no interviews. It's all done through this engineer coming in, clicking a link, giving an interview where his or she is recorded, being able to actually grade them. Everything goes automated so that the time they get the appointment, till the time they get the appointment letter, that is not a single interview that has been done. That's where we want to go in. And as we have started the journey, we have realized that when you want to hire 5,000 GETs every year, think about the amount of bias that comes in. If I am today going to go and have people go and interview 5,000 people, to select 5,000 people, we need to interview 15,000 people. How many people can we actually, call it HR, call it young other engineers, managers, can be sent to interview? So all that process we are automating, but not just the whole graduate engineer trainees. Even at the highest and the most executive senior levels, we have built our own internal recruiting tool that can actually at least go out and identify that for this job description, here are the 15 best people in the world that you should be looking at. Now, interviews still happen, but think about it. I would otherwise have to go to an executive recruiter and tell the recruiter, find me these people. That's a 3-month process. That's an expensive process. If you pay somebody X, 30% of that money goes to the recruiter. So if you are going to spend 100 crores just on recruitment, compared to that, for less than a crore, we can get that engine built. That's the whole productivity side. But more important than the productivity, think of the pace. Think of the lesser bias. Think of the wider net we are able to cast. That's where we have started using AI. Some more quick examples. Supply chain optimization, cement. We are India's largest cement producer. We make about 80 million tons of cement every year, produced in different factories, sent to different distributors. Markets change. There are seasonal variation. There are maintenance issues. There are trucking issues. It is just not possible to mathematically model this. This is where we put all the data in and try to find patterns which otherwise would not be possible. Now, I will be the first to admit that we have not solved this. We have not solved this, but we have started seeing early signs of the benefits that one could get, and those benefits are encouraging. It allows our leadership team to go back and say that we will work on these 50 cases. To be able to work on those 50 cases, our total cost of the team, let's say, is going to be 150 crores of the people that we have. But if I get even one of them, if I get one problem right, if I get the forecasting for the price of silicon wafers right, or if I'm able to improve my supply chain optimization, the cement, and my pricing of the cement by 1%, when you're talking about a 40,000 crore business, that 1% is material. And that 1% pays for the whole AI team that we have. That's the methodology of thinking, and that's the value proposition that tech people will have to make to their management as they go about building the AI teams. But the fact is, the journey has to be taken. Travel and e-commerce, we today know that we are trying to move where our own travel is actually built by an AI engine. The itinerary is done by an AI engine, so we don't have to have an own internal travel department. And in terms of operations optimization, I mean, we run airports, departure, passenger footfall prediction. Airports are a place where we want to have people spending time not in lines, but inside the airport so that they buy F&B, they go to duty free. And so how are you going to actually balance the queues? How do you optimize that? When do you open up an additional security gate? How are you going to actually move the planes around so that the planes come to the right gates? And because those passengers in those planes actually that disembark or are actually taking that journey use and buy more of the duty-free products. These are all cases where today we can use the AI engine to give us better solutions. It's not that these were not being done. A lot of the things were done well using optimization techniques, but the ability to use AI just puts this whole traditional techniques on steroids in some cases. And the returns that you see are massive. And those returns is what pays for the teams. So as I start wrapping up, we are moving to a world where it's going to be AI plus AI and AI versus AI. So the way I would explain that is by taking a simple example of whether it is chess, or whether it is Go, AlphaGo, all these games we have seen that we have reached a stage where the AI machine plays against the AI machine, and they teach each other. And they're teaching each other at a pace that human beings would never be able to teach. What would take a man or a woman to read a document of maybe 10,000 pages and would take maybe 3 weeks is today now being done in a matter of minutes. And each AI engine is training the AI engine. The AI versus AI, areas like cyber. What are we most worried about as a company? We run critical infrastructure across the country, airports, ports, data centers, transmission, generation, LNG, LPG. That's all critical infrastructure. We have to protect it. The more powerful the engine in the hands of the wrong people, the better they are able to break all the cryptography. And that's what worries us. So there will be a world where there'll be AI and AI, and there's going to be a world that's going to be AI versus AI. This particular quote is where I'm ending. And this is a quote from 1956. So this is even before Turing. And so it says, and I'll read it out to you, since the design of machines is an intellectual activity, an ultra-intelligent machine could design even better machines. That's exactly what we are seeing. Thus, the first ultra-intelligent machine is the last invention that man need ever make. Sounds absolutely logical today. Probably sounded very, very illogical when it was written. But this is the killer statement. Provided that the machine is docile enough to tell us how to keep it under control. This was a British mathematician this a political discussion, let's take a look at which countries are investing the most in AI. And therefore, countries will use that power. China, by far, in terms of sheer volume, again, I'm not an expert in terms of quality, how do we make analysis, but in terms of sheer volume, last year, the Chinese filed 30,000 patents in AI, 30,000 patents, clearly the number one country. The United States filed only 20% of that. There were 7,000 citations from the Chinese papers last year related to AI. The United States had 30%. So when you see that stark difference, nation versus nation will become AI versus AI. So if one has to really think about it, one has to understand that nations will develop this immense power. And when nations develop immense power, corporates will get dragged into those discussions. So as a company, how are we going to think about the perils? This is one big area we wonder about. I'm probably taking up all your time.
Thank you so much. And one more question, maybe we can take somewhere from the center. Who has the mic, please? Okay, sir, please. Go on. This is the last question we'll be able to take, but hopefully we will be able to find sir outside somewhere.
Absolutely amazing speech. I'm now very happy that I'm in the consumer product space and we make physical products. So I'm just wondering what's going to happen to the IT services industry, which contributes around 52% of our GDP still. So my question is fundamentally, how should the education system change? What should the engineering colleges of India be churning out to be recruitable tomorrow?
So that's a hard one. Easier would have been, how would the IIT system have to change? That would have been easier. You just broadened it. So I will very quickly touch upon the IT services sector, because I think it is relevant for us as a country to imagine the possibilities. The existing IT services industry is in peril, if I were to use the same word. We all know that. They all sense it. You look at the financial results of the companies, look at the growth vectors. They're all actually tapering down. And that's well understood. At the end of it, you can throw brute force only to a certain extent. But my view is it's good. If you're not efficient as a sector in a country, it is better that you perish and allow another sector to come up. That's good for the country. So what I would think on the IT services side, I know that wasn't the question, but I still want to have this because we collectively need to think about it. We should imagine, in my view, India as becoming the AI back office. I know it's not the most polished term, but let's say, I'll proudly say it, that we should imagine ourselves becoming the back office AI of the world. You need people that understand annotation. You need people that understand math. You need people that understand statistics. You need people that have domain expertise across consumer industries, power, traditional ports building, data centers, name it. You need that whole combination of people to build an industry. And the economic price point at which India can afford to build it is unparalleled. So all the power that we have developed in the IT services industry needs to now transfer over, and hopefully we will be able to build a completely new industry. Because if we are able to build that industry, it galvanizes it puts our own country's AI revolution on steroids. That's why I wanted to mention about the whole IT services, since you brought it up. It's one of those areas which we are passionate about. We think about it all the time. Education system, I think it starts with leadership. As a country or as a company, I think we got to believe that we can slash our costs of education down by orders of magnitude. The fact is, every nation education systems are arcane. We have never been able to redesign our education system. And I think for the first time, we are able to actually start contemplating it. And it's happening. I'll give you a personal example. is the lady who works at our house. She's got a kid. She brings that kid, and I've seen the kid for the last 2 or 3 years. And the mother would come, and mother would leave her smartphone with this young 3-year-old boy. He learned his English. He would watch all English cartoons. He started using English words with me, which I found was amazing. But that's the way we got to think, that we are able to drop down. Now think about this kid when he goes to school. He's already going in with a head start. But that's the revolution that is happening in India. But it's not happening in a systematic fashion. It's happening in an ad hoc fashion. So I think it finally comes down to leadership, which the country is able to take and the corporates are able to take, to really say, I will make it affordable. Because if in India, if something is not affordable, it doesn't work. And I think the tools that we have today allow us to drive the price of some of these services down. The marginal cost becomes zero. The challenge is going to be what I said, the price of power. Where is that much compute going to come from? And these are real problems one has to think about. The energy demand is going to soar. How do I make it still affordable for the common, citizen of the country? Do I even have that much compute? If I don't have the compute, I'm always dependent on somebody coming in from outside. If we don't have that infrastructure, we will not be able to deliver the services at that price point. That's how I would leave it. Okay? We need many more Khan academies, exactly. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your time.
For this, I would like to actually extend a token of appreciation, Sudipta. I'm going to bring you back up once more. We have Mr. Pradeep Bhargav, the General Secretary of PAN IIT, to hand you the token of appreciation.
Thank you very much.
Have a great round of applause. Thank you so much.
Sorry, thank you. Yeah, I'll leave you the... Thank you. Really appreciate it. Bye.
And just as a reminder, your strategy team is here, and they're looking to hire and interact with a lot of people here. Okay, so after this brilliant conversation we had with Sudipta here, we're going to move on to our first panel for the day. The topic of the panel is AI research and innovation, where we'll do a deep dive into the latest breakthroughs in the generative AI and the computer vision world. Let me now invite our esteemed panelists and moderator on the stage one by one. So first up, we have an alumnus of IIT Delhi who has a PhD from University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. He has 19 US patents and 7,000 citations under his belt. He has been a true pioneer at tech giants like IBM, Xerox, and now heads Google Research India. Join me in giving a warm welcome to Dr. Manish Gupta. Please take a seat, sir. Next up, we have the visionary tech entrepreneur and alum of IIT Kanpur. He's the founder and CEO of leading tech services firm Think Future Technologies, where he made transformative software like InPage and Joule Mesh ERP. I would like to invite next, and please give a warm welcome to Mr. Vijay Krishan Gupta. Please, sir. Now we have an IIT Guwahati alum, the architect at O9 Solutions, leading their Gen AI development efforts. Earlier, he co-founded a SaaS security startup called Adya, which was acquired later by Qualys. Please welcome on stage Mr. Amit Agarwal. Now we have a computer vision and machine learning expert. He's the Dean of R&D and head of the Center for Visual Information Technology, CVIT, at IIIT Hyderabad. With over 100 publications and 12,000 citations, he's globally recognized for his work. His long history of partnering with government and industry alike to create a real-world impact. I would like to welcome on stage now Professor C.V. Jawahar. Do we have Professor Lakshmidhar here? Okay, so it seems like due to some challenges, we don't have our fifth panelist, Professor Lakshmidhar Behra, who was supposed to be here. So I'm going to move on to our moderator for the day. I would like to invite Dr. Srinivas Padmanabhani. He's a talented AI expert honored as an eminent engineer for his work. He holds a PhD in AI from the University of Alberta, has 7 patents and over 100 publications to his name. He's co-founded startups like AI Insured and loves to mentor thousands about AI. Let's welcome on stage Dr. Srinivas Padmanabhani. So thank you everyone for joining us today. We would like you to start off this session. Dr. Srinivas, please take it from here.
Hello. Good morning or good afternoon? Is it
We're
good afternoon?
We're on the edge.
Thank you. So I think we had a, what I'll say, a 360-degree view of the AI revolution as an ideal setting for starting the day with the previous keynote. So I'll start off with some very provocative statements. Having been in the field of AI for last 33 years, I did my MTech, BTech, PhD all in AI. But people ask me now when I meet a kid, oh, was AI there? And then I say, oh, maybe. Then I know, for all of you who don't know AI, AI is invented in 1956. So I don't know what happened in 40, 50 years before 2012 when we had the second wave of AI, which is the deep learning. And now we have November 2022, we have the third wave of AI. So what's the difference? The difference is like electricity took 150 years to reach mankind, right? Internet took probably 30 years to reach mankind. The second generation AI took 10 years, which is the deep learning in 2012, right? Computer vision breakthrough. And now I say the third generation AI, which is basically the generative AI, so-called ChatGPT revolution. Of course, there are foundations laid earlier, but it took less than, I don't know, a couple of months to reach probably the whole of mankind. So what are we seeing here? Are we seeing some kind of a, man versus machine fight, race to the finish, where instead of half-life, we're going to see an exponential growth, and we're seeing the technology adoption being exponentially growing as we speak? And are we in for like something which is going to grow, and instead of taking a year, it'll take 1 month to reach mankind? 1 day? I don't know. What are we setting ourselves up for? So my biggest provocative thought today is, for the first time in the history of IT, governments have come forward to regulate. In the earlier history of internet, e-commerce, or even some of the earlier generations, we have not seen government actions so much heavily coming together, right from Hiroshima Declaration to Biden's order to United Nations level work, which is happening. Today, actually, United Nations is having a task force meeting on AI regulation. And imagine the kind of interest government have. So one aspect I would definitely say is no other technology has invited government's attention like AI. Any earlier technology, whether it was internet, whether it was e-commerce, it did not attract. So that is one big difference I want to find out. And second thing, which I'm very worried about, is I don't want to go into only the positives, but today, when I kind of give ChatGPT some inputs and all that, I come back saying that, no, she was a good nurse and he was a good doctor. You see a problem with that? It's socially not acceptable. So what are we driving? What technology are we driving it? Is it going to cause social divide? We already saw country versus country. But I'm talking about human versus human. India, we have already enough differences between humanity. But is technology going to drive a caustic war? So we have to be very important, very, very important to set guardrails on these technologies. That's what my company works on, setting up guardrails for technology. But I would like to project that it is an equally important area for research and innovation from all the experts in the world to make sure that we work towards something which is human friendly, which is safe, responsible, which is socially friendly. And third thing which I really want to tell all of you is AI today is not coming as a technology on its own. it is riding on the top of several innovations which have happened over, let's say, internet, over distributed computing, over parallel algorithms, over cloud architectures, over mathematical algorithms which have lended themselves to parallelism, etc. But last but not the least, the business innovation, which is very important. And I think we already saw a lot of business innovations. So I'd like to start off by saying that initially, I would like each of the panelists to give a 2-minute view on their perspective of AI innovations and AI research directions, which they feel are very important in making the journey towards a more acceptable AI, etc. We'll start with Dr. Manish. Okay.
Thanks, Srinivas. So first of all, I would say that, yes, I've been a researcher for over 30 years now. You can see from my gray hair. I've never seen the pace of technology as fast, of change and progress as fast as we see right now. So we are absolutely in the middle of a real revolution. That being said, I think it is important for us to not be caught up in the whole hype about generative AI and think that this is going to solve all of the world's problems by itself, that all we need to do is come up with an intelligent AI model, and that intelligent model will know how to solve all of humanity's problems. I don't think it's as simple as that. So one of the areas in which, again, my team has been doing a lot of work is how do you improve these large language models and these large, they are now becoming large multimodal models with language, vision, audio, video, all of those capabilities. For instance, there was that announcement from Google about Gemini models. So how do you make these models more inclusive? And one of the things that we have seen is there's a huge gap between the capability of these models at understanding English, which works fine for an audience like this, where we all understand English and we can have either Google search or ChatGPT or Bard and so on, or Magi search generative experience at our fingertips, but it doesn't work very well for that laborer's daughter in Chhattisgarh or that farmer in Assam who has their own questions. So how do we improve language inclusivity, add those capabilities to these large language models? That's one area that we've been working on. Another area is kind of looking at, for instance, today, these large models, they require a lot more compute power, a lot more cost, energy, and so on to run these models. Each interaction that you do with something like Bard or ChatGPT and so on is at least a factor of 1,000 more expensive than a single, let's say, Google search. So how do you bring down the cost? How do you democratize the power of these large language models? So again, we've been doing a lot of work on computational efficiency techniques. I mean, taking inspiration also, I mean, ultimately we have to take inspiration from human brain. Human brain does all of this with estimated 20 watts of power consumption. We ought to do much better, right, than consuming all of these megawatts in power when we run these models. And finally, we are also doing a lot of work in applying these models on problems of societal interest where we can have impact on the real world. So, and in particular, we have to look at areas that have been less touched by technology. So amongst those areas, my team has been looking at areas like agriculture. And now it is possible by analyzing satellite imagery. You can, so we have built, for instance, the first such models that for all of India will give you the field boundaries, give you some level of agricultural landscape understanding, including field boundaries, sources of water, crops that are being grown, and so on, because these can not only enable policy makers to make better decisions, they can also unlock a lot of basic applications for farmers like access to bank loans, access to insurance, crop insurance products that today are completely kind of, they are often locked out of because these processes are very cumbersome. But a lot of these also require not just technology, they also require kind of, again, human change, humans to change, which happens at a much slower pace. So again, I mean, and of course, down the road, we can talk about so many unsolved issues in making these models safe, making them fairer, as you point out. So a lot of, I think this is the most exciting time that I can imagine for a researcher to address some fundamental problems, open problems with these large models, while on the other hand, these models are also showing amazing capabilities in a manner that we know they are going to impact every industry, every part of the world, right, at large.
Yeah, so first of all, I'm still reeling under the effect of Sudipto's complete speech. I mean, such a well structured delivery. Yeah, so I'm from the services sector. So we believe we are more execution in nature. And I think Sudipto mentioned about getting started. And a lot of the Gen AI that has happened, we bring the last mile. I think Gen AI development leads to 95% of the utility. The last mile, the last 5%, I think requires twice the effort, twice the innovation. And I think with collaboration between different stakeholders like technologists, engineers, human and machine interaction guys, domain experts, we can evolve solutions which are delivering value to the business. So a couple of things that we do. One is using Gen AI, I think, in terms of innovation, how can we make it immediately useful to businesses? So we have been working with some companies that allow us to deliver and adopt and help in adopting technologies for internal use within companies. So something we call Simplify Path. Similarly, I think in education, Sudipto touched on education. In education, you could, with Gen AI, you could build tutors when someone is learning or working on an exercise. You could be a tutor, a guide, helping him with explanations. So I think that's where we are also targeting in terms of building those support infrastructure so that education to people who want to you know, learn these things, take these courses, how can they be, how can this be useful to them? So those are the couple of areas I think that comes to my mind and is pretty useful.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think kudos to organizers for organizing this event. So I think, from my perspective, we are living in the most exciting times, in decades. And this has been really transformative in the sense that till now, AI has been accessible only for data scientists or AI specialists. But with the advent of this Gen AI thing, it has come into the hands of common people, developers, right? Today, anyone can take ChatGPT and create GPT of their own without any deep engineering knowledge. I think that has been very transformative. And today, with foundational models, we are able to write articles, create poetry, or even generate code. So this has been very transformative. And if you look at various industries, I think there is hardly any industry which is not getting disruptive because of this AI. Look at scientific research, Dr. talked about it. Healthcare, doctors, pathologists are able to look at vast history of medical conditions and various type of reports, and able to very accurately diagnose the health condition of patients. This really makes everything so accessible and more efficient, which improves greatly in the society. And when we look at the education, right? So I was completely blown away when I first saw the demo of Sal Khan, when he gave a perspective of how they are adopting LLMs at Khan Academy. No, it's not just about answering a student's question. It's about the ability to reason and understand what are the struggles they're facing and make them understand the core concepts and not just give a direct answer. I think that's where the power of the AI comes in, and that's how we should look at it. I know there are a lot of fear on where the AI is going, but from my perspective, I would like to take a positive approach and see what kind of opportunities it is opening us in each and every field. So from my background, I have been part of cybersecurity. The kind of sophistication across the whole technology, it has increased so much, and we really need to build more efficient cybersecurity solutions. People have adopted so many solutions, but they have been facing challenges because most of these solutions work in silos, look at limited set of data. So nobody is able to give a clear picture of how different systems interact and pinpoint the problems. Similarly, in the environment side, I did a few project a few months back where it was very surprising seeing very less tech adoption in these core sectors. I developed a solution where we were able to optimize the design of hybrid renewable energy plants and make it more efficient. I mean, this is very need of the hour, right? This is the goal we are towards our net zero emissions. So, if we can adopt these AI technologies and make these core sectors become more efficient and more lucrative for these plant developers and owners, I think it would be a good deed. And finally, at O9 Solutions, we are building business planning solutions. And these are very, very, very business critical decisions. And today, if you look at all the businesses, they are becoming very complicated. The kind of vast geographies they look at, they work in, the number of products they deal with. So the complexity of these solutions, businesses have increased a lot, and there is a lot of need of AI which needs to go in to look at that complexity and simplify, so that businesses become more efficient. So yeah, those are my thoughts around it.
Thank you for organizing and inviting. I think the previous talk was very reassuring to me that teachers are not going to lose the job. So given the excitement that we have about AI, given the fear that the AI has created in the minds of people, and the noise that it is creating in the community, including among people like us, I think I want to take a very conservative line and see that, look, where or what happened and why things happened from a slightly different perspective. So if you look at people say why this happened, AI happened, there are multiple ingredients to the story. Of course, people talk about data, people talk about compute, software, libraries, people talk about deep learning, transformers, this, that, etc. What more? What was the next ingredient to the success? People. The number of people that got into the AI or into one technology or into one area was like, this is not comparable to anything that we had seen in the past. The hype, maybe the investors, people put more money, then people more jump into it. Like, so that's the entire cycle you can understand. So as a result, what happened? Things moved fast. And when things move fast, new results will come, new development will happen. Let us not worry too much about, like, of course, that when things move fast, there are its own repercussions. So for example, if you drive super fast on a road here where the rest of the people like auto rickshaws and bikes will struggle to be matching with your speed, there are issues, practical issues in the journey. And that's what we are seeing. So we are not worried about regulations. If you look at who says there is no regulations, if you look at healthcare, if doctors were allowed to practice the way they want, or if the pharma companies were allowed to create whatever medicine they want, we would not be living now. If there was no control over where you can drive, what you can do, where you can build houses, where you cannot do this, say real estate growth happens, we will not be living in cities like this today. So usually regulations catch up. Governments catch up. So we see that today. This should not be possibly interpreted as an act in panic. I'm taking a conservative line to say that, look, so we let us not think that this is not the end of things. So we are seeing today, I fully agree, we are seeing lot of development, lot of changes, lot of positive news, lot of negative news, all of them coming together, and many of us are completely confused. What is this AI? And what these opportunities are what is going to happen in the next few years? I see two major things that can happen based on my minimal understanding of AI. There are, or if you look at AI, there is a layer of data. Today, a lot of success that we see is all on public, large data that people have created and put it on internet. The second layer is the algorithms. Nicer enhancement of the existing knowledge, good advancement, good, nice algorithms came. But there are two types of application that we are going to see. One is a new opportunities that we are going to see. For example, what LLMs will do. What new drug discovery is going to enable us for living forever. So there is a new class of opportunities that are coming up for sure. I think everybody is talking about that. But the existing application domains are not going to disappear. Floods are going to be there ever. We need technology. We need solutions for helping people who live in India, who live around. Disasters, diseases, survival, education, or whatever you think, whatever we practice, they are all going to continue. They will be impacted positively. There will be ingredients that will go to that. And there will be really opportunities on the ground. And these are not going to get closed. They will be revolutionary. They will be made more efficient. More technologies will come. So there is this complete space where AI is going to impact the applications around, and we are all going to get benefited, and we need to adapt appropriately. Just like all others talked about what they do in their own organizations, I should also say from an education point of view where I see AI is going to impact. So just like if you look at history, many years back, mathematics was just one discipline in engineering. At some stage, we decided mathematics is so important, everybody should learn maths. At some stage, we decided that computers, whether you do chemical engineering or mining engineering, you should learn computers. Similarly, AI is going to be, or appropriate AI module is going to be important for education, and it is going to be more fundamental as we move forward. And that is also, we are hoping the education or the technologies will have to be, education models and curriculums and methods will have to be adapted to scale at that level. That's another thing that we should keep in as education. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I think some of the questions I was going to do a follow on, I already got the answers, but I'll be a bit more provocative. There is always a moral angle in a lot of AI applications. I'll come to some domain like education. So last Professor Jawahar, would you let students use ChatGPT for their home assignments? What would be an appropriate, balanced technique or process?
I think there is no other option. So if you look at, say, many years back, people were doing all tables. At some stage, people started to use calculators, isn't it? I'm sure there are people here who did not use calculator when they were students, and most of us started to use calculator. We started to use spell checkers, isn't it? Now we started to use Grammarly's. The next is ChatGPT. It's a natural evolution. So it just takes time whether the ChatGPT will be allowed inside the exam hall, whether it will be allowed only for assignments, whether it will be homework, where, what, etc. There will be minor changes. We are going to use that.
Okay. Professor Manish, I want to ask you, you mentioned some social good, right? I think that's a very exciting angle, given the fact that we all think usually from business perspective, but Can you highlight on AI for social good? Because I think that's a very, very enlightening angle for AI to enhance, basic acceptance of the technology by humans.
Yeah, so there are many, many different ways in which we can really start to apply AI for social good, right? One is, I mean, one of the applications, right, that has taken, I mean, when you look at ChatGPT and so on, right, which has taken the world by storm, is basic access to information, right? You have a problem, you have a question, and you want the AI-based model, right, to help you provide that information. Again, I would argue today, there's a huge gap between the quality of answers you can get when you ask your question in English versus when you ask the same question in Hindi. And the gap becomes even greater when you ask the same question in Assamese or in Santhali or in one of the dialects that is not even known to many of these large language models. Because today, I mean, if you look at, for instance, India, there are 22 scheduled languages. There are over 100. So it goes back to kind of the challenge that I gave to my team. I said, make sure that you build a single model, AI model, that can understand all of the 22 scheduled languages. And I was so happy that my team didn't listen to me. Partha Talukdar, who leads our team, he came back and said, look, there are 125 languages in India that have over 1 million speakers. That have over 1 lakh speakers. There are 60 Indian languages which have over 1 million speakers. And out of these 125 languages that have over 1 lakh speakers, 72 are so-called zero corpus languages. There is zero known digital data for 72 of the languages which are spoken by over 1 lakh speakers. So the first thing to do is to make sure that you bring all of those languages, right, into these models. And therefore, we embarked on this Project Vani, where we are collecting speech data from, the eventual goal is to collect it from each and every one of the 773 districts in India. We have already collected data from 85 districts and made it openly available. But the eventual goal is to collect it from each and every district. So, and we are now, so far, all of these large language models, you've had speech learn from text data. We are trying the reverse. Can you have text models learn from speech data for so many of these languages where your corpus for text is very, very poor, where you have a lot more speech data? So that's kind of one example. I referred to this work that we are doing in agriculture using satellite imagery analysis. Another example is where we are working with nonprofits for improving maternal and child health. It's led by my colleague Milind Tambe, who's also a professor at Harvard. And what we found was that, I mean, the statistics are very sobering. I mean, they've now improved, but still not as much. A woman dies at childbirth every 50, or at least used to die every 15 minutes. I don't know what the number today is. I hope it's a lot longer, but still unacceptably high. And the founder of this nonprofit, Arman, that we work with, I mean, she made this very powerful statement. She's a gynecologist. She said, pregnancy is not a disease. Women should not be dying of childbirth in this day and age. So there are these very simple things that they do where they send out these messages during every week of the pregnancy. There are voice messages that get delivered to women over their mobile phones. And they have studies which show that women who listen to these messages have better outcome for themselves and their babies. And yet, half of the women end up dropping out of that program. So they asked us to build AI models for that very simple problem that, look, we have a few human volunteers who will call up those women who are likely to drop out. Can you help us identify with our limited resources, right, when we have lakhs of women enrolled at any given point in time, which are the ones that we should prioritize? So we applied, we built, again, with a lot of very fancy math, solving this Whittle index and decision-focused learning, restless multi-armed bandits. This is the largest known application that we know of restless multi-armed bandits to public health, which got deployed. So the team built those AI models. They've deployed those models in production. And we found that for the bottom 25% listeners, these models were able to improve the overall amount of content that they listened by something like 130%. So that was the power of AI, but we've only scratched the surface. There are so many more ways in which we need to still apply AI to improve the actual health outcomes. So I would say, look, there are just tons and tons of problems that still remain and tons of opportunities for us to apply AI. And invariably, what we find is that when we start to apply AI to these actual real world problems, there are still open issues. You can't just take an existing AI model out of the box and expect it to just work flawlessly and solve that problem. It never happens. We always find that we have to, again, we first apply that AI model and then we have to improve it before we are able to solve that problem. So that's been a consistent experience.
Thanks. That's a very important angle of AI, which is actually at the focus also as equally important as the business adoption of AI. So with that, I'd like to ask you, Vijay, see, one thing is like technology will keep changing. So what is, in your opinion as a business leader, from your business leadership perspective and your employees perspective, your customer perspective, what are the effective change management kind of things you will be advocating so that you're not stuck with a lot of rework or retraining, etc., with every wave of technology? What are your thoughts?
So I think when you look at AI with businesses, one of the things that we have found is that we need to go, the AI models have come in, and now you need to go to the extra mile with the customers, and you need to take it to the customers and implement it. A lot of the times you get this problem of the human, the AI is erroneous, and then the human element needs to take over and provide a proper response. So those are the kind of, I think, areas that the human can lead and help with the application and usage of the model in a business. Now, from a perspective of, I think that change is obviously going to happen when you have something new coming in to an organization. You have to be ready with skilling people, and you have to be ready with ensuring that these people learn these and on top of the different technologies. So those are the, I think you just have to be, you have to be aware that you have to teach these people and teach your employees and be sure that they are up to the date with the technologies.
Good. Amit, what are your perspectives on, there is a lot of negative press, right, about hallucinations, about can we really trust the APIs? Also, the other important political issue is, are we giving our business control to very few who are producing the foundation models? And that's a business risk, right? So from a business perspective, right, since you are running business, you are managing projects, what are your ways you think about the risk mitigation of adoption of AI in businesses?
I think this really has been the talk of the town and a very pertinent discussion to have when we are talking about AI's adoption. So there are a couple of things, right? So first of all, when we talk about reliability and safety around AI, we really need to look at certain few things like transparency. I think transparency is very, very important when we are designing the AI systems. Any system built through AI should be able to explain the whole decision-making process, how they arrived at a decision. And these things are very critical in certain applications like law enforcement, healthcare, finance, where trust is very important. Similarly, there are problems around bias mitigation, right? So there is a growing concern about these LLMs being biased towards certain individuals, and that can lead to very unfair treatment of individuals or societies. So we need to make sure that we develop these systems which have a control or at least an observation on how these systems are working and be able to detect and mitigate if any bias arises on these things. Then coming to the second point of being given access to certain businesses using these APIs and all, I think that is how it has started. But ultimately, if you look at the end game or how I see it is going to get evolved, is that businesses would need their own fine-tuned models, right? We don't really need a 70 billion parameter model to do very specific things. Rather, we would be having very small models, a few billion parameters that should be sufficient, but fine-tuned for very exact use cases, right? That's how I see, businesses are going to use these LLMs. So point is that, it's easy to take APIs and get started with building prototypes, but ultimately when you build something meaningful for enterprises and businesses, that's where I see that, for efficiency and transparency, you would end up using very small and very fine-tuned models. That I think takes away that concern. And secondly, I think the whole trigger of this AI revolution recently has, major factor of that has been the open source community, right? The developments which has happened in the open source community. I mean, it would not have been possible for developers to take these models and start building solutions on top of it. So it's not, that fear is, in my opinion, that fear is not real. There's a lot of open source community which is getting very matured, and it's not going to happen that way. Is that control would go to few businesses and they would take the organizations of business data and do some mischief there. So it's a very, very active community which is getting developed. Things are distributed, so I don't see that fear being real.
Very pertinent observation that we're going to move to more open models, small models, rather than saying that we'll only depend on the few large models. That's a very convincing answer, because from a business perspective, as you know from the recent fiasco at some of the companies where without the knowledge, employees were leaking the data to the foundation models, and it was causing havoc in the enterprise mind. So from an enterprise CIO perspective, the LLMs are a nightmare, actually. So I think it's going to be a huge benefit if the open source community comes up and gives challenge to these models. So coming to your question, you talked about transparency and all that, right? So there are two ways of doing all this. When you talk about enforcing, bias checking or enforcing things like security checking, privacy checking, all that. One is called the de jure, or another is de facto. De facto is where you are in the process of business and you're trying to do business, and from your customer feedback itself, you be self-vigilant and you try to enact on this. And in another way is the de jure, which is the regulation, right? Where regulations will come in, force you to do these things and test and certify before you go and release models. So I would like to collect your opinion on this whole concept of, do you think the industry should come forward and do more forward thinking on guardrails and making themselves producing safety related issues rather than governments coming down the neck? What are your collective opinions? I'll take anyone can answer.
Yeah, so I can start. Definitely there's a need for industry to pay a lot of attention to safety. We heard about the problem of hallucination. There's also a problem of biases that often these LLMs encode in their models. So there is clearly that need to be responsible. So at least I know for most large AI companies, they have their own versions. Like Google has these AI principles that we have enunciated, and each and every, not just product goes through that audit of are you conforming, but even right from the time that we start building AI models, what are the data sets that you are using? Are these data sets truly representative, right, of and are they going to introduce biases and so on? So there is a lot of work happening, but at the same time, I ultimately feel there's also a need and place for regulation. And that regulation should be more around usage of these AI, because of these AI models, rather than just in the foundation models themselves. And because what I really fear is, as these models become really, really powerful, the ability to cause harm, right, through things like weapons, drones, and so on, right, that you can imagine. And not just, I mean, of course, at one extreme, the weapons, on the other extreme, even things like misinformation and so on, right? There's tremendous harm that you can cause. So there is definitely also a need for the government to ultimately introduce regulation based on usage, but it has to be done in a manner that still allows the innovations in AI that will benefit humanity to continue, while at the same time limiting the damage that these models are, of course, able to cause when directed towards harmful activities.
So I think I want to add one point, like it's a question of government or industry is not the only thing. We should also look at what we want to keep in mind while developing technology. I believe some of these issues are so fundamental that it has to be taught at the school. Because what are the implications of technology and technology development? That has to be, like, students will have to be aware while studying the technology. They should understand they are developing technology that is going to coexist with human. And so these implications and interconnection of the technology and interconnection to the humanities has to be understood and well appreciated at the education level. Unfortunately, most of our engineering education looks at humanities and associated subjects as a necessary evil to get some score, because at the first year they have been asked to study and get some marks. But it is not, it needs a very tight integration with technology. And that's the way to go forward.
Vijay, want to add?
Yeah. So I think from the industry perspective, most of the times, again, AI is not a silver bullet, but there have been people who have peddled it like a snake oil. So I think it is important from industry perspective, despite what sales team may say, that we deliver value to the customer, so they build trust in the solutions. Once they build trust with the AI solutions, I think they will embrace it in a much better way. And part of that is also, I think the government regulations will happen. They're bound to happen. But I think the short term, the industry has to take a view that they have to provide a value to the customer and approach it from that session.
Good. I think kind of all of you agree. I want to bring some slightly subject-oriented question to Professor Jawahar. He has been in the field. See, will the proliferation of Gen AI means all the AI we're studying currently, right, with deep learning, ML, is that going to vanish?
No.
Can you substantiate?
See, nothing has changed, isn't it? If you just look at, you're looking at Gen AI as a completely new beast. So the Gen AI is not going to kill the old AI and old deep learning. And old deep learning is not going to make all the pre-existing machine learning irrelevant. Or the entire machine learning is not going to make all the statistics and signal processing irrelevant. No.
Thanks for confirming. Because I want to mention one thing, that one of the biggest areas of research in Gen AI is about bringing old AI concept called planning, which is about bringing workflows, optimized planning, both forward and backward, is back into how you optimize the enterprise workflow by using LLM. So you actually, I want to see that this is actually generation 1 AI, which is planning. It's not even deep learning. So actually what you said is correct. And I see that the whole field is coming with that. So what we have seen is a plethora of topics, right from responsible AI, use cases, business modeling. Then we saw use cases around social good. Then we saw about the R&D areas in AI. So I would like to ask the panel for a 30-second some closing remarks from each of you. Manish?
Okay, so my closing remark, I would say the most exciting that I'm looking forward to is AI helping advance scientific discovery. We have already seen some glimpses, right, of what can be done through things like AlphaFold and so on, where you've been able to have an AI model that has now come up with protein structure for prediction for each and every one of the 200 million proteins known to humankind. It used to take one PhD. It used to take like 5 years to come up with a structure of a single protein. So we have done 1 billion years of kind of PhD equivalent work, right? Has been accelerated, right, by this AI model. And to me, what is really exciting is how, again, AI applied the right way could enable and accelerate scientific discovery. That's one of the things I'm most excited about.
Vijay? AI is definitely exciting, but I think we need to look at it two things. One is, how do you ensure the quality of the AI? So I think there is a lot of work going there. And so that is number one. And second is the compute. If you can bring down the compute, this will lead to wider adaptability and more of ESG.
So I think, see, the AI this time has been really transformative. I mean, we have been AI systems, building rule-based systems and then adopting machine learning, and then neural networks came, enabled deep learning and all. So it has been continuous evolution of AI algorithms. And now with Gen AI, I think the most transformative thing which has happened is the accessibility. That a developer or a common person can use this technology and build effective solutions. So I think what we really need to do is that it's not necessary for us to build foundation models. They exist, and there's so many of them which exist. I think what we need to focus is take very specific business problems and then try to solve those business problems using the technology available. I think there is a greater collaboration which is needed with R&D, the research institutes, where we can train the workforce on how to leverage these technologies and build very specific business solutions. I think that's where we Indians are good at building businesses, understanding businesses, and how we leverage this technology is going to be really, really important. So it's not about just building or doing automations, right? It's about augmenting human capabilities and exploring new opportunities which were not possible earlier. So I think that's my thoughts.
Given the human resource we have, given the analytical mind that we have, given the software background and history that we have, given the huge data resources, repositories, unstructured data that we have in our own, I would like to imagine today AI as advantage India.
Thanks for the panel. I'd like to close my own thought with two topics. One, I think, is the responsible AI, which all of us agree that we need guardrails. Second thing is the whole theme about use cases. Yesterday, if you have heard Nandan Nilekani speak, he said, the future for people is about use cases. Don't think technology, statistics, model, LLM, LVM is not, but they will come and go. But use cases centric thinking is going to be fundamental. And like our advantage, we have a very big advantage in leapfrogging the technology as a country. So let us leapfrog our country to being the #1 adopter of AI for solving social and business problems of the world. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and thank the panelists.
Thank you so much, everyone on the panel. Thank you so much, Dr. Srinivas. I would like you to stay here for a little bit for a couple of questions. We'll keep these questions very short again, and then we'll have a token of appreciation. So I would like you to settle down for another minute, and then we can go on from there. Yes, sir. Who has the mic here?
Can I start?
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll get to you also, sir.
So first of all, thank you so much to all the panelists for the very insightful session. Very helpful. I'd like to ask Vijay. So Vijay, I work in the technology and AI domain in Europe, and would love to know from you and maybe others also, any use cases that you may have implemented using AI, and what challenges did you face while implementing them with other corporates?
Yeah, I think one of the use case that we implemented is for a worker who is skilling himself. So we call it self.best. And what that does is it allows that worker to be taught or tutored as that person walks through his training course, and also if he gets stuck on some particular problem or is unable to solve or need guidance, then it's a combination of human and AI, where if AI cannot solve the problem or cannot help him, then a human is matched dynamically using skill matching, and based on his availability is brought within, let's say, a minute of that problem being raised. Something we call Uber of skilling. Right? So that's one particular use case that we have implemented. And the other one has been in what we're calling Simplify Path, where we improve the adaptability of technology within a company using a simple Google-style search capability, where we do both information retrieval as well as transaction. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Please, you may ask a question. This would be the last question we'll be able to take for the day, but we will be able to find all of the speakers outside at lunch as well.
I've been taught artificial intelligence by Professor Brahmadev and supported by my daughter from Indianapolis through machine learning. He started the class always like this. If you want to learn AI, then I will ask one question. How to prevent a war? He will see everybody and finally tell, be prepared for the war. So is it correct that artificial intelligence will lead to give such type of innovation that we can stop the war by preparing thoroughly?
I think I'll take a stab at it that it is a human issue. It's not a technology issue. So I'd like to again reiterate, people who control AI are humans. People who decide how to use it are humans. People who administer them also are humans. So I would leave it to humans.
Wonderful. So on that note, sir, just a very interesting thing. Everyone thought when the nuclear bomb was designed, everyone thought that the world would be destroyed. And we've had the most peaceful time practically compared to our history ever. So when we have amazing weapons, we have deterrence. And that's an interesting thought that I'd come across earlier. And I hope this happens. This holds true for the world of AI as well. So with that, thank you so much. We've had a phenomenal discussion here. We've dived deep, as promised, into a lot of these domains. We've had a diverse background on the panel today. So I would like to now end this session with a small token of appreciation for all our panelists. Dr. Srinivas, please do the honors of handing it over. Yes. So we have Manish Gupta first. Then we have Vijay Krishnan Gupta. Please, round of applause. Next one for Amit Agarwal. And finally, Professor C.V. Jawahar. For you as well, sir. Thank you. You may please take your seats. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll have a quick group photo as well. There's a new tradition now. Without selfies, no sessions end. Thank you. So as we move on to our next session, I would now like to invite a truly distinguished mind, the chief data scientist at the Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning at Reliance Jio. He's a program mentor for the AI and Data Science program at the Geo Institute of Eminence and a visiting faculty of machine learning at the Indian School of Business. An innovator who has driven advancements at giants like Google, Yahoo, and Reliance Jio. With more than 20 published papers and 30 patents, he's received several accolades for his groundbreaking work. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Shailesh Kumar. Thank you so much, sir. Please take it.
Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It was very pleasant to hear all the previous speakers and panelists. So thank God, I'm not going to talk about LLM at all. So we had overdose of Gen AI today, so I will not talk about it. But what I'll do is I'll talk about the thing that is coming, the way we think about very large ecosystems and how do we get ready to build the next 20 years of AI. LLM will play a small role, but there's a lot more that we need to do. Yeah, can you put up the slides, please? All right. So we call this emergent ecosystem or emergent intelligence. And, the story started when, one night during COVID, Mr. Ambani called me and he said, hey, Shailesh, you're building a brain, but we don't have a body to support that. And then it all started that, we need to think at 3 levels about putting an ecosystem together, right? The body, which is the physical part, the operations of a business, the conscious mind, which is what I call the IT part, which is interacting with the people on the ground and people, our customer, and the most important, the subconscious mind of an enterprise, which is the AI part, right? So we'll talk about how to integrate all this and how to build, what is the use cases of the next 20 years and how do we get there? Yeah. So I'll talk about 3 big ideas. What is the complex ecosystem, right? It's automated, it's intelligent, it's integrated, and it's real time. So what does that mean? Then I'll talk about an operating system for an ecosystem. What is an operating system for a smart city or an agriculture ecosystem, right? How do we think about operating systems beyond mobile phones and cloud? What does that mean? And the third idea I'll talk about is the marketplace. How do we think about bringing everybody together in the same platform so that we can build the millions and millions of models we need to build to transform the country, right? So this is hopefully going to be a driving force. So let's talk about complex systems. Now, if you look at the evolution of products, we started with physical products that came with pre-programmed intelligence, right? The car will, put the light on if the petrol is less than a threshold. So they were all programmed intelligence products, product 1.0, physical and instinctive products. Like babies are born with instinct, animals are born with instinct. That's the first generation products. The second generation products we all grew up with had the ability to learn from data and become better over time. So we never built a final search engine. It is still going on and improving, right, after 20 years. So this ability that we can collect a lot of data from the crowd and keep improving our systems is what we mastered in the last 20 years with cloud and all of that, right? So this is a very important phase where we are today. And the reason why we are able to build ChatGPT is also because of this. What is the next generation product going to look like? Let me ask the audience. What do you think? Don't talk about LLMs alone. That's technology. What do you think is the next leap in product that is going to happen? Yes? Sorry? Okay. Wow, very nice. Okay, very nice. Okay, recursive, very nice. Autonomous, yes. That's a property, yes. Huh? Flying cars, very nice. Yeah. All right. So in my mind, we have already started talking about these, what we call ecosystem products. So the idea that a smart city is a product. Each city is one product. It's an ecosystem. And there are many such ecosystems that we are going to build in the next 20 years, right? So if you think about ecosystems like, smart cities, a connectivity network, the whole network is one ecosystem, right? One Jio, one Airtel is one ecosystem made up of so many products, components, right? If you think about a refinery or a very large complex system, we have already built this product, but the subconscious mind is not acting the way it should. So many parts working together as a whole is an ecosystem, right? If you think about the agriculture ecosystem of a country, not one drone, we know how to build drones now. What we don't know is how to connect the satellite data with the soil IoT data, with the supply chain, with the chemicals and the soil quality and export policies of agriculture. We don't know how to connect all that, right? Same thing with healthcare. We know how to build hospitals, which are again an ecosystem, but we don't know how to think about the entire healthcare ecosystem of a country. The next COVID might come soon, so we don't know, how do we get there. Retail is a great example of an ecosystem product. Yeah. So that is what we think from a Reliance perspective are going to be the next generation products. And why are they different from Google search, for example? I'll take a specific example. They will have billions of entities of hundreds of types, because search has queries, ads, URLs, 3 types of entities, 20 years, 20,000 engineers changed the planet. But now we are heading into hundreds of types of entities. If you look at telecom, we will have entities like, the SIM card, the devices, the cell tower, people on the ground, the grid, buildings, all of that, right? So that is one type of complexity. Another is we'll have trillions of interactions of many, many types. People are joining the system, leaving the system, making a payment, doing a phone call, downloading something. So you should start feel the complexity from the type of entities and types of interactions. We'll have hundreds of metrics. So if you think about search metrics, Google's, Gmail spam metrics, YouTube recommendation metrics, they're all independent of each other. But in a complex ecosystem, those metrics will be interacting with each other, right? The business metrics, the customer metrics, the environmental metrics, operational metrics will be all interconnected to each other. And then we'll have hundreds of workflows. When we think of Google, it's, given a query, give me the results, is a very simple workflow. Obviously, there's a lot of subconscious stuff that happens in the background. But here we'll be having many, many workflows. So I'll talk about all these ideas in a little more detail, right? So how do we handle this complexity? So we think of ecosystems as a cross product of some horizontals and verticals. If you look at your own body, it's a complex ecosystem. It has a conscious and a subconscious mind, and it has workflows, and it has systems. So we have 5 systems, and we have workflows. When you eat food, a workflow gets started. When we fall sick, another workflow gets started, right? So we have workflows and systems. So it's a system thinking kind of approach. So what we've done, we looked at all the workflows in all the various businesses in the conglomerate, and we have grouped them into different types of workflows. So some are very simple execution workflows. Somebody ordered something on Agio. How do you make sure it is getting delivered? So there's nothing, weird about it. It's just an execution workflow. Then exceptions happen all the time, right? Cell towers are down, product is out of stock, weather is bad, somebody is not well. So these are all exception workflows. How do you discover, predict, and act on these exceptions? Then we think in terms of expansion workflows. How do you want to grow your business, right? Where to open the next store, where to put the next cell tower, which customer segment to grow, in WhatsApp, what feature to add. So whether you're thinking about a customer growth, market growth, product growth, what does an expansion workflow look like? Then an efficiency workflow. How do you measure efficiency of your system and make sure it is at peak efficiency, right? At Ola, Uber, how do you measure efficiency? Right? Delivery, supply chain, all kinds of efficiencies. And then, we have 2 very important workflows. How do you explain everything? Root cause analysis of everything, right? Why did the customer churn? Can you do? Is customer care call? Can you explain that? Can you explain, other things? So why is the model saying what it is saying? Why is the LLM saying that? So all these explanation workflows. And the last is what we call evolution workflows, which basically say every AI model has to continuously evolve, right? We have seen how Google has evolved over the last 20 years. Now we're talking about hundreds or thousands of models. How are they going to evolve? Are they going to be retrained every day, every week, every hour, every quarter? How are we going to think about the evolution workflows, right? So very quickly, here's an example of an exception workflow, right? And what we do, we think about monitor everything. All your sensor data, monitor everything. Now, the most important thing we do, mistake a lot of companies do is they think of a dashboard as a very holy thing. For me, dashboard is one of the graveyards of data. Okay, and I'll give a talk on why I think about it. The right dashboard is not something that tells me what all is going on in my business. The right dashboard is the one that tells me what is not going well in my business. How do I discover the emerging issues? How do I discover exceptions? Software people know this. We put a lot of exception checking, but what about a business, right? So how do we discover exceptions? Maybe before they happen. How do we predict exceptions? How do we analyze the root cause? How do we then, that's another area. I think one of the big areas of AI will be doing a complex root cause analysis, planning, reasoning, thinking. Those ideas are going to be very important in the future. How do you synthesize an action? How do you execute an action? The mind-body problem. How do you measure impact? And then how do you learn from all that, right? Maybe we didn't discover the right issue. Maybe we didn't analyze it properly. Maybe we didn't synthesize the right action. How do we then do that, right? So this is just example of exception workflow. The other thing we think in terms of is systems, right? So we are built of 5 systems. Enterprises are built of 5 systems. One is a system of sensors. All your data coming in, different formats, different rates, is your system of sensors. Then system of records, which is how do you think in terms of storing your raw data, storing your features, storing your labels, storing your content, storing your predictions, and storing your optimizations and decisions and metrics. The whole thing is a system of record, not just the raw data, right? So we need to expand the notion of what is system of records. System of intelligence, we all understand. How do we make sure every component of all the workflows, wherever AI is needed? So one of the themes here is AI is not a separate thing, and IT and the rest of it is separate thing. It's an embedded system, so we don't need to think about it as an outside. So how do we build all this, evolve all this? What is the model life cycle that we think about? System of operations. We have digital operations and physical operations. Like we are living in a digital physical world, right? Ola, Uber is a digital physical ecosystem. So physical operation and digital, both, how do we do it well? Because that's the output, right? The hands and legs of an organization. System of interface is the conscious mind, which is saying, how are customers interacting with my business? How are my own ground operation people interacting with my business? How do we think about these two? And then system of integration is going to tie all this together, right? How do we integrate the data coming on one side, analysis happening, optimizations happening, groundwork happening, operations? We need that ecosystem. Hundreds of AI startups by themselves will do great stuff. But until we integrate all of them together, we are not going to make a dent. And that is reality that I learned because from Reliance perspective, integration becomes a bigger issue, right? So integration is the next big innovation, as they say. So an example of workflow thinking, if you think about orders coming on one side, demand forecasting happening from the same orders, allocation happening on those orders, profiling happening and recommendation happening on those orders, and replenishment happening. These are examples of the major 5 workflows that are common to all e-commerce verticals, right? This can be applied to fashion industry and whatever else, right? In terms of, now we are working at operating system for the country level, and we are thinking, instead of doing one use case here, one use case there, how do we put it all together? What does an operating system for agriculture look like? So the idea is, imagine so many events are generated all the time in a very asynchronous manner, right? Weather warnings, satellite data is telling me something, farmer took a photo of a crop, there is a pest outbreak somewhere. All these events are happening all the time asynchronously. How are we going to handle that complexity? So we need an operating system which is also, it has deep knowledge of every farm. what is grown here, what is the NPK level, what is the moisture today, yesterday, tomorrow going to be, and all that. We need all kinds of models, not one model here and one model there, in a very standardized form. So we should be able to say, given a photo, what is the disease, given a soil IoT, what is the deficiency, given a satellite data, what should we do, what is the omics of the plant, genomics, what should we do. Bringing all the models together is a bigger problem. Building all the models is a solved problem. Yeah. Then how do we think about the knowledge base of agriculture? We are going to head into reasoning and thinking now. How would like a agriculture expert will think about an answer that this guy is asking? And then how do we think about all the content in all languages that we talked about? And then from there, the output could be, imagine an advisory going to every farmer every day, what to do. To government advisories are going, stock up on onion here, elections are coming or whatever, right? Supply chain dashboards, export advisory, all kinds of advisories, right? To chemical companies, to fertilizer companies. So imagine an ecosystem that can handle this is the next big product. That is the next big platform at a country level that we need to build. Same thing with healthcare. I won't go into the depth of it, but we all get a sense that these operating systems need to be now created. Education, again, we talked about how students are, struggling. And in a digital physical school, what would education look like? So there are events coming in a digital education system, and we'll have, a complete understanding of every student's learning path, personalization models for content, curriculum, and everything, and an education content lake. All the building blocks sort of are there. We just have to integrate and make sure we are able to give advisories to students, right? So there's a general framework, a design pattern that is emerging. Now let's talk about the third big idea. How do we do this? So there are two infrastructures, public infrastructures I'm talking about. One is, how do we think about these operating systems? ONDC is an example of that. UPI is an example of that, but this is still more complex. How do we, that was the first infrastructure. The second infrastructure is the marketplace of AI, right? So if you think about the AI stack for Bharat, what would it look like? Somebody would have to sit down and say, what are all the sectors? Who are the beneficiaries? What are the products and applications they use? What kind of services they need? And within AI, what are the AI services they need? And who is going to build them, right? And the idea is, all of us together will build this, right? So companies like Google and Microsoft will build certain models. ISRO's and BARC will build certain models. Students will build certain models. And my dream is to see that I did a PhD from somewhere and my model got deployed and immediately got made available to millions of users. How do I make that gap between research and production possible? And, like we saw the movie Ratatouille, anybody can cook. I think in the future with ChatGPT, anybody can build models if you have great ideas. So how do we engage the whole community and change the way we think about AI as everybody participating in this ecosystem, right? And we can see the next 20 years, we are going to be very, very busy building all this for the country and all that. So here's a concept of what a marketplace will do. And hopefully the video will play. Let me try this. So this is an app we built for Machli app for fishermen. Now imagine a guy in Kerala who is very passionate about fishery. He built an app for fishermen of the country and said, hey, I will tell you where to go to fish and weather warnings and all that. So he built an app, but obviously he built it in English. And then he realized, oh, I need to build it in the 10 languages in the coastal region. And then he realized, I want to make it speech enabled. So the domain guy, the consumer of AI, is a domain guy. He understands fisheries very well. He doesn't know how to build a text-to-speech model in all 10 languages. Those are the producers of AI. And he's a consumer of AI. And the whole idea of a marketplace is to bring the producer and consumer together, right? So what will happen? Let's hope this works. So he's opening the app. I hope the audio will work. Okay, the audio is not working. So whenever we are pressing the English button, the app speaks to you. What is your phone number? So all the menus are spoken because we have an English text-to-speech model in my marketplace, right? Can you increase the volume?
Choose language.
So now he's choosing Telugu, there is no audio coming, right? So we understand the gap now that an app is there. We know how to run it in English, but we don't know. Now imagine somewhere else in the country, somebody who doesn't know that that app exists goes to this website and says, I am the best, Telugu text-to-speech model. I am going to, with a few clicks on this website, I'll upload my model. That's all he does. He doesn't know the 200 applications of this. He's just uploading a model somewhere, and suddenly what happens to this app?
Me phone number.
Suddenly this app is now speech enabled. And that is the
Meeru
power we want to
Chepala Veda
realize,
Cheyu Pradesam.
that, without him wanting to hire a text-to-speech team or work with all the APIs that work or don't work, now imagine that there are producers of AI pumping models in a standardized API format, right? So the consumers will use standardized APIs, right? So we need to bring standardization to AI is a very big area. Then for each API, text-to-speech in Telugu, hundreds of people can contribute their models, right? Whichever is the best model for the price will get activated and that guy will get monetized, pretty much like how Ola Uber works. And now, we create a new economy. We don't have to do Kaggle competitions anymore. We can actually put our models here and suddenly the country will benefit and you will monetize your models. And now there is an inherent competition that is building it. And once this system is in place, the new data will keep getting collected. It becomes part of the national data stack. And now everybody is equal on compute and data. That's what, if we can enable, then everybody can contribute to this economy. So these are the two important infrastructures. One is the operating system at a horizontal level. How do we think about all the workflows in all the social and business sectors? And within the AI part of it, how do we think about AI not done by one data science team, but anybody, right? And so then we democratize AI on one side and make sure it is available through the workflows to everyone. So those are the two big infrastructures. So the journey is very straightforward. We all understand that. Digitization is still not happened everywhere. We have a lot of data which is still physical, right? Handwritten reports, printed blood test reports and all that. So we are heading in the world of digital first data, remaining digital. It won't be generated for humans anymore. It will be generated for AI first, then for humans, right? So we lived in a world where a printout would come for a doctor to see it. That world is over, right? So digitization, automation, intelligence, democratization. Like we said, I should not have to struggle to build a AI first app like the Machli app, because I can go to a marketplace, get whatever APIs I want in a standard format and build my app. And I don't have to worry about whether the models are improving or not. There are Googles of the world and others who can keep improving all the models, right? Inclusion is very important. How do we build AI for the masses, right? We have so far built it for the urban elite, English-speaking, tech-savvy people. But what about the blind? What about the non-tech-savvy? Speech is going to play a very, very important role. And, we heard Manish talked about speech-first kind of application. And personalization of everything, education, healthcare is going to have, agriculture, all that will be personalized. It's a shame that Netflix is personalized, but education is not personalized, right? So I think our priorities have to shift. And, India's AI strategy paper really focused only on social use cases. Only 4: healthcare, agriculture, education, smart cities, smart mobility. That's it. If we just take these 5, I think we'll become a trillion, whatever trillion we want. And last is building trust. And we all talked about hallucination and other things, right? So if we can handle this, I think we have a roadmap here. And hopefully we all can work together to get there. Yeah? Thank you so much. No questions? No? Otherwise, lunch.
Thank you so much, sir. What I wanted to announce was, first, we'll have 1 or 2 questions, a small token of appreciation. Please stay for that. And then we have a small change in the schedule, which is we're going to schedule a lunch right after this talk. And then we'll have Professor Nitin going after. And then we'll have another panel moderated by Arvind. So, if you have any questions, we can take 1 or 2 very quick questions, and then we have the lunch to speak further.
Thank you so much, sir. I am from IIT Bangalore. Today's session was the most precious session in my whole life. I learned a lot from how AI will shape the future world. But my curiosity question is that AI cannot generate human feelings, and where is the limitation of human being? And these human feelings are the most important aspects to keep human beings alive. So how do you think that the material world, how much we can progress, but in consciousness level, there have some kind of limitation of AI?
Yes, you are right. I hope that limitation remains because the Hintons and the Elon Musks of the world are worried about that part of AI, right? When, let's say AI doesn't need you to write a prompt, what are we going to do? Right? So there is a problem, AI generating more AI, right? There is a problem. And the whole empathy, sympathy, compassion aspect of humanity will definitely cannot go there. There are no embeddings for that. But I think you are right. I think there is a limit and we should not need to cross a certain limit because we are now done with creating beautiful ads or, doing diagnosis for patients. If we can solve a certain level of problems, I think we should settle down and say, this is all great. One big use case that will happen, everybody talked about it, is I predicted that ChatGPT kind of system will come in the next 5 years in 2013. Now I'm predicting that AI will be a Nobel Prize winning invention co-author every hour. That is the promise of AI. And it will not happen only because of ChatGPT, but the reasoning and planning systems which will connect all the dots and do the thinking for us at a scale that current scientific process is very serendipitous. All the scientists are sitting here. If you think about it, you should have read the right papers, connected the right dots to get the right insight, to come up with the right innovation. AI doesn't have that problem. It has read all the documents, connected all the dots. It can proactively look for patterns at a cloud space. So the pace of innovation that everybody talked about, those are the things that are exciting to us. And we should think about how to leapfrog humanity into that, fast-paced innovation world. Obviously, there'll be dangers, but, at some point we have to decide whether we use technology or technology uses us. We don't know, right? So we have to be watchful for that. Yeah.
Thank you. One more question. We had one more, and then we won't be able to take any more. After this, we have the lunch. Shailesh, is it okay to bother you during the lunch as well?
Lunch is fine.
There you have the permission. Please go ahead.
Thank you for this wonderful session. Sure, I myself am a data scientist and a deep tech entrepreneur. But looking at AI, I use AI and I see there are great advantages. But from morning, we've been discussing about the perils, uses and disadvantages, and not a disadvantage, like it is miserable. So what do we need to do? See, we are in a do or die situation. We have to definitely rely on AI, whether it is useful or not. But at a strategic level, you at organization head, maybe you can think about it. But what about the countries or regions? What do you think they have to come up with?
So I'll give you two broad examples. So one is, if you look at the history of technology, any technology, what was the first thing we did with that is we misused it. Then we started to use it. Nuclear weapons came before. We destroyed 2 cities. Then we realized we can power the cities with energy. When internet came, we filled it with all kinds of junk. And now we realize, oh, we can actually teach kids with the internet. You see? So the right use cases come after we have misused it. It's like a teenager. See, we are at a teenage stage in the technology world. Every teenage, with all the powers they get, first they do the wrong things with themselves, then they realize and then come out. And there are guardrails on regulation, parenting, school, and society and tradition. I think there's nothing unnatural about that. AI is going through that. We are building deep fakes. We are using AI for, bad things also. And now regulation is catching up. Hopefully, our regulation will be strong enough. Open source movement is one thing that I keep worrying about. It's a double-edged sword, right? You have open sourced a very powerful model for deepfake. Anybody can do anything, right? One corporate responsibility thing I heard Facebook built a model that could take only 3 minutes, 5 minutes of your audio data, and then you can train a model to say anything in that person's voice. They realize the amount of danger it can do. It has a lot of benefits. I could record my grandfather's voice, and then I can talk to him in his voice. That's a great benefit for it. But the dangers outweighed the benefits, and they took it off.
Yeah, because when you have lessons learned, right? Don't you think the governments have to do a proactive
Governments
approach?
are very, very proactive. Today, we have a very strong, regulatory body that is looking at all that. Some of us are part of that. We are looking at regulation, but we cannot predict 5 years from now what might be the bad use case of AI. We don't know that. But what we know, we are able to put it in regulation. Regulation will always be 5 years behind technology. That's a law. You know, seat belts came very late in the cars. Same thing. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shailesh, for this insightful talk and sharing your thoughts today. I would like to now present a small token of appreciation by Manjeer. She's in the PIWOT Pan IIT team.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so now is the time for lunch. We are all going to assemble back in the next 25 minutes. Right now it's 1:40. I hope to see everyone at 2:05. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, by the way, there is a bell that the team rings. That means we should all get inside. It's not a musical entertainment thing for sure.
Technology is a magical thing. It allows us to solve problems we couldn't solve before, do things we couldn't do before. And while that may be daunting for some and alarming to others, we believe technology enables us to achieve more. But for that to happen, you need the right kind of people. People that can apply technology to human needs and make you excited with what technology can do now, not years from now. That's why our purpose as Hexaware is to create smiles through great people and technology. It drives the passion of our colleagues every time we take on a challenge and raise the bar together. It fuels the excitement of our clients when we drive the growth of their business and the happiness of their customers. And it sparks a feeling of joy when you experience the products we've helped build that remove friction in your life or fulfill a need in a smooth, frictionless manner. We delight people through unlocking the full power of technology by unleashing the full capabilities of the cloud, developing digital products and services that deliver great experiences and realize new sources of revenue, and enabling automation so you can intelligently run your enterprise in the cloud and bring new solutions to market at the speed of light. We are Hexaware, and we create smiles through great people and technology. Technology is a magical thing. It allows us to solve problems we couldn't solve before, do things we couldn't do before. And while that may be daunting for some and alarming to others, we believe technology enables us to achieve more. But for that to happen, you need the right kind of people. People that can apply technology to human needs and make you excited with what technology can do now, not years from now. That's why our purpose as Hexaware is to create smiles through great people.
We saw the entire OpenAI debacle. there was a very interesting thing that happened. I would love to hear some of the hot takes and controversial takes that people might have on what happened and why it happened. Like what happened, we all know, but why it happened, do we have any theories behind it?
Anybody who would like to volunteer?
Please. Only controversial takes, sir.
See, I'm Paul Dayanadi. I'm a professor. See, any open source is not absolute, is an obsolete, I would say. Because though it may bring the cost down, from the security perspective, open source is not an advisable thing. See, I will tell you why 5G lab, which is being promoted by Shri Narendra Modi in 100 colleges, why IIT was funded by DOT for indigenous 5G. But that didn't work out what has been implemented in BSNL or Tejas and all these things. Indromer's calls are failing. Okay. So please understand that open source of either in AI or in open source software in 5G, it will not work out practically from the security perspective. And also it lead into a lot of...
No, sir, you're absolutely right.
See, I
want to touch upon
guy.
Open AI as a company.
I will.
Open AI as a company, not open source AI for now.
Can I?
Yeah, the
say
Sam
that,
Altman thing that happened, sir.
I will tell you. So Arvind here. See, the point is that the AI is unknown. It moves very fast. So Anthropic is a team which left AI and they had disagreements with Sam Altman pushing in. It started coming very close to AI. So even the November announcement, you may not be aware, it is just 1 week before they decided to launch it and call it a product. And there was a lot of issues where it was not tested. It's essentially a beta product rolled out at scale. So that is the first problem. The second problem is Anthropic and Llama, Microsoft for open source, they are not that far. While you read a lot of news and there are a lot of ways to test, they're not that far. So the pressure to perform was coming to Sam, and something which most people don't realize, he is not all that truthful.
He's what?
Not all that truthful. He has thrown out a Y Combinator. You go read Paul Graham.
Interesting.
Yeah, he's very manipulative, and the board felt that he was lying. I mean, you cannot put it ethics, etc. But he said inconsistent. He was trying to sack Helen Toner, who was a member of the board.
So would you support board's decision?
I think so, but they did it badly. Just when people are getting 8 to 9 million of share offerings weeks before the secondary offering, you can't. I mean, the money matters to this thing. If they had done it after the secondary sharing and if they had stated it better. See, saying that we have lost trust is a very strong statement from board members. There's a lot of money at stake. People don't want to explain. How can a board explain how you have lost trust? A lot of these things are very difficult to explain. But fundamentally, the safety guys will win because all governments will now realize that Microsoft has too much control on this technology. Regulators will descend on OpenAI like nothing.
Now, an interesting take on that, just carrying on before we have our next session ready. I'm just on the matter of safety, right? The idea is that the regulators will eventually crack down and all companies will have to bend as per the government rules, and it will be for the masses probably overall beneficial. That's the hypothesis. Has anyone heard here about, there's a special project. No, I'm saying hopefully, right? So has anyone here heard about this project? I can't recollect the name, but there is a company who has decided to create a mammoth ship full of data centers and GPUs basically. And what they've decided, that ship is floating in international waters. So they do not fall in anyone's governance. So as long as you have hardware chip control, then how do you really get regulated? So that company is betting on the fact that all governments will crack down, they have regulations and they will be safe and they will be the ones making the most money. Is there any opinion on this?
I think you are jumping many assumptions. First, nobody knows how it works. So how do you regulate it when you don't even know how it works? If there's a bug, we don't know whether it is data, layer, algorithm. It is a black beast. So this whole idea of regulating is very difficult. The issue is more distribution. Just like a drug is not distributed to billions of people without a lot of assurance and tests, the main effort of regulation will be controlled distribution till a lot more field testing proves that it works. Yeah, nobody knows how it works. So how can you regulate?
We're going to find that out very soon. I am for now, I'm keeping a close watch and watching the drama unfold. Like, you all remember that metaphor, right? The saying, the world is a stage. So anyway, with this, I would like to kick off this session, a post-lunch session. Just before we do that, I would request the people sitting behind to come in front. Please encourage all our speakers to be more engaged with you. That'll be very, very noble of you to please pick yourselves up from that seat and bring yourselves in the front. Everyone at the back, please, sir, ma'am. Shalini, who's the lead of the AI tracker, she's looking at me and she's saying, "Agar sab aage nahi aaye to Nivedan, I can't let you continue." She's giving me very difficult stares. Okay, so with this, we're going to start off with the next session. I hope everyone has had a good meal. And before we all start feeling like napping, we want to make sure that the energy is back up again. And I have a very special speaker to invite in next. Okay, give me a second. Someone has played with my slide orders. Okay, yes. So now I would like to invite a brilliant mind in mathematics and computer science, who is currently leading the Center for Developing Intelligent Systems at IIT Kanpur. He's known for his 15 plus years of research and algorithms and pioneering an AKS primality test. Previously taught at institutions like Bonn University. Let's give a warm welcome to Professor Nitin Saxena.
Okay. Can I start now? Can I start? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this stage. I'm not used to coming to corporate events. This is my first one. Yeah, yesterday actually I attended a panel discussion here where a very sage advice was given by somebody, I forget the name. So he said that, we should be focusing on problems and best solutions and not tech. Okay, it is not that we should be obsessed with a particular technology and which is fashionable now, may not be fashionable tomorrow, or it may not be fashionable today, it may become fashionable tomorrow and so on. But we should be focused only on solving the problem and then bringing it to a bigger scale. Our focus should be that. So he said that we should be using just common sense and we should be starting from first principles. So now my center here with Nishit CDS, we take this sage advice to heart. Okay, so I will show you not the tech part, but I'll show you the use cases, the problem statements that were given to us by clients, and we solve them and we try to bring it up to scale. And you are free to interrupt me. I have many slides, and very little time. So I'll prefer if you ask questions and we don't finish the slides. So since this is the AI session, so I have to talk about AI. So I'll basically divide in 3 parts, the use cases, sensing, deciding, and acting. So I'll show you the examples. So AI for sensing, so for example, so for example, you may have IoT-based sensing of environmental parameters, which can be, these days it can be pollution, pollution in air, it can be pollution in rivers, it can be presence of waste, which shouldn't be there on the streets. So they are sensed, but sensing is easy for human beings, it is very hard for machines. So sensing is a complicated process, and generally there is no set algorithm for it, so you actually use AI. You have to train the system to understand that this is fresh air and this air is polluted. So AI goes into that also. There is second example is basically taking UAV photographs or using drones. You take pictures, and then again those pictures the machines cannot. We can immediately see that there is a land parcel or there is a boundary, but the machine, you want an image processing algorithm to actually detect that. And that detection again is based on AI. There is no set algorithm because the land is complicated. Even the color green, for example, distinguishing green from brown, what we see with our eyes, it may not be so easy for the machine. So this is the best way is these days to just use DL or ML algorithms for that. So you have to train it. So that's land parcel detection, or in fact, boundaries first. Third example is movement of traffic. You have CCTV footage and you want to sense traffic. Similar thing is we are also doing it for the highways. We haven't completely implemented, but they have the use case. So when the highway authority builds highways, they have to cut trees. So for example, they want to count the trees. So how many trees were cut, and then they have to replenish that somewhere else or there. So that again is not very trivial. We can see the trees, but obviously in a photograph of probably low resolution on a big scale, you have to train a system which actually counts trees. So we had some master students who did this as a thesis, and it was not bad. So using that, you can actually count. You can first of all, you can detect trees. That itself is a AI problem. Fourth is similar thing, movement of cargo, be it air or sea. And digitization of paper-based documents. So we talk a lot with these government agencies, for example, police or land records, and their systems are generally, especially for the police, their systems are British era systems. They are very outdated. They don't even have a way so that the hundreds of police stations or offices can read what is written on a paper and scanned. It is in Hindi or in Kannada or whatever, and it has to be first translated. Ideally, you want to digitize means that you want to translate it, you want to put it in English, and then it should be searchable. So that whole pipeline they have not built. Probably they haven't even thought about it. So that is the document sensing part. It's technically a solved problem. In your Adobe PDF, you can ask it to find text in image. So that's the OCR technology. But this has not penetrated to the masses in India. So we talk about a lot of fancy things, but even the basic things are not really implemented at the local government level. Okay, so this is a problem we try to solve for them. And finally, the biggest thing, the last but the biggest thing is something which the Prime Minister himself now uses. So over the years, we have developed a system. It's basically Nishit's project. He started with very small money. And then the Prime Minister liked it. It started with Ministry of Defense, and then Prime Minister demanded that all the ministries should use it now. So it is now present in all the ministries. It's a back-end system. So when you go to PM Grievances portal, you will not see it. You will just see this NIC-based form. But so that form collects complaints about all aspects of government in the country. The problem is that how to take action, because people who complain, they basically rant. So they may not even be aware of what they are ranting about, which department this complaint should go. So there will be a long rant probably present in a PDF. It may even be handwritten in Hindi and then scanned and uploaded. So there are these, again, OCR issues, but let's remove the OCR issues. So finally, the text itself, when you have as English sentences, the problem is that an officer has to read that in the backend and understand that which department it pertains to, so that he can send it to that department. And this is a very difficult problem because, first of all, for officers, it's a boring job. And secondly, the citizens are criticizing actually the officers. So they would not want to send it to a department. So then they sleep over it. Then there is an escalation. Then somebody more senior has to look at it. So overall, I mean, you want this thing to be automated, and you have to use AI because, again, what this is basically semantic search. So some kind of English language model has to be invoked. And what the model does is that it has probabilities attached to when it reads a sentence, it will attach a bag of meaningful words, which may not even be present in the sentence. Like, so for example, I went to this office and I wanted to register my property, but they charged me 1,000 rupees. Now, corruption word is not there, but it is corruption related to land record office. So this will now be understood by AI. So these bag of words will be attached to this sentence or to this PDF. And so categorization happens using semantic search and some language model. So once you have done this, so now you have categories, and one complaint may be present in many categories, so it can be now sent to those departments automatically. So instead of the officers pulling complaints, now this is being pushed, right? So the AI system is now actually understanding it, and it is pushing to the relevant departments. And the officers also, I mean, now over the years, our dashboard has evolved a lot. So now officer can write some random sentence in the search box, and the geographical distribution of complaints related to that sentence is shown. So I'll show you some pictures now. So we call it discovering intent. Okay, so citizen means this, but he or she has not written it, and the machine learns the intent, pushes the complaint with the intent. So this is one of the favorite of the Prime Minister himself. How do I move forward in life? Okay, a bit slowly. Yeah, so this is the picture for land parcel detection. Here, so this is the first job. You have these pictures, but the colored rectangles or polygons are not there. So this is drawn by image processing software, which is, I think it is not very expensive. So it's probably even present in the drone itself. You can upload it in the drone. So it sees these things and then it colors them. So you can see that there will be some errors, like in the rightmost edge, there is a non-polygon object. And this is happening because of the trees there, and the color is just too complex. So it's not very easy where the land is beginning and where it is ending. But mostly it is correct. Mostly you can see the squares and the rectangles and the quadrilaterals and the trapeziums and all that. So that is the detection land photographs taken from drone. We have this almost, this POC has been shown to UP government, and most probably we'll get this project. So then it will be used for mainly rural land digitization of their data records. Because there is a drone company which can do that. It has drones, it goes and takes photographs. Second is this big project that is deployed already. So it is deployed for all central government departments and ministries, and many other state governments are also interested. Just somebody from Gujarat Chief Minister Office visited, and Haryana Chief Minister also we talked to, and many others. It's always difficult to understand when we talk to them whether it will actually get deployed. I mean, so talking is one thing, doing is something else. There is always a gap, but at least people are getting aware. So the complaints in old-fashioned style on the portal are entered by the citizens. Then there is an AI engine which will identify the gist, identify the intent, even if it is not present. Those keywords are not present. It is not Google. It's more than Google. So it's like you write down your feelings, and then Google will give you text corresponding to that feeling without using the same keywords. Right? So it's about semantic search. So yeah, like officials asking for bribes to issue certificates, you click on that. I mean, the officer will click on the box in the backend, and there will be a list of such complaints or grievances retrieved and listed. The third example is detecting structure within documents. So this is again a project which is with several agencies. This I think is to probably with the I mean, it's an example, but ultimately it is being used to read insurance claim forms. So the form will have basically the person submits insurance claim listing the medicine names, and then it is scanned and uploaded. And so what is the medicine name and what is the claim for? These two things have to be matched approximately. And if there is a big concern, then it is flagged and manually checked. Right? So for that, you have to identify the red parts are the fixed keywords, the fields, and the green parts are the input which was given by the shop or the shopkeeper or the patient for who bought the medicines and so on. And so that is now that is then yeah. So the first one is slightly easier. The second one is more complicated, as you can see, because there are also those thumbprints and signatures, etc., and that confuses the system. So the data which is available around the thumbprint will again be messy. So obviously some manual intervention will be needed, and there will be some mistakes, but largely it works. So this is sensing structure within documents. Yeah, now we can move to decision after sense. So once you have sensed some structure, you have to make a decision. So what is the decision? So in the land parcel example, the decision is that you have multiple trapezia or quadrilaterals, and you want to combine them, saying that all these quadrilaterals belong to person X. There is some villager X. All this land is for person X. Because in India, the lands are not like the West. They are not neat rectangles. They can be any figure. And over time, they get fragmented. So a rectangle will be divided into smaller trapezia, each one going to a brother, and so on. Right? So the figures ultimately are very complicated. So you have to combine, you are triangulizing, and then you are assigning a name to a big area. So that is the consolidation part. But already the things have been digitized since you had the rectangle. So after digitization, it's a standard algorithm. Then you don't need AI. AI was needed only for the sensing part. The decision part here is, I think it is AI free. We don't use AI anymore. Now you can actually look at the graph and you just use a graph algorithm. But the second one definitely needs AI. So this is once you have identified the document structure or the information present in the form, and then you have digitized it, you have to detect whether there is a fraud. Now, fraud is a very nebulous thing. It can be fraud for you, but not for me. So this is an AI decision. So the basic over the years, like several business rules have been added into the system. So now there are some 50 plus rules. So based on those rules, and some of those rules are not easy to learn. So for that, you have to use AI models you have to build. And ultimately, there is an answer whether after all these forms and patient records, doctor records, whether there was a fraud committed in the insurance, health insurance. And believe it or not, this has been saving tens of crores to National Health Authority. It comes every few months in the news. I mean, they don't credit IIT Kanpur because they say that they have developed it. And this is always a good sign. I mean, if you develop something and other people claim it's theirs, it means that the product is useful. And when the product is useless, they say that, well, IIT Kanpur is the inventor of it. So we considered it as a very good thing that they don't credit us. But this actually is built and maintained by us in the center. And the main mind behind this is actually Nishi Srivastava. So he has been doing this for multiple years, and now it's, I hear that it will soon be a case study in MIT Sloan Management School. So you can read there. Third is, which we have proposed to UP Police, that do police investigation not in the British style, which is 100 years old, but maybe make it slightly more intelligent, if not artificially intelligent, at least basic intelligence using basic algorithms, which is network analysis. Maybe I'll have an image about that in the next slides. Fourth is pollution source apportionment. So what is this? So in Delhi, you see every year people are choking to death because of so much of pollution, and the government says we don't know why the pollution is there. It may be because the people eat meat and beef, because of that there is pollution. I don't know. So you want to find the reason, right? Whether it is because of eating beef or because of somebody burning lands or because it is cars and traffic and whatnot. So you have to assign the blame. And that is our inherently AI problem, because even to detect that there is pollution, it's an AI problem. But for that, I believe the models are very good. The sensors measure the air, whatever the air chemistry, and then there is a model which decides whether this chemistry suggests presence of pollutants and this small matter which should not have been present. But then the last thing is the hardest, which is you have to assign blame. Where did it come from? Right? So there you make even more mistakes. So we have a faculty, Purushottam Kar, who works with civil engineering experts and with Delhi government. He has, he has worked with actual data. It may be from various places, where they try to assign the blame that, okay, 10% is because of this, 20%, 30%, and so on. And that is also a published, there are published articles on that. So you have to use both chemistry and AI. And obviously real data, and you should have already labels. You should know that when land burns, what is added in the air. And when a car like stage Bharat 2 or Bharat 3 or Bharat 4, what are the different pollutants which are added? You have to assign the blame that way. Yeah, and the fifth one is this decision making in the grievances example. So once you have attached the bag of, once you have categorized or classified the grievance, you want to find the possible root cause of so many complaints that the government is getting. Right? What is the root cause? So the root cause analysis is done. The output of that is again a bag of words. It will tell you, or it will suggest to the officer a bigger reason for this problem. Okay. Based on, again, training. Over the months, so many complaints have come. Why have they come? Maybe there is a particular officer in office who is causing this problem, or maybe simply the policies are wrong. Yeah, so this is the picture for land consolidation. These, you have to make it, you have to assign people to each of these rectangles and then join them. And yeah, root cause analysis is automated detection of important topics in these grievances. And the output is, for example, each of these rows give you, show you a bunch of, a bag of words from which it's not very hard, actually. If you read this as a human being, it's not very hard to understand what is the reason for complaints, and then you can take a majority vote and you can find that most probably this is one reason why so many complaints have come this month. So most importantly, this is, AI is just a tool, right? It's a slave that you should use. Ultimately, you should change the system itself, the governmental system. So last point is about that once you know after the root cause analysis, what is the root cause, what is the possible cause, you should be doing process re-engineering, which is that the government should go back and actually correct those problems physically in person in that office or in that policy, right? This is, we will not go very far with AI. We have to ultimately change people and change systems. So that also is a major part which is going on. So then the IS officers or the secretaries or even the ministers, they then say that, okay, this is a big problem, you change the process in the office. So yeah, so this is another picture. So first, so you can just type MN-Rega, press search. So it will show where the MN-Rega complaints came from. But this is, the second one is more interesting because you have a meaningful sentence. And then you see that the bubbles are now bigger. right? So that is collecting the semantics. Semantic search is collecting many more things than a specific keyword, right? So, and that shows that there is a systemic problem. It shows that Indians are corrupt and the systems are old-fashioned. So you have to do process engineering, change that. Okay. Yeah, but my pointer doesn't have AI, so I keep getting stuck. Okay, so this is the, these are the 50 plus, I mean, I'm not showing you the rules, but some of the categories of the rules. So there are more than 50 plus rules. This is done with the collaboration with Ernst & Young because they have the contract for this insurance fraud detection from NHA. So there are rules based on doctor's advice. So those are the clinical based rules. Basically, if somebody is claiming a disease, but that disease only happens to old people, then a 10-year-old should not have that disease with high probability, right? So those are the kind of basic rules, which is basic logic or algorithmic idea. Then there are more complicated rules for which you will have to model. So that is the ML part. So you can do statistical detection. I mean, you can use statistical methods, or you can use more fancy MLDL models. And yeah, so you can assign risk scores for a disease for a particular person. And if the score is very low, then most probably it's a fraud. Obviously, I mean, this will not stand in court, so it has to be then flagged and somebody manually checks it. But you can see that this will reduce the job a lot because they submit a lot of documents. And if we can reduce the amount of documents which are to be read by a human being, it increases their efficiency. They will be more careful to read. Okay. The next example is, yeah, so this is proposed for policing and especially in anti-corruption investigations. So the person in the center, the red people, they are known, the police case is against them. And network analysis will basically look at the data which is available, which we are proposing should be the call data record, who this person calls to. Because with the call, you can also find out, you can match it with UPI transactions, right? So you will not catch just one person, you will catch hundreds of people. Because usually when you do corruption, you don't keep the money with you. You try to spread it out to your family. You don't like friends very much because friends may complain against you, but family is the best. If you are corrupt, distribute in your family. So you want to identify that who are the family members to whom calls were made and then money transactions done. So this acquaintance network, and this, by the way, is an example, actual example from Swedish street gang analysis. I just picked it off Wikipedia. But this exactly is the idea. So you find, so police can actually, I mean, I don't know whether they will implement it, but if they implement it ever, they will have better reports for the judge, okay? Because they can actually show that, look, these are the calls made. This is the UPI transaction ultimately made, bank transaction done. And this is how the money is flowing, right? So that is better investigation. Right now, they just do it manually. They just try to guess whether this person is close to that person, and then this is all very shady. It's not proven. There is no hardcore evidence. But with everything being done on UPI or online, now you can actually do the network analysis and find evidence. So the green people are closer in the circle. The blue ones are further away. And you can find witnesses there and so on. So this will furnish exhaustive evidence if implemented in charge sheets and reports. And finally, the AI for acting. So this is, I mean, obviously the IoT systems, once you have sensed and decided, then you can also act. So you can send emergency, like ambulance or police vehicles or patrol vehicles and so on. Yes, so auto responders can be sent. And finally, there could be an automated compliance system. So for example, the point where the grievance is being submitted or the point where the insurance form is being submitted, at that point itself, it can be flagged. So the citizen has the opportunity to change, right? So there is, the AI system is actually pointing out the errors right there. So it doesn't even go into fraud. So this is an example. This was field tested, verified, validated in Kanpur city with the UP police when there was a friendly DIG or IG. And when he was transferred, then the system collapsed. So it is not being it is not functional right now. But when it was functional, it was saving the response time and also fuel consumption of the petrol vehicles. So these petrol vehicles are currently just manually assigned. So instead of that, you can assign them according to the distribution of crime. So last 2-3 months, you can look at the data and then assign according to, I mean, vehicle can be placed closer to a place where the probability of crime is higher, right? It's a simple thing. But since the city can be big, and for example, Bangalore is multiple cities, so there you can't just do this manually. You want a system that looks at the exhaustive data, does some statistical analysis, finds clusters, and then places the vehicles in these clusters. So that anywhere in the vicinity, when people make a call, the call from the control room will go to the petrol vehicle, and then the petrol vehicle goes to the, okay. Yeah, so I'm not very efficient here. I'm not saving your time. But this one will, if you implement. Okay. And similar idea we are using for allocating engineers. It's a company here based in Bangalore. They have given us a small project. So we are trying to do the same thing in a different situation. But idea is the same. It's both statistical analysis and some part of RL, which is reinforcement learning. There is some AI in this. And finally, there is a big state which has given us, like it has been 2 years, they gave us a project where they gave us data that they have of all their citizens. And with that data, we have designed an AI system which predicts income or estimates income. It's an income estimation project. So once you have estimated income, you can potentially, the government can target, they can do welfare in a targeted way. So they can include people who were previously not included, and they can exclude people who were previously included. Right? There are many rich people, you ask them in the survey what is their income, and they will give you only 10% of the value. So they are getting welfare. So you want to exclude, but more importantly, you want to include. So we have salary labels for the people who are employed, and from that, we can look at the other parameters like electricity bill. So there is a cube that should draw here. Yeah. So you can, there are 15 parameters, but the most important ones which actually give us results are only these 3. Electricity bill, what place, what school the children of the family go to, and third is what kind of vehicles are there. And so this, with looking at the actual salary labels, you can create a model which then you can apply on people who don't have salary, right? So you can estimate their income. And this is, by the way, mostly statistical analysis. This is not even AI as people in this conference understand it, because AI these days is something which you don't understand. As soon as you understand, you will not call it AI, right? So that is the dictum that society follows. And this we understand, so we don't call this AI. But if we didn't understand it, if there was no explanation, then it's AI. So this is what has happened. Previous panelists were also wondering why there was a time when 1956 AI was there, but then that was forgotten, and what happened in the 80s. So what happens is that as soon as you understand algorithms, you stop calling them AI. Then something ununderstandable, unexplainable becomes AI, and this keeps changing. So it's a very nebulous term. It is good to use it because politicians and managers immediately get excited. So if I said that I'm using statistics and algebra, well, who cares? This is the European Enlightenment. We don't want it here. But if I say that, well, we'll use AI, they're excited. So this is a very good thing, and I encourage all the startups to use this. They have encouraged me to use it actually. So we use multivariate regression modeling to predict income. They want us to use more parameters, but the coverage is very little. So the biggest coverage is in the electricity bill, because every house has digital bills. So that is the easiest, which covers all the citizens. As you move to other databases, the coverage is smaller. I won't name the state, but this is an advanced state, so they have still better systems. For example, if it was a state of UP or Bihar, this will be even worse. But even in the best states, the data collection and storage, it is not nice. So the data is very, very ugly, and there are a lot of mistakes. You don't even know whether the name of the person is correct, because it will be written in 1,000 ways. I mean, Amit may have tons of spelling, so you don't know what Amit Kumar it is. So all that also requires some statistical analysis to give a probability that whether it's the correct Amit Kumar or not. So there is some data cleanup. In fact, most of the part is cleaning up the data. You have to clean it up, then you create the model. Yeah, so, and then it has to be ultimately validated. So validation, we have created better surveys. So we can identify 1,000 homes and they can go to those random 1,000 homes and check whether what we are saying is correct or not, or whether they believe it is correct or not. Because, I mean, in this business, you will make a lot of mistakes because income is not a well-defined thing. Income is like AI. It's not something you understand. So, and the chief minister wants us to give him a number. Now that makes it very difficult because, I mean, when you don't even know what income is as a concept, how can you assign a number to it? So we make mistakes, but at least this gives, since it is based on correct parameters, it gives you some idea about, okay, this is how two people compare. One should get the welfare, other should not get. Yeah, so I think at this point I can stop and ask questions. I can just go to, yeah, so this was about what are the problems in AI and how do you, if you want to apply AI methods in your company, then how do you verify, how do you assess the risk, right? So assessing the risk is a problem. So there are managerial systems or policies being built around this. The standards are not yet there, but the standards have to focus on what is the biggest risk that your system has and what is it that it is mostly intended to do, and assign probabilities, hopefully. But again, it will be case by case. You cannot say that in all cases it will be good. You can only say that in this case it's good, in that case it's bad. Yeah. So.
We'll open for questions.
It's a title recommendation. So the AI is a weapon of math destruction. If you are interested, you can read this book.
We'll open for questions, Nitin.
Yeah, this is very slow. I wanted to skip and get to maybe just one more slide. Can I reach the end quickly? Probably not. You are forced to read everything. Well, yeah, anyways, I think I should maybe just stop here then.
It reminds me of my one-on-one. 101.
ESC 101. Okay. Yeah, so thank you.
We can take one question for this and then we'll have our...
And Nitin will be here with us. Professor Nitin will be with us. So please feel free to ask him, catch him outside also. So yeah. I would like to take questions from back. Anyone has? Okay.
The presentation was excellent, being a professor in mathematics and the subject on AI. It was exemplary, I would say. I'm also a professor, Paul Dayanathy. My thing is AI on deciding for public grievances. If the data is wrong, then your prediction is wrong, no? See, for example, because AI is based on data, what you have for the old data. For the grievances, if the data is wrong, because you can see so many wrong things are happened by the police and all this stuff. So if the data itself is wrong, then the AI will give a wrong prediction of the grievance committed by a person, and a wrong person will be caught for a thing which he has not done.
No,
Am I right or not?
But grievance portal is, it may not lead to an arrest.
Yeah,
even a court case.
But
so this is more about what the citizens, if some citizens feel that there is corruption in this office, I mean, somebody has to take care of that.
Even for example,
otherwise, they will start a revolution. There will be a French revolution and politicians will be killed.
Even
so to stop that, some redressal has to be done.
Yeah. So because AI for public grievances like criminal violences and all, it will be a pretty big, I think AI will not be suitable.
No, but see this ultimately, as I said, ultimately this will be manually checked. Currently the Supreme Court, I think, Supreme Court has the number of cases is so large, pending cases, that to manually check these, it will take 300 years. So how do you reduce 300 years of Supreme Court judgments to 3 years? You have to do something. You have to somehow send it through an AI process, which classifies it into the most serious cases less serious and trivial or fraud or fake cases?
Okay, so we'll be able to take only one question for the day, but
Any other
I have to
question,
thank
if
you,
anyone
Professor
has?
Nitin, a lot. I think it was a very information-rich slides for us. We had a lot of insights, especially from all the public challenges that we face, whether that be in land as well as on traffic and so on. So I'm really glad we had this opportunity to hear him out. And I was thinking we have a trolley problem. Do you remember the classic trolley problem, right? So on one track, we have a time constraint of keeping the event on track. On the other hand, we have wonderful knowledge that is being shared right now. So we were all walking that thin line, and I'm really glad that we could spend more time. Thank you so much, Professor Nitin.
Thank you very much.
Big round of applause, please. And now I would like to ask Shalini to hand over a small token of appreciation for you. Okay, the organizers, are we set up for the next one? Okay. So after this very, very engaging talk that we had, we're going to move on to our next panel, which it's actually a set of discussions, slightly different format of panel that we have. It's on the topic, the role of cloud computing and hardware innovation in AI. And it's clear to all of us here, we wouldn't have such powerful AI without the breakthrough computing innovations we've had in the recent years. And cloud is that technology that makes that power accessible to all of us. It democratizes that access, it makes it affordable, and it helps reach in this technology, the power of this technology in the hands of the last mile, the last person. So it's my pleasure to invite our experts now to share their thoughts one by one, to share their insights on this particular topic. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite our host for this session, Mr. Arvind Tiwari. So, Arvind is an alum of IIT Kanpur, of IIM Ahmedabad and Wharton, has over 3 decades of experience across financial services and information technology. He's now the CEO of Sang Innovate and has previously built successful global software companies. So with this, I would like us to give him a warm welcome again, Mr. Arvind Tiwari. Yeah, so the first member we want to bring on stage is a brilliant AI chip expert. He holds a PhD in computer science from IIT Kharagpur, holds 14 patents, and has over 27 years of experience at top tech companies like AMD, IBM, HP, Motorola, and Wipro. He's a senior principal engineer at Intel Habana Lab, where his area of focus is the compiler optimizations for AI chips. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Dibyendu Das. Next up, I'd like to invite a digital innovation expert and the senior vice president and global lead at Hexaware Interactive Digital Experience arm of Hexaware Technologies. He has over 20 years of holding key leadership roles at Publicis Sapient, Gvox, and other giants. He's known for developing disruptive yet customer-focused products across industries, from automotive to healthcare. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Gauri Shankar Jha. We're getting the mic set up. You'll see him very soon. And then our third member of this session is Madhuri Sarla. I'd like to call upon Madhuri on the stage. She's an alum of IIT Madras and the head of partner technology strategy in India at AWS. She's an Amazon bar raiser and has an expertise in large-scale cloud transformations, technology incubations, and cloud architectures. Please join your hands again for welcoming Madhuri Sarla. I'd like to now hand over the stage to you, Arvind. Please go on.
Thanks. Thank you for being here. And it's a Saturday, and we will try to keep you engaged. This session is a mixture of two separate sessions we are planning. One was around AI hardware, the NVIDIA GPU, inference, etc. And the other one was around cloud. And for various reasons, some people were not able to make it. We have merged them together. So we are covering a range of topics, but the broad idea is that cloud is a common way to try new things. You can get hardware, you can scale up, scale out, very standardized, very proven, very cost effective. But AI is a problem because most of the new AI, apart from the inference, etc., which Professor Nitin showed, which can run on CPUs, etc., most of the new AI uses GPUs. And NVIDIA GPU is a cluster choke point for a lot of things. You may be surprised that it's less than 5% of TSMC's business. But the growth in this demand is enormous. If you have watched, NVIDIA has demonstrated 1 year revenue growth more than 6 years of its last 6 years. The demand is very high, and cloud providers have an issue of how to plan for a demand which is far higher than in plan. So we will discuss that. I'll ask Professor Debindu to present a little bit about a core part of interoperable technology, which is around compiler. Professor.
Thank you. I did a click off maybe for the slides. The slides. We need slides up and a click up for the slides.
And you need to get his slides, Dr. Debindu's slides.
This is all. No, this one is for the slide movement. Yeah.
It's coming up. You can start.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, I'll be going through something of the software stack that kind of drives modern. Can you get into the presentation mode? Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'll talk very briefly about, because we have about 10 minutes per speaker. Oh. Okay, good. So very briefly about, you guys are aware of AI. Obviously, people are writing models. You hear about models, and then finally you just hear about performance and all the things. And there are a lot of things happening in between, from the time you write your model to how your model runs on the hardware. And there a lot of traditional stuff is happening, most of which is compiler technology and distributed computing and high performance computing. So I'll just touch upon the compiler aspect of it, not the others, and our other esteemed panelist members will be talking about the cloud aspect. So if you are writing your models today, let's say in PyTorch or TensorFlow or JAX, and you want to run it on a plethora of hardware, like if you are a service provider, if you produce something, you want them to run on your CPUs, GPUs, other hardware accelerators. So as I said, a compiler is the main story out there. And the compilers that we are going to talk about a bit are having reusable components which can be used across vendors. These are open source, and they also have powerful target-specific code generators. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's a bit of a dense slide for many of you guys, but let's look at it, what is happening. So from the top, when you have a PyTorch, TensorFlow, or a JAX model, what the compiler or the front end of the compiler does is to make it look like a computation or a data flow graph. That is, you have your deep learning operators which are doing your matrix multiply vector operations, and then you have edges running between them, which is transferring the net tensors or the matrices between this data. And after that, we have a lot of these what are called as target independent optimization. We do algebraic optimizations. We do what are called as fusion. That is, you don't go to the memory again and again. You fuse operators so that you run it once. We do a lot of memory optimizations and so on. And then once these high-level optimizations are done, we go to the low-level, what we call as low-level code generation, where you can generate your code for your particular machine, maybe Intel CPU with special AI hardware, Intel Gaudi with special AI hardware, NVIDIA with GPU cores, Google TPUs, and we also have Trainium and inference chip from AWS and so on. So if you look at the AI hardwares today, and this is not the full set, as I said, there are other hardwares around that, but if you look at this set, today's, let's say if you look at Intel's, NVIDIA's, and Google's, and even Trainium and inference, all of them have two special characteristics which you find in all of this hardware. They have what are called as tensor processing cores or matrix multiply units, and surrounding that, they have what are called as vector processing cores which also operate on the non-matrix multiply convolution kind of operation. So these are two crucial parts of any hardware accelerator or the GPUs. GPUs are traditionally built for HPC, so they didn't have a tensor core or a matrix multiply engine. The tensor cores only came later. But like Intel Gaudi and the Google TPU, they had, because they were built for AI, from day one, they had this matrix multiply engine and the tensor processing cores. The difference is in the GPUs, the tensor processing cores are much smaller in size, operating on much smaller tensors compared to what happens in the other engines. Okay, so if you look at the architecture for real compiler today, you are already familiar with PyTorch. PyTorch 1.x was not really a compiler, it was an interpreter. PyTorch 2.x has become a real compiler. So what it does is, it has a front end called Dynamo, which converts your PyTorch model to what is called as the FX graph, which is like the computation graph that I told you earlier. And then it goes through, we call it the back end, but let's say the middle end, where it will do the operator fusion, etc. And that is called the torch inductor. The torch inductor is a very important part of PyTorch today, and without the torch inductor, you may lose 2x, 3x, 4x performance on the PyTorch model. So if you guys are already employing models, please try to use the pytorch.compile. It is definitely going to give you performance, no matter on what hardware you are running your systems. And then at the back, you have the kernels or the actual small operators which are running. They can be written using Triton or C++ OpenMP or CUDA or whatever it is. So PyTorch 2.x plus Triton. Triton is a new language similar to OpenCL, CUDA, and DPC++. And what it helps is you can write much simpler kernels than CUDA and get the same performance as CUDA today. And Triton has come out from OpenAI, but now almost every vendor is trying to generate code from the top to the Triton. And once you generate Triton, the backend can be patched to Triton to generate good code for you. So the other part that I have to talk about is, we talked about PyTorch. It's still kind of, I'll not say vendor specific, but Meta has developed it, is still open source. But there is another kind of movement in industry. People, you may know that, that modern compilers, which are like C, C++, and Java, heavily rely on this open source compiler-based system called LLVM. So you have all these front ends which are generating LLVM, which is called LLVM IR. It's an intermediate format, and on that you do a lot of optimizations, and finally you'll generate machine code for your hardware. And the same idea is being now taken to deep learning compilers. So under LLVM, there's an effort called MLIR. MLIR, some people say it's called machine learning IR, some people call it middle level IR, whatever it is. So this IR is the new IR which is driving the adoption of open source for the deep learning compiler and the deep learning software stack. And how it's happening is this, that you see your DL model, it can be written in TensorFlow, PyTorch, or even the new Mojo language that Chris Latner and his team is defining at Modular. And you get your graph, and from your graph, it becomes a real compiler in the sense of LLVM. You get into something called an MLIR, where you can define your program in that graph model, and then you do all your optimizations, you generate LLVM code, and finally you generate your target ISA. And whatever you are seeing in the dotted box, it's all happening open source, in the open. All the companies are putting the effort for it. If you still want to do something on your own, the licenses like Apache and MIT are generous enough that you can still pull from the open source and still put your own stuff and go ahead and do things. So, because we have a very short time, I just wanted to throw some terms at you so that you know whenever you're discussing what are the stack we are talking about. So whatever you are seeing today is just not the hardware. Hardware is providing definitely a lot of your boost. The models are providing a lot of your boost. But in between is this software stack relying almost entirely a lot on compilers and the optimization that the compilers do on better code generation to give you 2x, 4x, 5x, 6x performance improvement over multiple number of years. And that's not a small amount. We know about cases where, like I said, that if you don't do pytorch.compile, you are going to see lower performance for your models. So these are all, as I said, in open source. These are the directories. If you are not having your own hardware, but still you want to improve performance for your models, you have specific cases that you want to handle, you can still, get involved, pull this, create your own stack in a way, and run it. It need not necessarily be the stack given to you by OpenAI or Meta or someone else. Today, actually, you can build your own stack. And most of it can be driven by open. I'm not saying that it's going to be easy, but there is a great possibility of doing that. And the hardwares that we have today, because of this fast, rapid output coming out from the software, you can target newer hardware, especially if you are working at the edge or doing FPGAs and things like that. You can use and modify this kind of softwares for your use cases very quickly. So that's a very short introduction, and thanks, Amrit.
Thanks. For those of you, LLVM community is pretty large in Bangalore. There are work group meetings. I would encourage you to add. It's also part of something called domain-specific languages, which will hit LLMs very fast. One question. Where can somebody use Intel's Gaudi chips? Any cloud server available?
Yeah, today, good question. So Intel's Gaudi got delivered to AWS last year, and the earlier version of Gaudi, Gaudi 1, was already available from AWS. But today, Intel now has launched, just last month, the Intel Developer Cloud, on which the latest version of Gaudi, Gaudi 2, which is the Intel main AI accelerator, is available, and people can apply for and get access to the cloud and work on that. Thank you.
For those of you, most of my developers, we run a large LLM. They think Gaudi is a better play for inference, but we'll come back to that question later. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank
Gauri
you.
Shankar. I will invite you to present, and I will give you 2 minutes warning before we reach time limit. We are good for time right now. Go ahead.
Click up. Next one. Yeah. This next, the one for go forward.
Great presentation, Divyendu. Am I audible? Right. He did stick to his time slot. I'll try and do so as well. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gauri Shankar, and I'm excited to be here at PIWOT 23. Right. While my presentation comes up, basically, in an era where data is the new currency, the coming together of cloud computing and AI promises to be the game changer for businesses worldwide. So the next 10 minutes, we'll talk about these two transformational technologies and how they are opening up new avenues for innovation, efficiency, and growth. Okay, so when you look at cloud computing, it is basically a paradigm that provides on-demand access to shared pool of configurable computing resources over the internet. The progress has been over 3 different waves. The first wave was infrastructure as a service, which basically provided unprecedented scalability, flexibility, and accessibility, right? And the focus was essentially on shift from capital-intensive IT investment to operational expense. Then came wave 2, which was platform as a service. This essentially offered a comprehensive platform that not only simplified application dev and deployment, but also fostered innovation by actually shortening the app dev lifecycle altogether, right? And the shift was actually from managing infrastructure to delivering value through application dev and deployment. The third wave is software as a service, which is characterized by advanced technologies such as AI, such as machine learning and serverless computing, right? Basically, cloud computing provides the foundation for data-intensive and computationally heavy AI application. With this, I would like to get a little conceited and talk about Hexaware and what we are doing at Hexaware. At Hexaware, we have a bold vision for AI-first world. We believe that the next gen customer experiences are going to be driven by AI. So essentially, we're moving from mobile first, digital first, to now AI first. At Hexaware, we work with our clients and leverage cloud computing and AI to create exponential value for our customers. And how do we do it? This is our framework. Basically, you have to start with cloud enablement and modernization. Hexaware has a platform called Amaze, and I'm always thrilled to talk about Amaze, right? Because Amaze is not just a platform, right? Amaze is a patented solution. Amaze is essentially demonstrates Hexaware's commitment to innovation, Hexaware's commitment to pushing the boundaries of cloud infrastructure. So for Amaze, we have Amaze for infra, we have Amaze for apps, we have Amaze for data and AI, and Amaze for QA. Amaze for infra essentially does a quick, non-intrusive lift, tweak, and shift of migration of infra. It also has a assisted self-service. It's available on the marketplace, and I would encourage you guys to go have a look at it. Right? Amaze for applications basically helps modernize mission-critical core applications. It supports containers and provides PaaS capabilities. Amaze for data and AI basically helps with complete data warehouse ecosystem migration, includes data store, pipelines, and visualizations thereof. And Amaze for QA provides the end-to-end platform, basically helps with cloud testing and validation. Okay, once you have your cloud enabled and modernized, that is when we have the AI framework coming in. But when you look at Amaze, it's not just that we are proud of it. If you look at basically the Gartner Magic Quadrant for public cloud transformation services, Hexaware is a visionary. Amaze has been recognized and ranked in many of these surveys, right? We have used Amaze extensively across 6,000 plus applications for 40 plus Fortune 500 customers, 400 plus applications have been transformed for 20 plus Fortune 500 customers, and we have a great pipeline, 800 plus applications for 30 plus global customers. If you look at the logos, some of the biggest ones are there, which are using Amaze, right? That essentially validates the value prop that we are providing there. Okay, getting back to this approach. So basically our AI framework starts with a consultative approach called Decode.ai. Decode has its roots in design thinking. So it helps break down silos within the organizations because you can unlock value through AI by looking at a problem holistically. Okay, and so that is what design thinking helps us with. It starts with market research. It starts with connecting with the business and IT stakeholders, and that helps us understand the challenges, right? And then you get into the empathize and define phases where we look at defining the problem along with our design thinking experts, along with our Gen AI experts, right? And then comes the ideate and prioritize. So that's where these experts on cloud computing, AI, basically provide solutions to these use cases, looking at where friction is, how do you remove this friction, right? And then you prioritize based on tech feasibility, business viability, and most importantly, right, human desirability. Okay, once you have this prioritized list of use cases that you're going to work on, you need to validate the risks and assumptions for all of this. We also come up with an execution plan, and that is essentially where Encode AI comes in. Encode AI is your first step to AI implementation. It starts with identifying data sources, basically looking at readiness from a data perspective, data accessibility, your quality of data, your relevance of data, that is looked at, but that's not all that is from a readiness perspective. You also need to look at skills, availability of skills. You need to look at infra. You need to look at the partnerships that you have, right? And basically, we do the gap analysis. We work with our clients to make sure that they are ready before we move on to the next step. The next step is what we call as active experimentation, which is essentially starting small, doing POCs, validating your hypothesis, testing it, And once you've done that, it's important that you scale really fast. So that is what comes from active scaling, which is what is here, pilot to production, right? But your AI journey doesn't end there. You need to make sure that your AI models remain relevant. So we have basically what we call as lifelong learning model operations, or LLM ops. From a monitoring and maintenance perspective, we also basically do enhancements as part of this to make sure that it remains continuously relevant. And so when you're creating solutions, there are three aspects to this framework. One is you look at productivity, which is not just about cost gains or efficiencies, right? It is about reimagining enterprise functions for higher productivity. And that could mean that you need to look at IT and business operations together. You need to basically, we look at several different lenses, which is software development and assurance. We look at elevating content and knowledge management, and optimizing agent and backend operation, right? From a growth perspective, it's about identifying use cases to boost revenues and customer adoption. So this is across sales and marketing, where you look at targeted campaigns, how you can run that using AI. You look at improving customer operations and excellence through personalization, and optimizing supply chain operations, as well as industry-specific solutions. The bigger or the most important aspect that we also look at is the big bets, that what we call as big bets, which is basically around defining newer business models using AI and Gen AI, right? And there's a couple of things that we have done there. One is around personalized financial advisory. We've done protocol authoring, real-time cross-lingual conversations, improving global communications, and multimodal avatar-based interactions. So that's the framework. We are a services organization. We work with established and emerging partners across the AI ecosystem, and we continuously are looking at the newer partners, right? We have strategic partners, we have data and AI partners, we have Gen AI partners, conversational AI partners, vertical focused partners like Guidewire, Backbase in the digital banking space, and we have next level partners like Adobe in the content and commerce space, right? I will not go into details of these use cases short on time, but I encourage you to talk to us. I have colleagues here who are experts in Amaze, colleagues here who are experts in AI, Gen AI, right? Any queries, come and talk to us. If you have any ideas that you want to discuss further, come and talk to us. But the primary point here is you look at any industry. Hexaware has 6 verticals. That is why you see it across 6 different verticals. But any industry, there are solutions that are out there that we have worked on, right, which impact the different parameters that we talked about, the productivity, growth, or big bets.
You have 1 more minute, please.
Sure. Right. Again, a list of other impacted solutions. There are a couple of things that I just wanted to highlight is around bond reco, which is basically gauging the safety of ERISA bonds using Gen AI and instant loan audit. These are basically case studies which was a win at Microsoft AI Solutions Foundry. Okay, with this, I will not go into any of these details. So primarily, that's the end of my presentation. But I wanted to thank all the participants here. Sincere gratitude to all of you. You've been very patient, waited long enough for this session, and it's wonderful to see you here. Right, and I would encourage you to explore basically how cloud and AI can add value to your organization. As I said, please reach out to us. We are here to talk further. I know 10 minutes too less. I would like to talk more about it. Please, with that, thank you once again. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. And as a title sponsor, we must give them some work. I have one question for you. The India Data Act is actually much more difficult than GPDR for AI ML. Do you have any idea? Do you have any service around that?
Right. As a services organization, we work with hyperscalers. Okay. So hyperscalers now have data centers in India across different locations. They've built redundancies, right? But as far as the act is concerned, we do provide services around consulting, which is basically around compliance, right?
Yeah, but let me explain. You cannot get consent from users who are driving e-bikes, etc., for analytics at a dashboard level. So it's very difficult to get individual consumers to agree for AI ML. So is there a generic industry solution that you guys are working on?
Yes, we are. So basically, our solutions, although we do not have any, let me accept that fact, right, for now. But the solution encompasses quite a few things, which is one is around data itself. How do you clean data? How do you de-identification of data? That's where you can use AI itself to do de-identification of data, right? And it's also important that people get trained about this. So we do provide training services as well around this. We work holistically with our clients around compliance, data governance, right? So that is in short.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Ayyo. Can you get her slides up? Amazon, her slides.
Am I audible? Am I audible enough? I'll just test the clicker once. This yellow. You turned it off. Energy efficient. It went out of charge. Okay. I think this is jumbled up a little bit, but thank you all for giving me this opportunity to present on stage with this fraternity. Okay. So, generative AI. I'm sure by now all of you are super bored with that term, but we are all taken by a storm of generative AI, and I've learned so much since yesterday about how different businesses, including startups or enterprises, how they're all gearing up to operationalize generative AI. And even my friend Gauri Shankar talked about how they are planning to operationalize generative AI, right? That's also very much in their plans. And they are one of our partners as well. They are very, very important to scaling our generative AI agenda as well. So thank you for that, Gauri Shankar. And your Amaze platform was amazing, actually. So the question in front of all of us, right? So businesses of all shapes and sizes are getting started. But the question is this just hype or is this real? And is it even ready for mass adoption or is it more like a science project? Right? So these are the critical questions in front of all of us, in front of me as well. So again, my name is Madhuri Susarla. I lead the Partner Solutions Architecture for India for AWS. So I work with a number of others like Hexaware, Accenture, TCS, Deloitte. So we are being stormed by the amount of generative interest coming from all of these partners as well. So we need to take a step back and even ask some of these critical questions like, how much does it really cost to operationalize it, right? And how do we even address some of the privacy, security kind of concerns? And then how do we take it forward and make it like really game-changing experience for our businesses, our customers, and even ourselves, right? For our own employee productivity enhancements. So I think everybody here is very, very familiar with what generative AI is and how it is different from whatever we are familiar with so far. Basically, it is a set of very large models that are pre-trained with internet scale data. They're also called foundational models, and they can be customizable, right? With very little data. You don't need to do it the traditional way where we had to spend months and months just training our model. The generative AI foundational models can be trained very easily, even with as much as 20 terabytes, right? So that is why, that's one of the reasons why it's very, very important. And there are several pertinent use cases. I think we all are all too familiar with all of this. So I will probably skip all of this. But since the use cases are so pertinent, right? It's more than here and now kind of a problem for all of us. And in order for us to be good corporate citizens, right? Be responsible. How do we productionize the generative AI in a responsible way? And what does cloud platforms like AWS have to offer to help you get there, help you make your generative AI sustainable or energy efficient and even economical, right? So the tenets that we use at AWS are, first of all, align your generative AI to your sustainability goals, right? Whatever choice that you make will have to have your overarching sustainability goal interleaved into it. And why is that? It is because the machine learning function itself needs massive amounts of compute power. Everybody knows that. And in addition to that, generative AI needs a lot more of specialty computing than usual traditional machine learning. And these are called GPUs. These GPUs are supposedly 10 to 15 times more energy utilizing than the regular CPUs. Okay, and to give you a sense for exactly what kind of carbon intensity a single 1 trillion LLM can create. Okay, to give you a sense of that, if you have to train this 1 trillion LLM, it will create 300 tons of CO2. Okay, if you have to train it once. And I don't think we are still able to wrap our head around what that means, right? So an average person creates 5 tons of CO2 in a year, okay? And I'm excluding North American person, okay? But everybody else creates roughly 5 tons. But once training 1 trillion parameter scale model will cost 300. Okay, so now you get a sense for the kind of problem that we are facing. And that is why these tenets are important. So align it, whatever generative AI approach that you choose, make trade-offs so that you align to your sustainability goal. And then use energy that has a low carbon intensity. Okay, what do we mean by that? So I think cloud is a natural choice. Everybody here agrees, right? Cloud is a natural choice for running machine learning in general, and the same applies to generative AI as well. Agree, disagree? Any show of hands? Is that for agree, Shalini? Yes. So why is it a natural choice? Because it is elastic. Cloud is elastic, which enables pay as you go. And cloud is also giving you cost advantages because of economies of scale, right? Cloud like AWS has millions of customers. So that is natural choice. But more than that, there's another important factor to consider here. Many of the cloud providers have their own sustainability agenda. And if you take AWS, they are the founders of the climate pledge. What that means is by 2040, you have to be net carbon zero, all Amazon businesses. Okay, so that is a major driving force. Similarly, we also are in the process of making all our operations backed by 100% renewable energy. Okay, and already 90% we are there. Okay, so that, and then there is also a water positive agenda. So what I'm coming to is just by running your workload on AWS, kind of a cloud platform, will already help you inherit those properties for making yourself more sustainable, more energy efficient, more responsible corporate system. Okay, so that is another thing I want to allude to. And already about 19 AWS regions are 100% renewable energy compliant. Okay, so you can choose to put your workload in any of those regions if your regulatory and legal rules allow for that. And minimize the data transfer, okay, and also run your workloads close to your customer. So all of this actually will lead to incredible gains in terms of energy efficiencies, okay? The other thing which I want to call out is use managed services. When I say managed services, it is services like Amazon SageMaker, Amazon Bedrock. What is the benefit of using these managed services? The benefit is when you use this, for example, Bedrock example, right? What is Bedrock? It is our serverless, fully managed service, which gives you access to a variety of proven foundational models from different providers, okay? And when I say serverless managed, what that means is most of the heavy lifting is already taken away from you, right? In terms of patching your server, making it energy efficient, making sure that the server is optimally utilized. You don't have to worry about any of that when you use these managed services, which is why we always advocate these services. And the same goes with Amazon SageMaker, which is again giving you an integrated platform for building, training, and deploying your machine learning workloads. You have debuggers, you have profilers, you have ways to measure your model drift. So all of this is ultimately leading to you making running your generative AI or even regular machine learning workloads very efficient. So lastly, and I think this is the most important factor, is choose the right customization strategy. Okay. Oh, I think sorry. All right. Okay. So what do we mean by model customization? There are several ways in which you can customize the base model itself, right? And it is not always required for you to retrain or even for fine tune, right? So I've tried to summarize the energy efficiency, or in other words, environment impact of different customization strategies, starting from prompt engineering all the way to full fine tuning and training from the scratch. Okay, and the top one is prompt engineering, which is the least, which is having the least impact on the environment. Okay, so your model customization strategy will have to follow this. I mean, you can use this as a guideline to understand which is the best for you. It is not always necessary to do tuning, even fine tuning. There are many other ways to do that, specifically for the generative AI workloads. So this is just a picture that will give you understanding of the entire AWS set of offerings that will help you productionize your generative AI workloads. But what will be of important is basically 3 tiers, where we're talking about the bottom tier addressing people, businesses that want to do everything from scratch. The middle tier is where you have managed services, people who want to kind of quickly leverage what the cloud offers and do it in an efficient manner, even though they may not have adequate level of machine learning expertise. And
Madhuri, 2 more minutes, please.
okay, so and the top layer is where we have the generative AI business applications. Okay, so these are ready-made business applications for you. These are something that you can readily use. You don't have to use any kind of model customization strategy. You don't have to run GPUs. You don't have to worry about energy efficiency, nothing. You just use them and pay as you go. Yeah, I got this jumbled up. Okay, so in addition to prompt engineering, we also have many other ways that you can do model customization, right? You have something called PFT, which is partial tuning of your parameters, which can still give you the same kind of performance capabilities for your model, just like how a full tuning can give you. But if you do decide to go with a full, if you do decide to go with a situation where you want to train the model from scratch, that is where the bottom tier will be useful for you, because there we offer custom silicon, okay, which is purpose built for both training as well as for inference. So, that was even mentioned by Dipendu, AWS Trainium, which is purpose-built for your training workloads, and AWS Inferentia, which is purpose-built for your inference, right? And the reason purpose building is important is because they are tailor-made for training as well as inference. Given the massive needs of generative AI, it is super important for you to adopt some of these custom silicon solutions to automatically maximize on your cost efficiencies. With that, I take leave. Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you. 2 questions. We have been well behaved managing time. So I have a troublesome question and an easy question. And this comes from the fact that I am the 400th guy who signed the first 1,000 on Pause LI. You may not be aware, but Gen AI query, if 2 million users run it, forget the 1 billion that run normal queries, you need 100 megawatt power. A full atomic power plant is needed, and you need 500 tons of water to cool. So 2 questions. Whether Inferentia, Graviton, does it less energy, less power? Whether you can publicly say something. And second, can developers actually get use those chips quickly? Those 2.
Yeah. So to answer your first question, yes. So our custom silicon is already tested vis-a-vis non-custom silicon kind of a situation. I'm not saying that it will save X amount of water or it will reduce Y amount of carbon footprint. So I am not privy to those numbers at all. But as I called out, Arvind, we are ourselves going to be water positive by 2030, which means we have to give more water than we consume by that date. If that gives you any
Thank you. Thank you.
Satisfaction in terms of.
Thank you.
Okay.
We have some time, so we can take some questions. Please feel free. All silent, sleepy? All right. Looks like we have done a good job. All right. Thank you then. All right. You're keeping me busy. All right. Question, please. No observations.
Yeah,
Questions.
my question to the Intel person. You had deployed Intel in 5G in core network in IIT Bombay, where SDN and NFV
Excuse me. This is an AI session, not a 5G session.
No, AI concepts is implemented. So can you throw light on that?
I don't think I know.
He is a compiler guy. He's not a 5G guy.
No, I'm talking
I
about
don't know.
AI compilers are used in the SDN and NFV concept in the Intel server that is supplied by Intel.
You know,
Googlier.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
So if you look at from the current generation of the CPU, forget about the GPU and AI, the AI accelerators where obviously the AI compilers are in effect. Even on the CPU, which is the Sapphire Rapids, as I showed you, we have actually the first general purpose thing, which is not an accelerator or a GPU, where we have the AI capability built in the hardware through the TMUL instruction, and the vector instruction already there. Intel has been supporting special inferencing instructions called the VNNI set from way back, Skylake and onwards. So if you want to utilize, in some cases you have to rewrite your software in a way to utilize those instructions. But in general, the hardware is absolutely capable. And if the software is taking, even on the 5G line or whatever other thing, you should be able to get that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just to use it in Python, if you say A at B, there is an at command for vector that gets into the hardware level vector operation. Next question.
So my question is with Hexaware. What is your USP over a big player like Amazon, Google, Microsoft? In other words, I being a customer, why should I will go with you when it comes to AI, cloud computing and AI? Yes.
So we are not competing with any of these, right? We are service providers. We work with all of these. We work with the capabilities that they develop. Okay, we are in the business of basically using that to create value for our customers. Okay, if that answers your questions, because I don't see them as competitors.
Just to give an example, SAP Cloud is not on its cloud server. It's anyway AWS or someone else.
Yeah, so we are the implementation partners for SAP Cloud, right? In that sense, so we will be utilizing all these new technologies that are getting developed to basically help. As Professor Nitin said prior to this, right? We are in the business of solving real problems using these tools.
So the counter is timing down, and we need to close one last question. Before he shuts us off. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, the panel, for this incredible insight into Gen AI and applications. So my question is to you, Gauri Shankar sir. So you mentioned about the 3 waves of cloud computing, IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. So in the Gen AI space, what are the enterprise SaaS offerings that are in demand from companies? Of course, we can appreciate the impact in the consumer space, but what are the enterprise SaaS demands that are coming from the companies?
Are we looking for some startup ideas from this? Nobody would mind that. If you have some insights, enterprises need problem solved, startups are always hungry.
Yeah, so it's too early
Too
in
early.
the stage to have those insights. We are working with several customers, several large customers, and are exploring these options, right? But the way it is poised right now is that this will definitely become the game changer. Every organization is looking at, okay.
We need to really cut off. We are running out of time. Thanks a lot. It's too early. Lots of things can happen.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Arvind. And thank you so much, all our esteemed panelists. Arvind we have to specially applaud for Arvind and the entire panel for being precisely on time. This is a special kind of a thanks as well. But this was wonderful. We've had a lot of rich insights coming in from how the cloud is going to be, transformative for the adoption of AI. You've brought in a bunch of solutions that all of you are working on. That helps us build some sense of what we can do potentially as well. And thank you, Arvind, for moderating this beautifully. I really, really appreciate this. So with this, I would like to now, hand over a small token of appreciation. Praveen, where is Praveen? Yes. So Praveen from the PIWOT marketing team would be handing over the token of appreciation. I would like the audience to please applaud while this happens. So, and for all our, can we pass on? And yeah. Okay, so we've been very pleased to hear you all out here. Thank you, Madhuri. Thank you, Gauri Shankar, and thank you, Dibyendu, for all of the insights here. We're going to move on to our next and the final panel of the day. So we've had a lot of technologically deep interactions here today. We've spoken about cloud and hardware. We've also looked at a lot many applications from Professor Nitin on what a lot of things government could be doing potentially. Now what we're going to talk about is we're going to change our track to a little bit more business again. So the next panel is titled Leveraging AI for Business Growth. And at the end of the day, innovation and technology has to turn into value. And we believe, all of us here, we believe that there is no better way to deliver value than applying technology to build sustainable businesses. So it's my honor to introduce our esteemed panelists now for our last and final panel today. And I think we should probably consider, do we need to move these seats around for the panel? Can the organizing team help us with this? So we'll just get done with this short little ops. Yeah. Is someone moving the chairs? Okay. In the meantime, I think, Shalini, is it a good idea if we bring all in panelists and everyone here, and by the time this can happen? Okay, wonderful. So I would like to invite our very first panelist. By the way, those of you who are sitting at the back, this is the last and final session, and then we're going to have our valedictory function. So I would request you all to please commit yourselves to the front. This is going to be a lot more business-centric. I see some startup people that I had met earlier. So this should be far more engaging for those of us who want to immediately start building and selling things. So we've got a comment. Yes, engineering backbencher nahi banne ka. Sabko aage aane ka. Okay, so I'll move on to introducing our panelists for the day. So our first panelist is the Group Chief Data and Analytics Officer at Aditya Birla Group. He's spearheading their digital and AI transformation. He's an alum of IIT Delhi, IIM Ahmedabad, and has over 2 decades of experience, where he has held leadership roles at reputed companies, including Microsoft, IBM, and Hindustan Unilever. Let's give a warm welcome to Mr. Pankaj Rai. Next up, we have a visionary healthcare domain expert. She's an alum of IIT Kanpur and holds a PhD from UC Berkeley. She's an executive director at Concert AI, where she's leveraging AI to accelerate clinical research and drug discovery. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Smita Agarwal. Now we have the SVP of engineering at MindTickle, a company that has earned a lot of recent attention for all the good reasons. She has a career span of 2 decades, working previously at Google, Microsoft, and Facebook in different leadership roles. She's an alum of IIT Bombay and has done her master's in database and data warehouse from Georgia Institute of Technology. Join me in welcoming Ms. Smita Ojha. Now we have an AI expert who is the VP of and Generative AI Practice Head at Hexaware. He has over 17 years of advancing AI and automation at giants like Infosys and Wipro. Prior to this, he was an AI solutions evangelist at Infosys and an enterprise security solutions practice at Wipro Technologies. Let's welcome Mr. Pramod Beligere. And finally, we have the moderator for our session, Shalini. She has over 2 decades of experience leading AI and analytics teams to drive change at giants like IBM. She specializes in applying the latest tech, including AI, to solve complex business challenges. Let's give a warm welcome to our moderator for this session, Ms. Shalini Sinha. We've got all our mics are here.
Yeah.
Sure. So over to you, Shalini. Please take it from here.
Yes. Thanks, Nivedan. And thank you all for staying with us, listening patiently to all the discussion. Hope you are enjoying it. And it's a privilege to have you all here. As we all said, we have been seeing, right, we are all aware of the powerful capabilities of AI, but its true potential can be leveraged only if we know how to solve it and how to solve it for the real world problems that drives growth and problem that is of significance. And that's why we are here today. In the last leg of the session, we want to understand from our industry leaders as to how they are leveraging AI for creating value in different sectors. So with this, I'll just start with the questions. And the first question goes to Pankaj. So Pankaj, manufacturing sector is already contributing to 14% of our GDP and is expected to double down in next couple of years. So what role AI is going to play in this growth?
First of all, it's heartening to be in a panel where the men are in the minority, especially in an IIT panel where So I think going back to manufacturing. So I'm part of the Aditya Birla Group. About, I would say, 80-85% of our revenue profits come from the manufacturing side. Although we have 2 consumer businesses also, which is the fashion, retail, and the financial services world. So within the manufacturing side, we have 3 large businesses: Ultratech Cement, which is our largest one; then Hindalco, which is the aluminum company; and then Grasim is a diversified manufacturing company. So among all of these, I think the largest sort of area of focus for us happens to be in the area of energy efficiency. Aluminum consumes a lot of energy and a lot of manufacturing consumes a lot of energy. So energy is one big focus area. The second is logistics, because you have plants in all these remote areas. You have to bring material in, you have to take material out. So those are the 2 large contributors. And then within the factory, you have product quality, predictive maintenance, because you have very heavy equipment. Any sort of downtime is very this thing. So these are the 4 big categories in the world of manufacturing where AI utilized. Now all of these places, if you think about in the factory, everyone talks about Industry 4.0. Essentially, there are these machines which are supplied by OEMs. OEMs give you a certain, this thing of how these machines are expected to function. But of course, those things vary. So the use of data analysis is to enhance decision making. So for example, if we are having an aluminum smelter where bauxite is melted to make aluminum, any change in temperature can have a huge adverse effect on productivity. So we use sensor data to figure out any spike that is likely to occur. And when you are able to anticipate the spike, you can do something to sort of fix it. So that's sort of one use case of energy. Then in the cement industry, we procure coal, and there are so many kilns, and cement is a very diversified industry. In fact, it's very hard to import cement. Your catchment area of selling cement is just about 200 kilometers. Beyond that, it becomes unprofitable. So it is one of the very, very cheap products. Because I remember when I joined and I was talking to the business head, he said, do you know anything that costs lower than 5 rupees a kg, what that is? And I couldn't think of anything. Even salt probably is more than that. So it's very, very competitive. Logistics is a huge cost. So logistics optimization is one area, and the other is procurement of coal. So we buy coal from all over the place, all kinds of material, and every kiln which makes the cement has to be fed on a weekly basis. So you can create a schedule of what coal to buy, at what calorific value, how much to feed, where from, all of that. So that's a huge optimization problem. So there are extremely interesting use cases in the world of manufacturing and lots of fascinating work happening. I'll just stop here.
Yeah, I can think of so many use cases in manufacturing, especially wherever logistic is involved. So now we'll move to Smita. Smita, I would like to understand from you in your product how you have integrated AI to boost enterprise productivity.
Yeah. So it's a pleasure to be here. Good evening, everyone. And especially sharing the stage with all these amazing people here. And I got a chance to meet many folks here, as well as my professor from IIT Bombay is also here. So it was good to run into him as well. So here I am head of engineering for Mindtickle. Mindtickle is a revenue productivity platform. When you see the word revenue productivity, it is all about productivity of the sales organization. So sales and all different personas in sales organization, which is a seller, a manager, admin, or a CRO. Right. And usually, I mean, typically, what does a sale people work with, right? What is their day in, day out thing? It's either they are using the content to educate themselves, or they are using the content to sell. They are on a video call. They are using the audio, or all the signals which they are doing that is getting collected in somewhere in a data source. So these are the 4 data sources which we typically work with, like which is text-based, audio, video, and tabular. And in all these areas, I think generative AI has opened up so many different possibilities to work with. Like I'll give you an idea that in conversational AI, that is seeing a very big shift. When a salesperson is having a video call, you can take out the key moments of the call. You can take out the action items of that call very easily. And based on that, you can predict whether this sales call has positive, neutral, or negative. So that is called the revenue prediction, and how that model is predicted. So here we are seeing a lot of shift of application of Gen AI. The other place where we have applied and saw a very useful usage is what we call it as a sales coaching or missions. This is where a salesperson is practicing to be better at sales. And in order to practice, they do their sessions online, and an AI reviewer will tell them how are they doing in selling. So somebody manually doesn't have to do that. I'll give you a latest example. Last week, Cisco is one of our very big customers, and they ran a kind of like a mission where 5,000 sellers of Cisco, they recorded and they tested their selling ability. And it is not possible for humans to actually go and manually review each of the 30-minute recording there. But the AI was able to do that review in an hour, which would have otherwise taken, I think, 33 human days. So that's where I think, and then definitely Cisco called it out as Mintical as a big one. So similarly, there are so many, like I've just named 2 use cases, but I can think we have already launched 5 or 6 of them in the market, and we have a few more coming in the pipeline as well. But this is where in the productivity side, I feel like there's a lot that has unveiled with generative AI that we are using we have already started using in the industry.
Great. Just the thought that after a meeting, we don't have to send a MOM.
Yes.
So I think next I wanted to go to Smita because Pramod has the luxury to choose the best from many. So Smita, when it comes to AI in healthcare, that has been a widely discussed and heavily invested topic. But we want to know whether AI has truly demonstrated its value in that space, how far along we are.
Right. So first of all, I'd like to again, thank Shalini for inviting me on this panel. I'm so glad to be here talking to and interacting with so many people in the domain. But to answer your question, Shalini, yes, healthcare and biology in general is a very amenable field for AI, right? The amount and scale of data is so large. I mean, if you think about AlphaFold, for example, without that, thinking about solving the protein folding problem would, it's not fathomable. Not to say that we've completely solved it, right? But we've made a big stride in it. Similarly, if you look at genomics, billions of base pairs of DNA that we have, encoding thousands of genes. We have some understanding of it, but there's still a lot of DNA that we don't understand what it's doing in our genome. Again, a problem that I think AI has the potential to contribute to, right? If you come to healthcare, precision medicine, right? Precision medicine is a field where you combine genomics, you combine metagenomics, epigenomics, proteomics, and then, you can, truly, fulfill the potential of precision medicine. We're very far away from that, right? But, if you think about the little strides that we have made, even there AI has helped us, right? So for example, at Concert AI, we're focusing on oncology, but the idea is to use real-world oncology data to try to understand, and to try to understand how the drugs that are already out there in the market, how they're helping the patients, which patients are benefiting from them, which patients are still not able to derive the maximum benefit and are the underserved population. So we can help the pharma companies to then develop better drugs for these patients, right? So how is AI helping that? We have data from multiple EMR systems from across the US. You can look at how these patients were treated, what tests were performed on these patients, which drugs were given to these patients and how they responded and what adverse events these patients had, right? So combining all of this data together, you can then get a better understanding of how you can help these patients, better stratify them for treatments and so on. And without AI, and for AI, I mean, the fuel for AI is data, right? So even before you apply AI, just getting the data into a form that you can apply AI requires AI, right? So all of this is in unstructured documents, in notes, and trying to extract it out into a form where you can actually apply AI also requires NLP and so on, right? So that's one thing. And then if you come to the drug development process, every step in that process can actually benefit from AI. So if you look at, identifying the targets for the drugs, identifying the best drug candidates, you can move from doing these large-scale in vitro screening experiments to doing the screening in silico with AI, making it more efficient and, so on. One of the reasons why drugs are so expensive is because the process of clinical trials takes so long, right? It's a long process. So we are actually building solutions to help pharma companies to better optimize these processes, starting from better design of the clinical trials, trying to understand where the best patient populations to be recruited for these clinical trials exist, helping identify the patients at the right time, because in a clinical trial, these are real oncology patients, right? So you cannot, you have to catch the patient at the right time in order to enroll them in the trial, because the doctor is not going to wait for the trial to approach them before putting them on a treatment, right? So even the process of identifying the right patient at the right time requires more than manual effort, and that's where AI can actually help. And then predicting, when the next set of patients will be available. All of those are, things where we're using AI to really optimize and enhance that process.
We have been debating about the positive and negative of AI since morning, and probably this is one area where AI can really create major positive impact, touch our lives by giving probably cheaper medicine and more precise treatment. So moving on to Pramod. Pramod, you can really go ahead and choose the one scenario where you were able to create utmost value for your customer.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi everyone. Namaskara. Pramod Pedigere here. Nice to meet you all, and thank you for this opportunity. So we're seeing a lot of traction in the industry across a variety of areas. I think some of the primary areas of focus that we've seen, where we've actually seen proven use cases, are around, let's say, customer productivity improvements. We've seen some use cases around content generation, marketing. We've seen some really good, effective use cases in increasing operational productivity across the board. So these are some of the very common use cases that we see across our customers. And we've actually seen proven customer engagements where this has actually worked very well. The other area we're also seeing some interest is around augmenting the whole software development lifecycle. I think that's one of the areas that we were thinking of talking about. So within that area, we see two points of interest. One is around legacy modernization. So there's a lot of organizations have huge legacy code bases, COBOL, AS400 RPG, whatever, it's been there for decades. And they're now seeing how they can use generative AI to document what's out there. That's the first thing. And then see how they can actually migrate it to a more modern platform using generative AI. So there's a lot of interest and traction we've seen. And I've actually seen pilot engagements that have actually worked really well in this space. The other area is around augmenting the whole software development lifecycle. So starting with requirements elaboration through code completion and unit test case creation and optimization, we see great use cases here. So there's a good amount of traction in all of these areas. I think, we are starting to engage with customers across all of these areas that I just listed out.
So I'll on the same line, I would like to hear from Smita Ojha. Smita from Mindtickle. So with this, the LLM coming and with generative AI coming to our sort of assistant, how do you see it evolving and changing the landscape of software engineering itself?
So yeah, I think there's actually we just have a webinar tomorrow, just in 2 days, on how it is helping in the developer efficiency and engineering efficiency. So there are a few, and there are many things where a developer can get more productive in writing the code. There are various Copilot methods which are being available. There has been a mixed bag of tools, I would say, in Copilot, where what you see may not directly work with the code base that you have. Because, for example, the GitHub Copilot doesn't work with just your repository. It will work with only the open files and something. So there are some limitations there as well. So I feel that field is right now a little bit basic and evolving as we go. But there are a couple of areas where we have already adopted it and adopted it successfully. One of them is the product documentation. So this is the work which was happening manually, that after the product is ready and the engineer has they have their design doc, they have the product, there is some code, there is some code documentation. And now generative AI can look at all of this which is available and come up with the documentation which we can give it to the customers. So this part we have used generative AI already and applied there. The other use case we have used it is in the test automation. Test automation is also fairly possible and very easy to apply. And the third place where we are using it is in writing some scripts, especially in the Python scripts with all our DevOps using it very effectively. So that is another area that we have explored as well, where where some of the scripts can be written. And this is the three places in the industry that I have seen get applied. We are using one or two of them already, and in the third and fourth, we are trying to still experiment and see which one is the best tool out there to use.
So when I was working in ITSM domain, there was a saying that cobbler's sons don't have shoes, and this applies because IT spending always on themselves is always less. But now that LLM has come, and we can all see that you have to embrace it. You have to embrace it in every department, and this is what is playing on the mind of almost every software engineer. What skill set will be relevant? How do we prepare for that? So I would like to ask Pramod, you have a big workforce. How are you preparing them for the integration of generative AI?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're doing multiple. We're looking at this at multiple levels. One is we are seeing, first of all, we're getting our entire technology staff, getting them trained on generative AI. We have 3 levels of training that we've identified, starting from the absolute basics. We want to get our entire technology staff completely prepped and ready by, let's say, the mid of next year. That's a very steep target that we have right now. Beyond this, we are establishing all the necessary infrastructure for essentially playing around with, let's say, open source models, experimenting with multiple use cases. We're doing that within the organization. We have partnerships across the board with all the leading hyperscalers, of course. And beyond that, smaller companies, organizations like OpenAI, Mosaic ML, they've merged with Databricks now, and Stability.ai is one of them. So we have these partnerships set up across the board. Now, beyond all of this necessary fundamental things, we've also been establishing a full-fledged consulting and implementation framework. And the objective that we have is, when we connect with the customer, we want to guide them through the entire process of finding the right use cases, making sure the data is in order, and eventually, once we speak across all of their business groups, we want to have a clear set of use cases identified, a backlog identified at the end of that exercise. It's only then we hand over to our implementation framework, where we actually start building out these solutions. So all of this has been established as a process. And beyond this, this was one thing I want to add is around some of these solutions, the targeted solutions we've been building for a variety of use cases out there. We have over 20+ solutions that have been built as of now. And we are continuing to target to identify challenge areas, build some solutions, so that when we engage with the customer, we can readily take some of these solutions, just configure it, adapt it, get them started.
So nothing to worry about.
Yeah.
So moving on, I would like to hear from Smita. Smita, what kind of challenges do you see in the adoption? I know that there had been many challenges in the implementation earlier, and engineering has come a long way in solving that. But when it comes to adoption, there is still a lot of barrier, especially from the domain side, from the domain experts, from the from the consumers. So what kind of challenges do you see in the adoption of AI?
Right. So you're right. I think there are many significant challenges to the adoption, and I'll touch upon a few of them. So I think one of the big ones is, the foundational models have been built. They've been trained on, a large amount of data, and that large amount of data is across, a wide variety of domains, right? So when it comes to adoption and customization of these models to your specific problem, your specific domain, that last mile is still a challenge, right? So, you can take a chat GPT or a large language model, but when you start to apply it to, say, in my example, medical reports and medical data, it probably is not trained on enough medical data to be able to interpret it the way, I mean, you can get accuracies of 70, 75%, but when you want to go from that to 90, 95% for your specific use case, that's where you do have to put in a significant amount of effort and energy, maybe retrain some of these models. Prompt engineering sometimes works, but most of the times is not enough, right? So that part is still time consuming, is still resource and cost intensive. So once we can cross that barrier is only when we can sort of start to adopt it for the various domains. So that's one. The second, of course, is data itself, right? So when you want to link to the first problem, but when you want to customize the solutions to your particular domain, you first have to get the data into a form that is amenable to that sort of training, right? So I had alluded earlier to the fact that for healthcare problems, a lot of data is sort of locked away in these PDF reports. OCR NLP is a solution, but again, that's also a solution that is not perfect. And getting it to that point, getting the right data in the format that you need to then train all of these models, that itself is a challenge, right? The next one is, I think, hallucination. I mean, we've all talked about it, but the hallucination problem is real. And in order to adopt these solutions to anything that is automated, in a real world scenario is very difficult. So I think as of today, a lot of these things can be adopted to use cases where there's a human in the loop, right? So if the model is hallucinating, at least there's someone to correct that, right? It's not going to kind of go out and cause a lot of harm if you just, for example, if you just deploy it in an automated setting where no one is looking at it. So I think that's one of the other challenges. Of course, there's many more, like cost, like interpretability. In some use cases, you do need the interpretability, which these models don't have. The data privacy and regulations, all of those things, you cannot just put your data into these open source APIs. You have to then have something that's deployed in your private cloud, especially when it comes to sensitive data like financial data or patient data, etc.
I think accepting a subjective bias from a human is far more easy. But when we look at a machine, we are always looking for perfection. That's what. So when it comes to AI implementation, or especially generative AI implementation, the pace of innovation is so high, right? And when like say Pramod, you are getting say a new requirement, or say Pankaj, you have to do a large say language model implementation in your area, how do you, like, which one you will pick? There are so many options, but each option is sort of, there is almost like a battle going on of which one will win with Gemini coming now. GPT-4 just launched a couple of months earlier. So how do you go about it? How do you take a decision there?
So the way we in fact, I mean, if you talk about AI, the way we have thought about it is the goal is business transformation. And it's a 3-layer process, the way we are projecting it. So we are saying at the top layer, your strategy layer or your ways of thinking, then your ways of working, and then your ways of doing. So the whole focus usually has been on the ways of doing. What do we do? What are the use cases? We think that the ways of doing has to be passed through your ways of thinking. You have to imagine, reimagine, and I'll talk about that. And ways of working is really how do you make sure that you scale and sustain? Because it's one time doing it, but then do you have the talent and the funding and the governance and all of those types of things? So the ways of thinking, we think about, we do some workshops to figure out what is the business goal, what are the enable, optimize, transform, think of it as crawl, walk, run type of initiatives. And then we focus on partners. So there could be simple stuff. You can train your people. They can do it stuff. The complex stuff, you can have your own teams. The middle stuff, you can get partners. So we have various ways in which we want to figure out how this gets delivered. And then the most important one is the scaling and sustaining, because one time it's easy to get stuff done, but how do you sustain the model? How do you scale it up? How do you do more experiments? So we have this 3-layered process. We have frameworks and approaches to do it. There's a lot of reusable stuff that is already there. So we say, hey, find a partner, reuse stuff, don't reinvent the wheel. So there's a whole approach that we are trying to invent to make sure that some of these things are done in a cohesive manner versus point solution. Then, you have had these 500 macros in many companies. So we don't want to end up there.
Like earlier this year, when the wave of generative AI came, every product or everything there was a little bit of craze or madness saying, let's get something out to the market as soon as possible. I think from our engineering side, we took a stand that let's not rush. It's okay. It's okay if we are not the first. It's okay if our competitors are launching something really fast. I think we took a step back and said that let's look at it as a platform first approach. We don't want to build something for just one feature, because we have 4 or 5 product lines. We are serving 4 or 5 persona. So we took a couple of months just to build the right platform. And we are also an enterprise product. So enterprise product, the access, the PII information, all of that has a lot, there's a lot riding on all of that information. So the approach we took, and it finally paid off, and I think we have made the right decision that we did not rush in launching something. Instead, we invested a couple of months in building the right platform where we can work with different LLM models, compare apple and oranges in one framework so that we can evaluate which one to launch. And then after a couple of months, we launched 5 features together instead of launching just 1 or 2, right? So I think that approach really helped. The other thing which we did is we never looked at generative AI as only generative AI. We tried to combine it with the statistical models as well, along with the semantic search as well. So all the documents, if you're searching something, they go through semantic search first. Some output comes out. We feed that output to generative AI. Then we get some specific recommendations in. So we never looked at it as just one usage of generative AI, but we looked at it as a combination of things. And the investment in the platform, I would say, is very, very key. And especially taking care of the access control. We are using GPT 3.5 today. I will use, we are evaluating GPT 4. We are evaluating Bedrock. So all of this can happen in parallel without touching any of the features if we have the right platform in place. So that investment I felt like was the right decision which paid us off.
That was precisely my next question as to whether it is ready, whether you want to take a wait and watch. And probably Pramod will have to answer this to, consult to many C-suite executives.
Yeah.
And what would you say to them if they are about to embark on their generative AI journey?
Yeah, I think there's this huge debate about open source versus closed source. A lot of our clients are not sure which way to go or how to get started. And there are, pros and cons on both sides. If you look at a closed source model like GPT-4 from OpenAI, it's pretty much at the top of most of the leader charts that you see out there. They're really good. They're the best models out there at this point. But then it's a closed source, which means the only way you get access to this is via an API. And the challenge with that is when you make a call to that model, it's always your data, whatever you send to it, is always leaving your existing network. And a lot of companies are concerned about data privacy when you call these OpenAI models, even if it's via Azure. So they have a strong partnership with Azure. Your still data leaves your network. So there are concerns. While OpenAI and Azure have clearly assured customers that they will not use your data for training, improving their models, or they're not use, there's the whole path is secure, it's encrypted, all of it. Some organizations have a very clear mandate saying there's no way I'm going to use it because it's sending my data outside. So the alternative in such a case is to go with open source models. So if you go to Hugging Face and look at their leaderboard, there are a lot of excellent models coming, and they're all nipping at the toes of GPT-4 because certain areas they're all doing really well. So that's the alternative recommendation that we have. And typically the way we would advise our customers is start a pilot with OpenAI with some anonymized data, see how well it works, test it out, see if you're happy with the outcome, and then eventually move your solution out to an open source model which you'll have within your network. So that way, essentially, even if you compare the costs, there's an inflection point where the cost of using open source at some point becomes lower than the cost of using OpenAI, the closed source model. So that's an advice that we give at a leadership level. And then beyond that, there's also need for data governance, all the necessary, your data needs to be in a clean shape because what goes in what is what comes out. So you need to have your data prepared. There's a lot of groundwork that is needed. And also from an overall governance perspective, we need to look at bringing in some of the responsible AI tenets to make sure that you're using these models in an appropriate way. There are cases where there is inherent bias in some of these models. You need to monitor for this, make sure you address this along the way. So all of these processes will need to be in place when a leadership gets this initiatives started.
It's good to hear that we engineering leaders and executives still have to think and take decisions. So this also brings me to the next question as to AI has come, generative AI came, and we are we were sort of caught off guard, and then we are trying to catch up, and then we don't know what will be coming. So this is sort of an open question, and this is what I would like to hear from all of you. What do you think? What would be the next big breakthrough from OpenAI or from generative AI?
No, I look at the question actually the other way around. I think there's lots of pace of technological change which is allowing you to do a lot of things. I think there's more opportunity to figure out what is it that you want to do with your business. So I think there's a lot of I'm on the buyer side, if I can say so, and there's a lot of providers who are having excellent solutions. I think there's a dearth of creativity on our end, on the business people, to figure out what is the way that you want to reinvent your business. So I think right now, I at least tell a lot of my senior executives that you are being intellectually lazy in playing around with these toys and not, making your brain cells work to reimagine the next wave that you want your business to be in, which is closer to your customer. So I think a lot of energy, at least on the buyer side, has to be invested more on figuring out the next business model, because I tell them that, whatever you can think about it, the genie is there. Jo hukum mere aaka, they will solve it. But you have to figure out what questions to ask. What do you want it to be? And I think there's a dearth of creativity on the business model innovation side, which I think is a bigger place to spend time on versus figuring out the next cool innovation. That's how I think about it.
Great. And that's probably the, something which is again a very open-ended question, a very relevant, very important. So I would like to hear from all of you. What is one big problem from any sector, from any domain that you would like to bet on when it comes to implementation of AI, or where AI, you feel that AI can really...
The way I think about it is that AI has, I think Andrew Wang or someone said it's like electricity. So I don't think that is a much more valid question to ask. The question is, are you training your teams to continuously evolve and think about the innovation, doing lots of experiments? Like I said, in our 3 layers, your ways of thinking is thinking of new experiments. Ways of working is putting it in motion. And ways of doing is figuring out the best way of satisfying it. So I think you have to continually experiment on these 3 layers. And your best thing is integrating these 3. I think there's too much time being spent on the ways of doing innovation, which I think the big techs will, eventually automate everything, whoever is doing whatever. So I do think that there's a lot more, if I can say so, in the humanities area that needs strengthening than the tech area, which I think is overflooded.
Anyone else want to take this question? And
yeah, so I actually want to think of this slightly differently, right? So I think the technological innovation will continue at a rapid pace. And as Pankaj said, right, it's for us to, keep up and make sure we're thinking about how to appropriately use it. And I think we should stratify the problems at 2 levels, right? So there's, the research and innovation level, or, where we can use AI to truly solve a problem that has never been solved before. That is one. And then, so there, the pace of advancement, I think, will be slower. And when you see the results will be much more impactful, right? That's one thing. However, there's another layer, and these are, I think, more lower hanging fruits, but can cause a huge, at least business impact, right? So for example, again, I'm from the healthcare sector, so I'll take an example there, right? So I talked about, drug discovery, drug development, optimizing clinical trials and so on. On the healthcare side, if you think about it, clinical decision support, helping the doctors make better decisions on how to treat their patients. Those are all innovative ideas and research problems really at this stage where, AI can solve things. But if you take a step back, there are a lot of efficiencies that can be gained just in the healthcare operations domain, right? So if you think about how doctors are spending a lot of time writing their notes, doing administrative things. Nurses are spending a lot of time talking to patients, kind of explaining their conditions, writing notes. All of these type of things can be solved much more accurately and efficiently with AI today. And they can free the humans to do more cognitively complicated things, right? And just by doing that, I think we can gain a lot of efficiency in the cost of healthcare itself. So that will have an impact immediately. It's more low hanging, but we should also think about, doing that because it could be a shorter term return.
I think so. This year has been applying generative AI to the ways that we are used to, right? I'll take the latest example of what Gemini released this week. Like if a student is working and a student is writing a problem and a solution, generative AI can evaluate your handwriting and even recommend you what is happening, what is not happening. So the mindset which they are taking it, there's a certain way a student work. There's a certain way a student learn. And how can we apply generative AI to make that path better? That's where this year was focused on. What I feel is in the next coming years, that path itself will change and evolve, right? Based on the tools as they hone and they do it. Similarly, even in our product line, we are looking at a salesperson doing a lot of learning and courses and going through a lot of learning solutions and then going and doing the task of selling. But this, and we are optimizing that path, of course, that is the need for the hour this year. But we feel that, just like what Pankaj said, that the product people, the one genre of people have to look at how this industry will evolve in the next few years. The seller may not need to take a course in order to learn to sell. There might be some other ways of doing it. Why does the onboarding takes 2 months today? Maybe it will take 2 hours. You never know, right? So that is the part that that we have to question as business leaders, that we can optimize today's way, but let's get ahead of the curve to understand what new paths will come up.
Do you want to take a shot at this?
So I think organizations, when they start getting into this space, I don't, as you were saying, I think you don't have to jump in and start trying to push features out. It's important to understand, explore what's out there and start with small trials internally and then see what works best. So, and we don't have to force fit generative AI to every business problem out there, which a lot of companies are trying to do. Because it's like if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail, right? You don't want to make that mistake. So it's important to identify, maybe with guidance, external guidance, like for example from Hexaware, understand where this is actually proven to work. What are the best areas we've seen generative AI actually make a positive impact? Identify the right use cases and then get that started. And there are three, if you look at the scale of effort, the recommendation is to start with areas where you can actually start building out internal productivity improvements, operational productivity, and so on. Find those areas within your, let's say, your development processes or your IT operations, any of those internal areas. That's how we would recommend starting. The next stage to this is focus on growth, where are the areas you can actually identify within the organization where you can actually grow your business, whether it is on your customer's experience front, your sales processes. Start identifying areas where you can actually look at growing your business. And then finally, at the absolute top end of the scale, think about big bets. Are there areas that you can identify within your existing processes that can entirely transform your business? So those are the exponential areas that you can achieve in with the use of generative AI or any technology for that matter. So we suggest we go in a scaled way, and if you starting with core productivity improvements, focus on growth, and then eventually look at identifying big bets.
And very similar to that, there's another way to think about it. We all talk about innovation, and innovation people will tell you there's product, process, business model. Product innovation easiest to copy, process slightly harder, business model more difficult. So in the same way, like Pramod said, I think today a lot of effort happens on the product side, simple stuff, you can do that. I think the business model innovation is the untapped opportunity, and I think people will get there, but I think that's where the biggest opportunity is, because these things will get copied. So that's how.
So what I understand, I'll just summarize it. This brings us to the end of the panel. And what I understand is that the tool is here. Its powerful capabilities are here for us to use. We just have to be creative. We need to know how to, where to use it, when to use it, and how to use it. And as Smita said, we have to look at, unlocking the true potential of combined capabilities of human and AI. So I'll move with this. We'll open this for questions from audience. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Paul Dynasty. My question to Smita Agarwal. You are telling clinical tools are more receptive in health domain for AI, generative AI. If a discharge summary report for a patient, can a clinical tool will play a correct role?
Yes. So if I understand your question correctly, you're asking whether generative AI is an appropriate thing to write a discharge summary for a patient.
Discharge summary varies with individual. It cannot be a common with some data you can make a generative AI report. Because see, discharge summary for Paul Dynasty is different. Discharge summary for Smita Agarwal will be different. We may be in the same hospital, okay, admitted for some other reasons. So will there be a clinical tool for the discharge summary report where doctor who has diagnosed or looked the patient of Paul Dynasty and Smita Agarwal only can give a report?
Yes. So yes, there are in fact companies who are already working on creating such a tool. I can tell you that. And it's not as if, there'll be inputs to that tool, right? So it's not as if someone will just, at the back end, you will have all of the EHR data available for that patient. You will know what the patient came in for. There'll be an ICD code. There'll be drugs that are given to the patient. There'll be ethnicity. So the discharge summary, in fact, it can even be customized to say if a patient in California is, Mexican, it can be written in Spanish. It can be, and it can also have, writing a discharge summary. If you see, it's written in a very flowy language, and for the patients to understand, right? But the doctor can have like a shorthand, or a nurse can input a very shorthand version of it, which then this tool can expand to the level that the patient needs, right? And in fact, it doesn't even have to be a static summary, right? It could be an interactive tool where you provide a summary, and then the patient can also, after discharge for a week, 2 weeks, actually ask questions based on their condition, and with guardrails, right? So it's not something that will go out without, say, a doctor or a nurse reading it first, but it can answer those questions where there'll be minimal time requirement from the nurse or the doctor to then correct that before sending it back to the patient. So again, generative AI, as I said, I think it's good for things where there's a human in the loop, where it's not sending it out completely automated, but it's significantly going to decrease the time of the human in doing those activities.
One last question. Yes, please.
Hi, so my name is Anurag. By the way, I am going to be an ex-colleague of Pankaj here. So picking up from where Pankaj, you've been saying, and that it's open to the complete panel. Are you guys collaborating with let's say the government, the local governments to solve real problems? We are from Bangalore, some of us. Does you guys go and talk to the local authorities to solve the traffic problem of Bangalore or the AQI problem of Delhi or Bombay? Are you looking at generative AI in working in those areas rather than building a better mousetrap for some exotic application? Thank you.
Definitely, I think partnership with local governments and agencies is definitely something that on our radar. While at this point, I'll see if there's somebody else in the audience who can elaborate on some of the work that we are doing jointly with local governments in the generative AI space. But we've been seeing at this point a lot of government initiatives to bring in some of these AI-based solutions. And that's where we have a clear direction internally to see how we can start helping with some of the local civic issues. While at this point, I'm not aware of anything active at this point, but that is definitely a goal that we want to contribute locally to the society and see how we can help address some of these challenges.
He knows your answer, okay. So I would say I would look for opportunities. If my knowledge can be of any help, I would love to volunteer and give my time there. Nobody has approached me yet. I'll also look. One thing which MindTickle is doing is there's a government-sponsored security hackathon which happens. It happens, I think, once or twice a year. It's India. It is at India level. And we sent one of the judges from our company to spend a couple of days with all the people there and help them with the expertise there. So, and that has been consistent for a few years. Our director of quality assurance and engineering, he contributes there. But yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. We've had a brilliant discussion here. We heard I think for a lot of people here who are into building things, and I've met a lot of people who are also looking for ideas to work on. So I think for them, it would be especially valuable to have all of this insight coming in from these diverse angles. So I really appreciate you all taking the time today. Thank you so much for joining us here. What we want to do now is to have a small token of appreciation for all of you. But before that, I would love to have an applaud for the panelists from the audience here. Thank you so much. Shalini, could you please hand over the token from here? And this is for you, Shalini. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. So we've had a day packed with a lot of AI, generative AI specifically related conversations here. And you all have been a phenomenal audience as well. So as we conclude this AI track, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to all our distinguished speakers, dedicated organizers, and of course, our wonderful audience. Let's carry forward the inspiration and insights gained here into our future endeavors. I want to end on this note. I want us to all be aware again, and this is something I had started off this session or the track with. So I want us all to be aware of and exercise a choice we all collectively have today. The choice of asking the right questions and to create a conscious future. And we all acknowledge that we are all witnessing the tip of the iceberg. And it's our collective responsibility to create an inclusive future using AI. It's my hope that we all take away valuable lessons and relationships that empower us to do the big things that we all dreamt of. With this, I would like to conclude the AI track for the day and hand over to the organizers here to conduct the valedictory function. Please stay around. We're going to immediately move towards our final session of the day, where we'll be felicitating a lot of our, you'll see a lot of our organizers as well as speakers, and some other activities that have been planned. You can see in your agenda sheets. With this, thank you so much. Let's have a round of applause for all the people that have been a part of this today. Thank you. Saurav, please take it here.
Thank you, Nivedan. And most of all, thank you everyone for being here. Let's give a clap for each one of us for being here for the last 2 days. Bit louder, please. I still don't see. People in the back. People in the back, I still don't see your hands. Hands. Right. Thank you, everyone. So we have had wonderful 2 days by now, right? And we'll move to the final session of the evening today. For that, I would like to start the next session, which is a fireside chat with 2 of our very senior leaders. They will be engaging in the topic of entrepreneurship and building society connections. Can I please invite on stage Mr. Ashank Desai, founder Mastech, and in conversation with Mr. Ramnath Mani, past chairman, Pan IT, and member of Wheels Global Foundation.
Hello, good evening. You can hear?
In 2006, President Abdul Kalam, addressing our annual convention in Mumbai, chided us. We should be doing a lot more for societal development as required in the country and in the world. We took that thing to heart and founded Wheels.
Friends, India has 3.3 million NGOs. Many of these have promised to be scaled to millions of beneficiaries. However, that is an impossible task without application of technology, innovation, and entrepreneurial frameworks. Guess what? That is exactly the strength of IIT alumni community.
There are 900 million people who live in rural India and rural India. The opportunities are phenomenal, and the economic impact can be substantial, something that we can all take pride in.
My first memory is of the 10 women. They were mothers who dared to dream and wanted a life for their daughters. They were trapped in the cycle of poverty and oppression. We will equip our children with 21st century skills, which will enable them to use technology in an integrated manner.
Our objective is to engage the IIT system and alumni networks to drive technology-based solutions for an integrated, smart development for clean water, affordable healthcare, renewable energy, access to education.
We are building an ecosystem and we need as many IITians joining us to make this happen.
Armed with their technological and business acumen, skills, network, and resources, the IIT alumni from across the world has come together to give back to the community that elevated us, to the institutes that invested in us, to the country that made you who you are today, and to our planet that for centuries is giving us Join the movement. Wheels Global Foundation, working across 6 major focus areas: water, health, education, energy, livelihood, and sustainability.
Hello. Hello. Ashank, welcome. You just seen the video. It's part of IIT Global Wheels, which was started sometime in 2006 on the call of the president at that time, Dr. Abdul Kalam. And Ashant has been an integral part of that. I mean, he's been there right from the beginning. And the amount of service that he has done to society, to his alma mater, is something that is phenomenal. But then, that was a journey which he's been doing. But then, he started somewhere. Now, what I would like to know from Ashank is, he was a very early entrepreneur in the IT field, and he came in, has been successful. I would like to have his story of how he started and, how his journey was.
Thanks, Mani. It's great to be here. But before anything else, I think the kind of work you have been doing for Wills in the southern region is something we should spend some time, maybe a little bit later, because it's quite inspirational that the initiatives that are being taken. I can only say that I have been lucky that this 2006 event, I was organizer at Mumbai as a Pan IIT, and I was lucky to get Mr. Abdul Kalam, and he kind of pushed us, saying, what you guys are doing. So looking back, before I even start my early story, I think it's great to see this Pan IIT organization where it has reached. I've been lucky to be involved with it last 17, 18 years. Later as a president, taking over from great work that Pradeep Gupta had done. He's not around, I think. But Debashish, Pradeep, and all the team members, they have done a great job. I'm sure you'll agree, Mani. The great event that we had and the kind of discussions we had, particularly in AI. So I'm a person here. If I start telling you my story, I consider it as a dream that I have lived last 40 plus years. Because imagine punching 80 column cards on a punch card, if you know, at IIT, we used to run a program. Starting your life from there and today discussing AI and AI compilers is a dream only. What else you would say that? We have seen this whole spectrum of change that has happened. And I have been lucky to be part of that dream. Some of you may not know this. When we started NASSCOM, I am one of the founder members along with 5-6 other distinguished colleagues. You know what was the total revenue of IT industry? $50 million. I'm now talking of 1988. 50 million, mark word. What is it today? It's almost $220 billion. So we have seen 4,000 time increase in the size of an industry, 4,000 in one generation. What will we call it? Is it not a dream? Money? What else it is? It is a dream that I have lived. And I have been lucky to be party of that early IT companies which started in 80s. And everyone talks about today, you should start startup from your college. I was lucky that I, with my other IIM Ahmedabad colleague, started the venture right in the school itself in the second year. And my mother used to get scandalized. This is what my son is doing. Doesn't join Citibank or American Express and doing some business which called software. He doesn't show me his product. I couldn't show her anything. On top of it, he speaks at night in my US people. So he was firmly convinced I'm in some shady business, which has to be done at night time and whose products can't be shown. So he was firmly convinced son is doing something which is to be taken care of. From there to now, a mother is so proud that her son is doing a IT startup. See the difference. Not that my mother didn't want me to be successful, but the point I'm making is I have lived a life of this, from punch cards and doing a shady business of software to AI and being, unicorn being so well. So those were the early days money in 1980s when we started. And we and my other colleagues from IIM Ahmedabad, we were classmates. We had very value system to do something not only for the sake of revenue alone and size alone, but do something different. Build something which is now very well known as building management business solutions, but we were talking about it in 82. So we focused on building solutions and products. We were one of the first company to build application product in 85. We were one of the first companies to build MRP, ERP in 87. We got some venture capital. Again, we were the early days of venture capital money. Venture capital could not decide what is a sweat equity that time. All these entrepreneurs will start laughing at me. We did not have a sweat equity concept. So how do you get a venture capital? You get a money, but you pay the venture capitalist based on your percentage of your sales. That way you repay the money that you have got. So those were the complex things that we were doing. And I laugh at it when I see today, a young entrepreneur talking. So we focused on solutions, and that took us sometimes into a very risky area. But it also created a great success to us in terms of the kind of work that we did at a national level. What we ended up doing was systems which had impacted whole country. Like for the UK, we did healthcare EMI, electronic medical record of all 60 million people. Now, there was a passion to do that and not just a revenue. It was about building a mission critical system, as they call it. It was done 20 years ago. Or building for the city of London. Somebody was talking about smart cities and using AI. We didn't have AI that time, but the system that we built is still effective today in London to reduce the traffic congestion in the city. And everyone said, you will not succeed, Ashank. Mastech will be a failure. Many of my other colleagues said, because it was a difficult system to do. There was no other Indian company we were competing with. So those were the kind of challenges that we did. And that's a satisfaction that one gets looking back, that I never even imagined from that classroom situation to doing something like this. But the focus, and that's where my little bit advice, if I have with my some gray hairs, our whole idea was not to do just revenue and market cap. It was about building an institution which survives for long term, create jobs, create wealth to shareholders, of course, but it should also be a long lasting institution which make impact at a society level. And that's the satisfaction, at least I have with my colleagues, that whatever little I could do, we as a Mastech were successful in doing, particularly doing something different than conventional IT industry. As I said, in fact, you will be laughing at me. We were only focusing on domestic market when everybody was just starting export in 80s. Why? Because we felt we can't build solutions for US market. They won't believe us and won't give any jobs. Or we were not doing any Y2K. Can you believe that such stupidity, that not doing Y2K? Because we felt that, no, this is not, we need to build something. We were building internet solutions that time and so on. So we did some crazy things also along the way, in the sense ahead of its time. But at the back, you feel good about it, is all that I would say, Mani. And I feel that today's entrepreneur should also look at AI as a starting point, but who knows what you are going to do tomorrow. Maybe 20 years from now, you will say something similar to what I have been saying.
Of course, you have come a long way since the time you started. How do you look at the developed countries, taking on from what we are doing? Because I think we have also come a long way from where we were. how do you see, the systems, etc., that we are doing, taking to the world at large?
Look, in the sense of what advice we could give to the... See, again, this advice, obviously we should be humble at the same time as an industry or a country to advise any other developed world. But this is a story of an Indian ethos and Indian entrepreneurs. Many, like, all the big names that all of us know, created India, a country proud out of a single industry and ahead of its time in terms of technology. As you know, nobody believed that India could be doing IT. Everybody used to doubt, oh, you guys do IT? In NASCOM, we used to sell our country first. We go and do presentation, how good we are. And we were talking of, all of you will laugh. We are saying India is connected with world with this 64 kb line that Texas Instrument had between Bangalore and US. 64 kb line. Huh? So we used to tom-tom about it. I'm talking of 80s again. The point I'm making is, this is an example that any country could emulate by being ahead and making difference to the nation, its foreign exchange, its middle class, and its positioning in the world by focusing on certain industry areas. If you meticulously follow something, you can succeed. And even a country which was poor, and we are still not rich country, but we are at least much better, can do something. I think if there is one advice that one would like to give, that if country government supports industry, and that's happened, by the way. In fact, when Prime Minister Modi felicitated us and few others who started and involved with the industry, like Mr. Narayan Murthy and my other colleague like Harish Mehta and so on, he said IT industry says they succeeded because government didn't know anything about it. So, which is partly true, but partly it is not true. We worked with government. So this is a story of how government and industry can work together to make difference. All that you are seeing now, Software Technology Park, MCA as a degree, the software duty being zero, all that was done by all of us coming together. So this is an example what industry can make a difference to a country, and country can benefit. If there is any advice, that is that.
At what point of time you thought that you must actually serve the society, go back to your alma mater, and actually give back? At what point of time, you had this idea, and then how it developed?
So it is a story which is, again, as I said, continuing my story with this building products. Everybody says IT industry cannot build products. And everybody says, you guys only do, we don't have any brand created. We had tried many times, as I said, this MRP product, ERP product. We were not as successful globally there, to be honest. We were only successful in India. But later, from 2000 to 2015, we focused on an insurance product, enterprise product. Huh? This is not some small outfit, enterprise product to run an insurance company. We had to work hard for 15 years. We had to invest $200 million. And we had to separate that from Mastech, because Mastech cannot be a product company and service company together. And it was hugely successful, this Majesco. It was top 3 player. First time from any Indian IT company, pure play product company got listed in NASDAQ. We were first. So all that pride and some of the success created, it went private because we sold it to a private equity firm. So some of it made me feel now time has come back to give back to the alma mater. I think all of us carry that responsibility. Mani, you would agree, and you are doing it yourself. I think IIT has played a great role in whatever little I could do. So I thought that I should give back in some form. So I said, I have spent my life doing public policy, pushing government through NASCOM. Why not do something different that IIT focuses on public policy? So I decided to start a public policy school at IIT Bombay. in a small way to give back, and it's doing very well. I'm happy that it has some 70 people doing PhD, working in AI, working in water, working in health. So I think all of us can do, and I'm sure many of you and others are doing it. But I think we carry a responsibility of giving back to the country, and I I feel that we as an entrepreneur, or we as anybody, not entrepreneur alone, I have a formula money. What I say is, for every 1 day you have passed out of your IIT, give your 1 day's time or 1 day's salary, nothing more. You don't have to give $1 million. Even if you do that, I was doing some black of envelope calculations. If all IITians do give back to their IIT 1 day's salary for every day that they have passed, we will earn big money to make our IITs very, very successful and much go beyond it. So that's the dream I would like to have. So, Mani, tell me about what you are doing actually. I think you are doing great thing for Wheels, and you have been successful even yourself as an entrepreneur. Maybe you should quickly tell story
very
about you.
quickly. I think time is quite short. Very quickly, I graduated in 1969, and you can imagine we were doing. I was in electronics, second or third batch of electronics in India, and the only thing that we were taught in electronics was valves, which used to be in the valve radios. And when I graduated in 69, there were no jobs. I had to go to a job with GEC, which was making radios. There was nothing electronics. So around that time, one of my friends, classmates who's from an industrial family, he came back. He said, "I have some money. Let's start something. Why don't we start?" So both of us started an industrial automation company. Automation was unknown in India at that time. And factories were coming, new factories were coming, investments were coming in. So we thought that's a good area to operate, and we started operating. And we were successful. Reasonably successful. But our main problems came from foreign companies, because the entire automation industry is totally, controlled by 8 or 10 large foreign companies like ABB, Siemens, Allen Bradley in those days, Yokogawa, and those companies. And therefore, when we started this company, we did very well. But to go into the market, we needed a foreign brand behind us. And then finally, the government was allowing only 31% for the foreign company to invest. But we got a company which was interested in investing 31% in our company and come into the market. And they came in and later acquired all of us. And that was actually, at that time, it was Allen Bradley, which later became Rockwell Automation. So it was a startup which we started, which we sold to Rockwell, which is one of the leading automation companies in the country today and in the world. Then subsequently, I left that and again came back to Chennai. This was in Delhi, and then I came to Chennai and started again a small unit in industrial automation. Luckily for me, by that time, the government had changed the policy and 51% was allowed. And therefore, I was able to get into another joint venture for much upgraded systems like digital systems, etc., with Emerson Electric. And where they held 51%, I held 49%. And that also in 2012, I sold it to Emerson back. Because, those days there was no question of, venture capital or anything. We had to bring our own money. The banks had to fund on loan at 18, 20% interest. And then the only buyers were those home companies which were actually investing in you. There was no other way we could do. So that was done. And so when I did make some money, I thought that, look, let's do something. And I started a school actually in a village near Chennai. Which has grown into a pretty big one now. We have over 1,000 children now, and where we don't charge any fees. We charge 100 rupees per month. There are about 1,000 children studying there. It's in a rural area, and that's very successful today. We've got the education is in English. In a village where, they are the first generation children going to school. Their parents have never been to school. And even COVID times, we were able to actually do online with them, with their parents' mobile. So it was something which is phenomenal. But then, the thing was, it was all my own effort, my own money, my own this thing. I thought there must be something which can be scaled, which can be doing much better than this, which, we should do something more. And that's how I came into this IIT. By that time, I was a part of Pan IIT. I was the chairman of Pan IIT. I thought I should get into something bigger. And that's how I came into this IIT Wheels Global Foundation. And now, of course, we do a lot of big projects. We have projects across the country. Wheels standing for, water, healthcare, education, energy, livelihood, sustainability. So we're doing a lot of projects, and Ashank is, of course, the chairman of the Indian operation here. So I think, that's in short what I do. The time being
Great,
short.
great story too. I think that's what our message, I think both of us, is that give back now and start giving back early. You see, it's never too early to start your giving back. And I see some entrepreneurs today doing that, by the way. I see some young IIT, non-IIT entrepreneurs starting that giving back journey, which has been a great inspiration even as I look back. And sometimes I feel I should have also started earlier. I do a lot of work for girl leadership building. We have done some 60,000 girls we have trained. Parfi is one good example. I was lucky to associate. Hari is around, I think, or he is left. Parfi was an example, and many other things one is doing, but one feels that maybe one should have started earlier than that, if I look back, because giving back journey gives you a satisfaction. The happiness that you get, see the laugh of the children that you are talking.
It's never too late. And I think there are younger generation today who are very interested in, serving back to society. In our days, we were more concentrated on what we were doing. And it's a later part of the stage that we entered into the social impact areas. But I think we have a large number of people now who are really involved and who are very interested. It's very happy to note that. And I think I think we will call it an end to the session, because time is short.
Great admiration.
And both of us have to catch a flight.
No, great admiration again to this team which has organized this, and obviously to all the people who have come here to listen to the sessions for last 2 days. It has been very exciting. As I said, I was excited to hear these AI stories that being talked here, and I was still wondering about that punch card that I was doing to run my computer program. From IIT, I used to go 1.5 hours to run my program and come back 1.5 hours, and next day go again 1.5 hours to get error list. So those were the days. Now, of course, you can get error list in microsecond. So
yes, it's very interesting. In fact, the last company which I started, which is Automation Excellence, is about 8 years old, and I was mid 60s. So that's how it is. But I think it's enjoyable, and I think I thank the Pan IIT, everybody in Pan IIT, especially Debashish, Pradeep, and his troop, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ashank and Mr. Ramnath Mani. Could I please request to come on stage Mr. Ashok Kumar, President, IIT ISM Dhanbad Alumni Association, EC member, and editorial board at Pan IIT, to felicitate our members with a small token of appreciation. Thank you, everyone. Could I please request Mr. Ashank, Mr. Ramnath Desai, and Debashish Da to stay on the podium? We can wait. Could I please request Mr. Krishna Narayanan, alumnus of IIT Madras, to come on the stage, please? Let's give it a round of applause, please, everyone. So we are going forward with a book release. So Professor T. Pradeep, IIT Madras, and Mr. Krishna Narayanan, alumnus of IIT Madras. And he's also the co-founder and president of Itihasa Research and Digital, ex-past president of IIT Madras Alumni Association as well. So this book is Empowering India, Ideas for Action by Scientists and Engineers. It has been published by the Indian Academy of Sciences, and the book expresses ideas about what the leading research and educational institutions in India should do in S&T for India at 100. Can we play the video, please? Right, thank you. Can I please request the delegates to take center stage? And joining our exclusive panel is also Professor Deepak Pathak, Professor Emeritus IIT Bombay, teacher from IIT Bombay, and an alumni of 1971 batch. Ladies and gents, please give them a huge round of applause. Right. Thank you, everyone. We had seen a lot of activity on this floor itself, a lot of panel conversations since yesterday. We talked about innovation, we talked about research, we talked about social impact, digital economy, and several other topics. But on the other side of the same venue, we had a lot of engagement and activity with a different set of people, which involved startups, which involved students, and a grand hackathon which was conducted. To continue the proceedings and announce the activities related to the hackathon and the winners, I would like to call on stage Mr. Shubhendu Panigrahi, hackathon chair for PIWOT 2023 and founder of Skillenza and IIT Kharagpur 2010 alumnus. Shubhendu.
Thank you, Saurav. Hi, everyone. Good evening. So we had an amazing hackathon this year. We had 4,200 participants across the country. They all registered on the platform, and then they submitted their ideas. We selected top 50 teams. The themes were across EV and mobility, AI in medicine, financial inclusion, blockchain, Web3, and smart farming. And we had those top 50 teams submit their ideas. We handpicked them. The mentors were working with them. And there were 26 teams who participated in the physical hackathon out here. There were 3 teams who were not able to participate. They participated online because of the Chennai floods. They were quite focused while they were also online. And then, in fact, one of the best things that happened in this hackathon was 33% of the teams had one woman developer, at least one woman developer. So that was a great representation of the developer community. And I would like to invite Sudhir from Indus App Store to talk about his experience of the hackathon. He was one of the judges of the hackathon, and he did an amazing job of talking to all the teams, spending almost 10 to 15 minutes with each team. So you can imagine the amount of effort they put. Sudhir, please.
Glad to address you all. In particular, I would love to be on this stage along with a lot of stalwarts all around. I belong to a much younger generation of entrepreneurs from IIT Bombay, and it's really interesting where I'm able to actually speak on the stage itself. We started Indus App Store primarily as a contender to the Google Play Store. And out here in India, where the situation is more of a monopolistic kind of scenario, we really want to bring in a lot of parity in terms of competition and in terms of innovation in the App Store space. That's where we actually have been inviting developers, app developers, all around fair and square to actually start publishing on Indus App Store. And as part of that, a small thing for younger people to actually start developing more apps. That's what inspired us to do this entire hackathon. And it's been a really interesting journey out here at the hackathon. And I have been overwhelmed with the kind of ideas and innovations that very young people right in their student age are able to do. I wish I were that innovative back earlier. I would have been a lot more successful in my career right now if I were as innovative as they have been today. Seeing a lot of different ideas. I mean, the hardware startups, farming startups. Trust me, it has been a serious eye-opener for me as well, despite having been doing startups all my life. And thanks to Subhendu. He's been a really strong hand in organizing the entire hackathon for us. And what's the agenda next? I guess we need to call down.
So we have, can I call Anton from Hexaware to be on the stage? Is Anton here? Oh, great. Yeah. So as you know, Hexaware is the title sponsor for the conference. So we'd love to have Anton present to the winners. So we'll declare the third, second, and first. And then what we have done is we've also, because the ideas were such great, right? We have decided to also give 7 consolation prizes to 7 more teams. So we have 10 prizes for 10 teams. And over to you, Anton. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Anton Tomchenko. I'm Chief Revenue and Solutions Officer for Hexaware Technologies. And it's a big honor for me to be here. And that was a great hackathon. I personally checked several teams, and the thing that they were doing was quite amazing. So it's a big honor for me to be here, and great initiative and fantastic teams. I'm looking forward to give the prizes.
Thank you, Anton. So could I request team Nirishak to be on the stage? Team Nirishak. So they are on the 3rd position. And the amount they win, the prize money is Indian rupees 1 lakh. Yeah. Guys, can you, Team Nirishak, can you come and just talk about your idea in 1 minute? Or 30 seconds, actually. I'll not give you 1 minute. Like an Instagram reel, right? We all look at Instagram reels. So 30 seconds, 1 line.
So basically, we have built an app for our theme was basically related to security and surveillance. So we are connecting all the CCTV infrastructure to the to our cloud store and to our server, and from there we are detecting crime, infiltration, theft, and robberies. This is going to be alerted to the concerned authorities, security personnel, and the yeah. This was the whole thing we did, and we employed the machine learning algorithm for that. We made the app for different login authorities. This is all we did.
Thank you. We all of have seen that demo. It was amazing. So could I call team Smooth Operators? They won the second prize. Team Smooth Operators, great. Hurry up, guys. So Team Smooth Operator wins a prize money INR 2 lakh rupees. Team, can you quickly introduce your idea? 30 seconds.
So basically, we help insurance companies save a lot of money by automating their entire claim examining process, from customer submitting their bill till they reimburse their amount in bank. Entire process is automated. No employees needed. Thank you.
I know we'll all love it, this idea, right? We all hate insurance claims. It's such a tiresome process. Thank you, Anton. It was lovely having you here. Thank you. And now the moment of truth. I think a lot of people in the crowd will love it. How many IIT Guwahati alumni, current students here? IIT Guwahati, can I have a round of cheers? So the team that won first prize is from IIT Guwahati, Neer IoT. Team Neer IoT. And the prize money, yeah, obviously the moment of another truth, right? They don't want it, I guess. So another moment of truth. The prize money, the win is INR 3 lakh rupees. And I mean, I think some of the people came to the hackathon arena. They saw the demo. These guys had amazing demo, right? And I would ask them to explain their idea in one line. And probably we'll actually share all these ideas. We did not have time to do the presentations here. We'll share these ideas over newsletter and videos, right? Amazing. Please come.
Thank you, Shobit. So our idea was in the theme of smart farming. So basically, you know that 70% of the water goes in the agriculture uses, but most of it is going in unsustainable agriculture practices. So with our little efforts, we have tried to automate the things and tried to build something which can take the youths back their interest into the farming. So now we hope that people will enjoy these things and enjoy this stuff. That's all.
Cool. Sudhir, I would need you more. We have 7 more prizes to give away. And I think you all absorbed a good fact, right? I said 33% participation, diverse teams in the whole 26 teams, but you can see 67% participation, diverse team in the winning team, right? We had 2 diverse teams in the top 3. So please give a round of applause for that. And they all stayed overnight. All the teams stayed overnight, slept on the desks, and coded for the 24 hours, right? So now let's go to another moment of truth. The rest 7 teams, consolation prize, they also did amazing job, but they were not in the top 3. So we wanted to give them some credit, some reward. So I'll just quickly say all the names. Please, guys, hurry up. We are in sort of time. So Team Lux. Yeah, Team Lux, Team Blueberry Cider, Team Code Crunch, Team Code Forgers, Team Runaways, Team Spark Igniters, and last, Team Token Mart. Guys, quickly.
Can we also have the team 1, 2, and 3 come here for a quick photo op, please? Teams 1, 2, and 3 winners.
Guys, just team up so that we can give the prizes.
Teams 1, 2, 3, please.
Yeah, team 1, 2, 3 also. Let's do a
Quick
selfie.
photo op.
Or a groupie, I don't know. What do you call it? So, thank you guys. We had an amazing hackathon, and if anybody is looking for great talent, this is like the epitome of the talent in India. You should definitely talk to them. If you are looking to fund, there are people who are actually looking to start companies very seriously. So, thank you, Saurav. Off to you.
Congratulations, all of you. You are the future of the country. Please take this recognition as very precious. Continue to work on it. And I wish you all the best on behalf of Pan IT. Thank you.
While this has been a seriously great experience for me, I'm seriously looking forward to all of these teams to, turn their hackathon projects into real startups. That's when, our entire nation and the entire fraternity actually benefits a lot. Thanking you all.
Thank you for those great words of motivation. Moving on, we had just seen the startup energy and how electrifying it was. But there's a lot of stuff which happens in the background, what we call as, which is the setting up the foundation. We started with a very few ideas in the beginning, and today we have 23 of them, out of which 3 of these were actually universities which existed from the pre-independence era, specifically Roorkee, Varanasi, and Dhanbad. It was inspiring to see how members from all the 23 IITs came together over these 2 days of PIWOT. This included all the directors, this included incubation heads across several institutions, and the presidents of the alumni associations. There are workshops being conducted in the different part of the building, and for the next few minutes, we will take time to summarize the findings, the outcomes, the action plans, which has come out of these individual workshops. To start with that, the first one which we will take is the session which was done with the with the incubation heads. And to present that session, we have with us Mr. Prachi Jain, who is the cohort lead of IIT Startups and also a UX leader at Google Cloud. Mr. Prachi, could you please come on stage?
Congratulations to all the winners of the hackathon. Super awesome performance, and I'm looking forward to look at your ideas. So now let's move to the foundation. Let's start from the start. So our IIT incubators are playing a critical role in setting up the entire ecosystem of startups in India, right? So it is very important that we have them supported. We have, all the support that we can provide to them. So this workshop aims to do that, to understand how IIT incubators are functioning today, what are the best practices that we can learn from them, and also learn the pain points and how this IIT alumni association can help them. So with this regard, we had this workshop where 15 of the IIT startup incubators heads, they participated. Can we go to the next slide, please? So you can see here, we had heads from, starting from Jammu to Palakkad. We had heads from Jodhpur to IIT BHU, IIT Dhanbad could not join, but they were very much with us in spirit. We had people from IIT Delhi, IIT Kanpur, IIT Bombay. We had people from IIT Jodhpur, like I said, and we had many other people. So total 15 IIT incubator heads participated, and I really thank you to them. Next slide, please. So I would like to share about a little journey, like how we started. We started not too long ago, but we started fast. So Murli and Anjan, who are leading the IIT startup, they planned some focus group sessions with all the IIT startup heads, and we had some initial discussions, which led to in-depth research, which we did with almost 17 IIT heads. We had one-on-one sessions, and we collected a lot of data. Based on that, we came up with 2 themes, which we really resonated to all of us. And I would like to call here 2 of the incubator heads, Prasad from IIT Delhi, IIT Bombay, and hi Prasad. And Nikhil from IIT Kanpur. So we had a session, and we had 2 cohorts, and they will be presenting to us, like what are the findings in their own description they can provide. Okay, over to you, Prasad. Next slide, please. Next. After that. Yeah. So first theme was how to increase the collaboration between various incubator centers and ecosystem. Over to you, Prasad.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So I am Prasad Shetty. I'm representing Sign IIT Bombay, technology business incubator hosted at IIT Bombay. So so we were divided into 2 groups. One group, we decided to come out with a collaborative plan, how we can, as an enabler, come together and play a pivotal role where startups can be encouraged or groomed faster so that they can reach the scale-up stage faster. So what we decided is that so how to increase collaboration between various incubator center and ecosystem. After almost 30-35 minutes of deliberation, we came out with 3 major findings, which IIT startups planning to implement in next 6 months. First one, where all IIT incubator committee, similar to All India Placement Committee, which can oversee the activity of all incubator activity. And second one, a common platform for knowledge sharing. And third one is a common policy, guidelines, and MOU where all the IIT incubators can come together, share the startups, share the mentors, share the investors, where startups can get benefit out of that. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So the next theme was how to increase the number of high-quality startups from incubation centers. And benchmark is future product unicorns. So over to you.
Good evening, everyone. I think some of the Starling revolution which is there in terms of startup is that 100,000 startups, 108 unicorns, 700 unicorns. And one of the benchmark which we certainly debated upon is the concept of unicorn. Does the right benchmark as far as IIT is concerned? There was a Anjanda, in fact, mentioned that the Niti Aayog and the DPIT is asking them to create more unicorns from IIT. So that's something which it debated upon. What is the meaning of unicorn when it comes to IIT? And then the question emerged that how do we increase the number of high quality startups from incubation center? Now we take a step back and we see that where the incubation ideas are emerging. Incubation ideas primarily are emerging from the labs, the faculty labs or project officers or the students or the alumni who has graduated. They partner with the technology group in IIT. They build on a product and take it forward. And that's what is expected out of it. If you look at the unicorn numbers, 108 unicorns, 90% of the unicorns you will see are aggregator unicorns. Taxi aggregator, hotel aggregator, this aggregator, that aggregator. And certainly they have done exceedingly well, no doubt about it. But do we really want to go forward that way? And what should be the next step? So we deliberated upon the incubation center at IIT should focus upon high quality product based companies. They should be technology focused. We discussed about the moonshots, solving unsolvable problems. There was a example that we discussed about the Hriday Yantra, which IIT Kanpur is taking up, artificial heart, which many of you have must in the newspapers. So some of the moonshots which are impossible, thought impossible, but now have been done by some of the engineers in those IITs. And these moonshots can be commercialized and can become successful product company. Not only that will benefit the manufacturing in India, but also we can export the technology abroad. So moonshot ideas that solve the real people's problem. The next was about the patented research project. Now, if we calculate the number of research projects which are there every year, which are granted to number of IITs, will be phenomenal, which will be running in probably 8 to 10,000 research projects. How many of them become viable commercial, products or service or a company? The answer is negligible. Very few of them. So how do we create viable projects which are coming out of the lab? Because there are a lot of money which is government is giving, private sector is giving, and that can be co-founded, co-championed by the faculty member. Number of IITs have come with a policy of faculty entrepreneurship policy, which is very encouraging. Others are also following up. Number of IITs also come up with the staff entrepreneurship policy, student entrepreneurship policy. I think the whole mahal of regarding the entrepreneurship is changing, which should be lauded upon and which should be further. Another important point is about the extensive infrastructure that is available across IITs. If you look at, for example, IIT Delhi or IIT Kanpur or IIT Bombay, over years, hundreds and thousands of crores which has been invested in developing like infrastructure, which is practically impossible even for large corporations to own it. Forget about startups. And not every infrastructure is available everywhere. Somewhere it is based on sustainability, somewhere it is in aerospace, somewhere it is in mechanical, somewhere in biosciences. And that infrastructure is available. That is all built up on public money. It is available within the IIT ecosystem. Now, certainly the question is how do we enable that cross IIT infrastructure support? Is it possible that there is a policy exists or there is a mechanism that exists? So one of the things which we took it as a PAN IIT is that enabling cross IIT infrastructure support from various IITs, various companies can access this infrastructure and enhance their research and product development. So 3 key takeaways. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nikhil. Thank you, Prasad. And I would like all of you to give a big round of applause to all IIT incubators, heads who have come here and gave their valuable inputs and time. But this is not the end, right? This is just the beginning. We are just scratching the surface right now, and we have a long way to go. So now what are the next steps? And to discuss that and to share with all of you, I would like to call upon Murli and Anjal on the stage to share with us what are the next steps. There are certain questions from the audience that what is IIT startups? So I would also request Anjan and Murli to explain about like what is IIT startups stands for.
I'm not surprised that people ask what or who is IIT startups. Because you know IITs, you know startups, but very few know that there is an organization called IIT Startups, which is headquartered both in the US and in India, running cohorts, 10 of them in the last few years, and incubating about 20 to 40 across the countries in the world. So about 300 odd. That's one part. We both, along with Pradeep, are some of the 3 early founders. Prachi has done her own job. IIT startups grow across. We are planning to expand in Europe. We are already a bit in Singapore, ASEAN. We have regular cohorts. We have sessions. We have masterclasses. We have the works. We also have on the other side, IITs having incubation centers, each one of them operating independently. This workshop is to make them coalesce and create synergies. The first point, bringing 15 incubation centers for the first time ever on a common platform happened. They actually discussed and came up with ideas. But to people here, that's the easier part. The real part is how to carry it forward when you leave the nice room of Taj and the even nicer town of Bangalore, traffic notwithstanding, and make it successful. For that, we have action plans for the next 6 months. And we are assuring the people here that with your support and the incubation net support, we'll make sure that it materializes. Thanks to all the people who made it possible. Please give the incubation heads, Anjan, Prachi, and all others a big round of applause.
Thank you for that. That was wonderful. We move on to the next summary, which is the workshops which are done with IIT alumni presidents. To summarize that, could I please invite on stage Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, Chairman, Pan IIT Alumni, India.
Thank you, Saurabh. So towards the end of the day, at this point of time, I'm reminded of my exams. After exams, we wanted to keep awake. Umesh was supposed to have done this presentation, but I think he had a flight conflict, so he's gone. And I've been entrusted the task to talk about what has happened in the IITA presidents get together today. The intention behind this was to get all the IIT alumni associations together, sit in a room, identify, get to know each other, and then discuss what are the possible ways that we can collaborate and move ahead. So I will read out the report that Umesh has presented. In case there are any questions, feel free to write to us and we'll get back to you. The representation of AA presidents from all the 23 IITs. That is the first part. I am very, very happy that everybody took time out to join here. And I would like, on your behalf, to thank them. And I would request all of you to please put your hands together for them. In regards of the discussions, the way it happened, in discussions it came out that we have the first stage IITs, the second stage IITs, or the first generation, second generation, and the third generation IITs, and we identified that there was something which was called a pre-generation IITs also. So pre-generation IITs are the ones which have either crossed century, touch century, or about to touch century. Roorkee, IIT BHU, and ISM Dhanbad, three in sequence. ISM Dhanbad becomes a centurion in another 2 years' time. It was inspiring to see how these three IITs have sustained their alumni engagement and activities for over a century. The topic being discussed was how to keep in touch with the alumni, how to connect them, how to engage them. We also had participation from three different cohort of startups, again from the first generation, second generation, third generation startups, based on when these started their operations. The third generation of IITs, namely Palghat, Tirupati, Bhilai, Dharwad, Jammu, and Goa, started operations only a few years ago, which is 2015 and 2016, which means they have only a few batches which have graduated from these institutes and have different set of challenges than the older IITs, which are Roorkee, Varanasi, Dhanbad, and the other original 5 IITs, and then the next generation of IITs, whose alumni go into thousands, at least 2-digit thousands, and the older ones actually go to lakhs. And an approach for alumni welfare, both socially and professionally, and helping the institutes seems to be a common goal because that is what people discussed. And the approach and challenges differ from institute to institute. And at an execution level, there are challenges to work together, right? So that is one of the barriers that we hope and we look forward to breaking and bringing all of them together. The forum agreed that the idea of one IIT is a powerful concept, and multiplication of the impact that individually each of the IIT association, alumni associations are making overall synergizes into a far larger impact. Whether it is providing health insurance to our alumni, their loved ones, or providing them better career and business opportunities, the impact will be much larger if we come together. That has been recognized. Ideas are a dozen a dime, and it is the execution that matters. I'm a firm believer of that. I also do believe and reciprocate and resonate with what Umesh said. I'm happy to share that after an open discussion, we also converged and identified specific action items or baby steps that we want to take to explore this path to one IIT. This is to ensure that these ideas don't fizzle out as we step out of this event. The next two steps, as discussed, are one, creation of a working group, which will work with all the AA representatives and propose a framework to work together and identify 2 to 3 areas where all IIT AAs can work together. This working group will have 7 members, 1 member from IIT Roorkee, Dhanbad, and Varanasi, 2 members from Generation 1 IIT, which is the original ones of Bombay, Delhi, Madras, Kanpur, Kharagpur, 2 members from Generation 2 IITs, 2 members from Generation 3 IITs. The members of this working group will be announced within the next few days. The working group will call for a meeting by the end of March 2023 to share their findings and proposal. After these discussions, which happened intensely with a whole lot of conversations, Dr. Geetanjali Kaushik, Treasurer, PAN IIT, offered the vote of thanks, and with that, the session was concluded. Thank you very much. Over to you, Saurabh.
Thank you, Mr. Devashish, for that summary. Moving on to the Apex leadership for the all 23 IITs, we had a workshop session which included all the directors. The session was led by Mr. Rajesh Rathi, Chair of Director Forum and MD of Grid Century. He's an IIT Madras 1992 alumni, with Ms. Diksha Awasthi, founder of Diksha Life, and IIT Kanpur 2005 alumni. Could I please request both of you to be on stage?
Good evening, everybody. Nice to see at the valedictory function so many people still attending. So, friends, can I have the presentation, please? Yeah. It has to come there. Yeah. Thank you very much. So the Directors Foundation was actually started in 2020 when we had 14 directors attending. This time around, when we announced this event, we again assembled them. The number of directors who signed up were more, but eventually we had fewer. But totally 8 IITs were represented. And there were some significant changes between the last one and this one. And as we go along, we will let you know what they were. Can you change it from there? Wait a second. Yeah, okay. So we had participation from IIT Jodhpur, IIT Bhilai. I must announce the audience here that Dr. Rajiv Prakash has assumed the leadership of the Directors Forum. This time we decided that we must have a leader from among the directors who will drive this. So this was done, and he volunteered for that. I'm very happy to announce that. Oh. Yeah, we had then IIT Palakkad, IIT Mandi, and IIT Tirupati. And then we also had representatives from 3 other IITs. So the agenda was basically, after the introduction, the deliberations among the directors, and each director was told to let us know at least 2 major achievements that they are proud of, and 1 more that they think they need from PAN IIT. And there was a common topic among all of them, which was about the mental health. We'll shortly talk about that. We had a session on reimagining the engineering education and research translation into commercial commercial products. And then finally, there was a conclusion. So the takeaways, one of the key topics that was discussed, and by the way, those of you who have read the coverage today in Times of India, there was wide coverage on this topic, which was taken up. We are very happy to announce that there was a lot of positive vibes coming from all the IITs. And to take this further, I invite Diksha.
So, as Rajesh said, that all IITs have come together for this particular topic, which is common for everybody. Each one of us is facing mental health problems silently, and it is becoming a pandemic. So, I was very happy to see that all directors were very open, and they had a lot of inputs of all that is happening in their institutes. So, we were. Can we move forward? So we actually discussed about the core concerns which were there, and then we can just move forward. So yeah. So another thing was that a unified approach is needed, a holistic approach is needed. That is what we identified, and we will be running a task force which will identify core committee members from PAN IIT, and we will collaborate with the different IITs, all IITs, and we'll have a common platform where we will standardize the solution. Just like we did for anti-ragging, we will be doing this as a task force. Starting from IITs, we will take it to other institutes as well, non-technical and other universities as well. That's the idea behind initiating this conversation, because I know that when we start something, we can actually replicate in many, many more cities and many more institutes. And the last one was a very, very important question has stress increased or the resilience has come down? So I think it's both, and we all have to come forward and support in this cause. So we will be sharing a Google form which will have data, and if you can volunteer in this cause, it will be very good. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Diksha. So going forward, friends, there is a small color code in each one of the titles, and you would understand what that is very shortly. So please pay attention. So the next topic was IITs are going in for internationalization. That was a very, very positive thing. Our IITs are assuming the global leadership, like, global South leadership, like most of our country. IITs are our brands. Many places where they were told that the IITs should basically set up just a campus there, they were told, no, it should be such and such IIT in such and such place. We had then, the last thing which was very, very important is everywhere we were basically talking to those institutions on equal terms. We were not saying that we are any less, we were negotiating with them on equal terms. The next is core engineering interest is depleting. And there are a lot of unanswered questions which we have decided that we are going to go deeper into it. And in some ways we think, are we ourselves responsible for that, and do we need to do something about that? Next, the locational disadvantages. Some IITs who are, especially those which are generation 2 and 3 IITs, felt that they had some locational disadvantages. But the conclusion was that each of those IITs should make use of their unique locations. Some of them are closer to the north and they should work with the military. Some of them are in some textile centers, they should work with them. So each one of should make use of their unique locations. And the prime objective of them being located in those places itself was to have grassroots level education, prime education. Next, cultural shock. It was discussed that a lot of people, especially it was connected to the mental health, language and food. These were identified to be two major reasons for that besides others. We had then lab in industry. This was a very new concept that one of the IITs has started. They basically create labs in the industry around their location. And then we discussed that why not we also get industry into the IIT labs. And then we also talked about aggregating the labs from the suppliers. We identified that several suppliers of the equipment have much better embellished labs in their own centers. So instead of getting equipment from them, they should contribute their labs and training spaces. We then spoke about the scarcity of faculty, and we noted that there are a lot of PAN IIT members who would like to connect and teach, and it is up to Pan IIT to connect such alumni with the teaching opportunities. Get MSME leaders into the campus. This was also identified. All these days, the focus has been on only getting large companies into the campus to get the speakers and faculty. And we believe that there are a lot of MSME leaders who can be invited for such functions. Tech savvy new generation IIT. Tech savvy new generation IITs, we noted that the new IITs are relatively more tech savvy in their own governance because they are starting afresh. So they have a lot of opportunity to do that. So they have a lot of opportunity to experiment, and latest technology in governance of their own campus is what we believe we should be doing. It was also noted that some of the larger and older IITs have been actually taking these kind of things from the younger ones. Finance, and there was a positive sign there. Throughout the directors forum, unlike the one in 2020, there was no major mention of the financial constraints. The constraints have become much less now, and one of the reasons identified for that was that Jeevan IIT alumni are contributing significantly. Every campus is getting lots and lots of financial support from the earlier alumni, and this for G2 and G3 IITs is a cue that Pan IIT can actually leverage the alumni from the other IITs, especially the ones which are locationally from the locations of the newer IITs. So for example, you have an IIT in Palakkad, somebody who went to actually Delhi, but if there is a IIT now in Palakkad, that alumni may want to contribute to something that is closer home. So that, and Pan IIT can help them connect. Miscellaneous, some IITs mentioned that they are training the local school teachers. That was a nice thing. It was also noted that there is a term that some IITs have used called externs, where the faculty is being sent out to industry. We have heard about interns, and we are now talking about the externs. Manthan, this was one of the highlights of the Directors Forum. This is a platform which is a ideas exchange portal of Government of India, and there was a live demo of that. And there was extensive adoption of this platform. And all the IITs, most of the IITs are on board this platform. And those who are not on board should have fear of missing out. That was noted. And this is something that is for all of us to note. Manthan is something that all of us should go visit and see what it is about. Then rethinking technical education was a major topic that we also went over. And in this, there is a lot of joint thinking needed. Educate parents. What is engineering? JEE is to blame. This was a topic that was discussed very, very extensively, whether JEE is need to be reformed. Aptitude test to be given. Is hackathon model workable for selecting IIT entrants? And global benchmarking is needed for us to select the students who go to IITs. Mission implementation objectives. This was the last part. And Pan IIT has now narrowed down its mission implementation objectives. And going forward, time for brainstorming and finalization. So all the alumni, all the Pan IIT alumni are welcome to contribute, and we can then narrow down and go forward. So wider alumni involvement is sought. This was the last part. And going forward, as we have said, we are constituting a committee for mental health. We are also constituting a committee for the Directors Forum with the directors themselves in the picture. And at the end, the entire exercise of the Directors Forum was extremely interactive and very, very productive. And we are very happy that we are able to go forward with a lot of enthusiasm. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that wonderful presentation. And we definitely now know that there is a lot of action still to come. And we look forward to having all of that look at the update summary over the next course of a year and several months. For the last part and activity of today's evening, can I please invite Mr. Pradeep Bhargava, General Secretary, Pan IT India, on the stage.
The last word. So it's time to thank people who have made Pivot happen. And I'm extremely happy to say that we were able to achieve substantial things that what we set out to do. I would begin by thanking our sponsors first. Hexaware, title sponsor. Please give a big hand. I think they started with this confidence of investing in Pivot and in a one call. And that made us really think that, it's really something that we could believe in ourselves, because there are others who are also willing to. Followed by DBS Bank, gold sponsor. Please give a big hand. We had a hackathon sponsor, Indus App Store. MindTickle domain sponsor. NMDC industry partner. And Parfi, the team you've seen outside as well, for nation building partner, and they've been doing some great job in the rural world. With this, I would also like to share with you the team and team introduction. Can we have the team, please? So Debashish Bhattacharya, who you have been seeing constantly. May I keep welcoming him on the stage. Dr. Gitanjali Kaushik. She's treasurer at Pan IIT and has to do the unenviable job of signing the checks. And there have been quite a few in the last months. Saurav Raj. So you would have seen him throughout the day here, and he's been managing the program team. I would now request from him to call the program team members before I call the other people. If you could invite the program team.
I am surprised that he has hair left on his head.
So from the program team, can we start with the track leads? India Innovation, Research, please come on stage, one by one. Manufacturing, Digital Economy, Social Innovation, Social Impact, and AI. Ganesh. Who else is left? Amir. He's been running point with the coordination all day long. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, that's not all. It's just a start. Then we have man behind all the work, Kannan Iyer. He's been managing entire logistics. And when we said logistics, what it means everything. So right from the stage. And we said, why such a big stage? He said, let's see the team. And then we'll see the team here. We need a really big stage. We had a big stage during the music session. We had a big stage when we had a number of speakers here. And of course, to get this whole event going. But a lot of things in logistics. It covered travel. It covered everything outside, the food and everything. So big hand for Kannan. He's Shalini. Okay, there is a team which has been working on the first floor, right? The startup team, Swadeep. So Swadeep and his team has been working really very hard, and they got some of the excellent entrepreneurs, the investors we have always wanted, and of course the startup themselves. Swadeep, I'd request you to get all the startup members here.
First of all, thank you, Dada and Pradeep for this awesome opportunity. It was an absolutely awesome event. So startups, I hope I don't miss anybody. We have a great team here. I want to please start calling them on the stage. Kshitij Bansal for Demo Day. Please give him a big hand. Sumit, Anshu, Mayank, Abhinav, Sanj. Okay, so let's start moving fast. Sumit, where is Sumit? Sumit, come up first, please. Guys, every single investor used to call, right? To make sure that they keep the claps going. Great job, Sumit. Come on. He made sure 120 investors showed up. Sumit, Anshu, running around like crazy. Mayank, making sure that everything is on track. Abhinav, Sanj. Live pitch, we have Sanjay Shukla ji. No. Muskan, thank you for speed dating. Live pitch, we have Sid. Where is Sid? Come up on stage. Speed dating. Akruti, Aishi, Himanshu. Where's Himanshu? And Aishi, where are they? Great guys. Akruti, Aishi, great job. Registration desk, they were absolutely masters. Himanshu, thank you for everything. Muskan, okay. And before the panel's masterclass, Amrutash and Core Voice team. Where's Nikhil, Pracheta, Ram Kamal? They handled the entire floor. Thank you, Nikhil. I couldn't have done that. Where is Nikhil? Nikhil team, come on. Guys, give him a big round of applause. And of course, Padmani, Melissa, I couldn't do without them. And Ravi and Bijit, thank you. But they always say that behind a man is a successful woman. There's also a successful man sometimes. And I want to call this man on stage. He's a young guy, 1 year experience, but he worked like an absolute masterclass. Without him, it wouldn't have happened, to be honest. And I think all the credit should go to him. Please invite on stage Kshitij Tiwari. Big round of applause, guys. Come on. Big round of applause. इसको एक लाइन बोले तो वो सकता है एक लाइन बोल सकता है क्षितिज एक लाइन टेक से 1 or 2 lines just for you.
Pivot, where ideas meet execution.
Good one line. So we still have some great people to come. Sobendu Panigrai for hackathon. Your team, Sobendu. Some of your members here.
Melissa and
Tirumala. You must be in some team. But we had a lot of work in outreach happening, and we were trending top on Twitter, as I understand. Praveen Kumar. And now we have our secretariat, Melissa. And Padmini. I missed out one of these sponsors, NewGen. Please give a big round for them as well. Dr. Lakshmi, we want you here on the stage. We had a number of people who have come from outside, but I will also look at some of our partners as we will continue to invite others. Among the people who have come from outside and who have been constantly engaged during this, in Kshitij Garg, who specially traveled from Amsterdam. Ashok Kumar. We have also members from IIT startups here. IIT startups, Anjan. We also are looking at Anushri, Parmania, Akasmat, Nivedan, Varun. If you're here, please come on stage. Now we have many of our partners and some of the great job done by our event management partner and also supported in media outreach, cyber media and cyber media team. Thomas. So a lot of things are happening at the backstage, in front, outreach. Rajiv with, always smiling face impressed everyone because the schedule was changing, the slide was changing, and he was just changing on the fly. So thank you, Cyber Media. We have our peer partner, Avian. Avian and team. Of course, we are hospitality partner, Taj Yashwantpur here. Travel desk partner, Karma Labs, and Ixigo. Please give a big round for them. Karma Labs, anyone? We also had support from a number of people who set up stalls outside, and you could see. And we had the corporates, the institutes, number of startups at our expo. We also had these sessions where the members participated fully, the directors, the alum association presidents, and the incubation heads. And we would like to thank them for being here, sportive enough to share, some of the critical things. And of course, I see many members here on the front row who have been part of it. Rajiv. So with this, I would also like to thank, the organization that we have, the general body members of Pan IIT and the EC members of Pan IIT. And of course, Suresh Moni, who has been, Suresh Moni. Not many people know that he was part of the core of setting the vision and the vision around innovation. And that is what led to our innovation as a theme. So big round for Suresh. We had a number of student volunteers and all the teams that went on supporting. Murli, are you here? Murli, Prachi, Diksha, what are you doing there? Acha, Rajesh, okay. Okay, so we had the moderators. We had the moderators for these workshops, Rajesh Rathi and Diksha. Umesh Joshi, I believe he's not here. Then Murli Dharan, Prachi. We also extend our support to Sunil Khanna. Sunil Khanna, are you here? Pramod Joshi. So once again, a big round of applause for all the people who are here.
Guys, I need all of you to please put your hands together for our General Secretary and Head of IIT Startups, Pradeep Bhargav. While I have been the visible face pottering all over the place while the event was going on, without his management, we would have had a lot of difficulty in getting through to where we were yesterday and where we are today. It has been quite some time that we have put in our efforts and all, and I'm sure Pradeep is now sick of the calls and everything that we have been doing to him. And I thank him from all our side for having willfully sustained all these onslaughts. So a big round of applause once more for Pradeep Bhargav. And this is my method of softening him, because he should be somewhere in similar position in a few years' time. So I'm making him mentally prepared for that. Right? But I must say, it has been something that we wanted to do. For the first time, this particular team has done such a large format event. We did not understand the impact of the numbers that came here. And it was a pleasure for all of us to see all the halls being full, all the corridors being full. I mean, from the moment to enter Taj, from any side, there was a huge buzz going on, and everybody was energized because of that. All of it has been made possible for all of you who are sitting here to see us at the end. Thank you very much. Without you, this would not have happened. To help us do similar things as we move on in the future, we would request each one of you to please give us feedback in the following format. What are those things that you liked? What are those things that you think could have been done better? What are your suggestions for the future events? These are three heads under which we would request your feedback so that we can keep improving, keep meeting your expectations of us and our expectations of ourselves. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Till we meet again. Thank you very, very much. Now the team members may please stay on the stage. We will have a photo session.
Let's do a quick reorganization. Ladies and gents, there's something more which is coming up. If you could just remain seated for a few more minutes, please.
Hogwarts show it is.
There is a Hogwarts show which is about to happen. So there's some fun and entertainment we still have for you. It's a fun entertainment activity with a magical hat. So some of you will get the opportunity to be part of that. Yeah. So give us a few minutes. We'll come back with that fun activity with you.
मैं सेल्फी में नहीं हूँ
He used to be a whistle competition. Ask just give it half second. तो अगर वो स्टिकी वो दे दिया जाए स्टिक तो मुझे लगता है 8-9 फीट पहुंच जाएगा
So what about Basant?
उसको विसिल में ही ब्यूटीफुल विसिल वो जो सीटी बजाते हैं ना 30 मे बी 30 एनीवे यू आर लास्ट वाइंड अप ना इट विल
Good. Acha. So for the audience, we have this fun activity. You are requested to come to the center of the podium, one by one. You can step on to the stage.
Everyone organizing team, please put your harmony.
Very few. Very few.
Gifts are like 15.
Acha.
Two.